Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL here for a grueling, what is it? It's a Thursday, of course. I almost forgot Nymera. Dude, it's not even the start of the week, it's midweek, and it is also a hand food day. It's a Dragon Boat Festival day. I left mine at another house, but I brought this. I got this. We're close enough. That's what I got, Nymera, that's it.
I put on the most appropriate shirt I have, which is not that much. It's incredibly warm in my room right now. I think I might pass out if I was wearing a Hanfu, but it's great to see everyone like on the Chinese stream and then having our overlay here as well. We're getting into theme as much as we can.
Yeah, look, I mean, again, it's a bit of a effort, but it is a glorious day to celebrate, of course. Dragon Boat Festival. A nice thing over in China is, look, speaking of, the games don't slow down. Just because it's a festival doesn't mean there's no League of Legends. And speaking of which, we need to have a quick look at yesterday, because Nymera, yesterday was a whopping day, even though EDG ended up smacking AL around.
It was a weird day. It was probably the longest set of 2-0s we've ever had, because we had a couple of like very long games with a couple of pauses thrown in. But the fact that EDG is starting to gruel out these games is very important, because that's where these run of forms can come from. EDG, there is no real debate on the amount of carry potential that they have. The question is really, can they start stringing together kind of the early and mid games, which get them to those team fights where we've seen them start to be proficient on. And as, of course, we saw into the second series today, the team fights don't stop there, particularly with the Shy getting back onto picks like the Renekton. He's starting to pick up some level of form again, which Weibo have desperately needed from him.
I mean, Weibo as a whole need form, right? Like 4-2 as a team, they were middle of the pack, but finding that win yesterday, that series win, and it being so convincing against TT is a really good sign of life. 5-2, they move their way up to the standings, and I think a team like TT kind of devastated by the loss yesterday, and I think overall should be devastated, Nymera, because this is a team that we expected to be kicking ass. But on to LNG, BLG, maybe that's more positive light, as this series, I feel like, really delivered.
This was the strangest series I ever did see. LNG are a team which were considered one of our top teams in spring as well, and I think if we're talking about TT as a team, we came to expect great things of, particularly with UCal in that mid lane. LNG are also on that list of teams we expected to do well coming into summer despite their spring playoffs collapse. Zikr on the Renekton, again starting to show why this champion's coming back to prominence, but it just wasn't enough. Bin has been on tank duty for most of this summer. Not in this series, mate. This was so ridiculous. Despite the fact that Scout started to do some ridiculous damage himself on the LeBlanc, you think this is the game-ending play. Bin still exists and comes away with one of the strangest Nexus plays I've ever seen, but just look at the slices and dices.
Oh, it's insane, right? As you said, Renekton back with a Fury and helping BLG get the 2-0. It feels like the Jax game 1, the Renekton as you're talking about in game number 2. Bin was at the forefront, and with that win, it'll help them move up to first. At the moment, I believe they are actually tied with top esports in game difference, so 7-1 across the board for them, including JDG. But some of our top teams starting to emerge, like EDG trying to pull out their wins and get into the top 10. As we look at standings, Nymera, like, we are starting to see a bit of a trend. It's early days, but we are now past the halfway point of the split, and a couple more surprises than we expected now flashing in front of our face.
And I'm just waiting to see if one of those surprises comes to fruition, because we still see WE haven't dropped a game. 4-0 of 2-0 series. Now, they did go on to the Road to Asian Games qualifiers. They were playing there, so they've missed a lot of their series. They are behind in terms of series played. They're going to have a rough schedule, but the way that Hope and crew have been playing, especially with Shanks as well, continuing his form, we'll see how they end up playing later in the day. Versus OMG, I think that is a great yardstick match later in the day, but we've got a couple of series first to get towards before we get there.
Yeah, one of their first tests, just on that note, they've gone up against so many of the bottom tier teams at the moment. So for WE, this is a sign as to whether this team is heading towards playoffs or if it is just an easy start of the schedule. RNG EDG after this as well is exciting, guys. The El Clasico, but this split, it's 10th versus 11th. However, as we said, starting off, it is IG versus RA in Shanghai. And Nymera, we've got a bit of a roster change again with IG, which I think every broadcaster has said so far. We are going back to the El Clasico roster that we started with in week 1.
So, I actually haven't cast IG in summer so far. They have had 4 individual rosters in 3 weeks of LPL play in summer. Now, part of that is because YSKM did have to go off to his own team for Road to Asian Games qualifiers, was playing for Hong Kong. Now is back into the roster, so Wen, who came up from the LGL, and actually had a pretty good time of things, all things considered, is now obviously going to be back on substitute bench again. They're up against Rare Atom, a team which has made some changes coming in from spring. They have made supports to the support role. It was Feather at first. Baolad is now on the roster. This team has a lot of stuff to figure out.
It's his debut as well, and a debut against IG, his old organization that he won Worlds with, is hilarious. Again, Le Yen was also on that roster at some point, filling in for Ning at 2019 Worlds. And we've got old IG members, you know, with some rookies amidst the roster to go up against IG. And I feel like for RA, this is a pretty good day. They're 2-5. They need this win desperately, but I think it's very obtainable considering what we've seen from RA already.
And it's, it's really, surprising to me that Rare Atom haven't picked a single support champion yet. For me, it's such a unique way that they've approached the meta. But we'll see what Baolan can do on this roster as well. I think that also with the changes they've been making towards mid lane, they've been trying to figure out whether they want Strive to be starting, whether they want Mole to be starting. I'm pretty confident in saying that I think Strive, in terms of a playmaker, far better fits this team, even on a lot of the meta picks where we have seen. There was one series where we saw Mole start game 1 on the Annie, had a bit of a rough game. Strive comes in, immediately makes a difference on the exact same pick. I think Strive in this roster right now is what they need. I'm glad to see him starting.
As another side note, it would be a third IG player, though, if he was playing today. So a bit of a shame, because IG Mole once existed as well. It feels like everyone's an IG member, at least in the past or at some point. And ladies and gentlemen, it's Hanfu Day. We're getting excited for this one. I believe we have some clips to show you through as well, just to liven the festivities. Yes, indeed, the Dragon Boat Festival. It is a very special day. You see all the thematics going around. I believe it's a couple of days. I mean, I should actually know this by now. Look, I've lived amongst Chinese culture. Dragon Boat Festival, here we go. Thank you, Google Calendar. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, running into the weekend. So we are theming everything up, but today specifically is the Hanfu Day that we have let down. But look, you got a dragon shirt on. Nicely done. Namira, my LPL jacket's got a dragon on. We've made some kind of commitment,
what I need to do. So right now it's fish, but there is the legend of the fish which jumped over the waterfall and became a dragon. So what I need to do is I need to find a convenient waterfall, and then I'll be in the fish.
Convenient, yeah, Gale. Just go for a bit of a flop over the top. I like it. I like it indeed. But in Shanghai, you can see the festivities are only just beginning there as we open up with IG versus RA. Remember that this matchup is crucial for both teams, and we might say that all the time, but 1-6 versus 2-5. A loss here kind of seals the deal as we're at that halfway point, Nymera, and we're also at the point where this is their 8th series, the exact middle ground for their current split.
And for both of these organizations, which were close to playoffs in spring, but couldn't quite finish things off in regards to that, it's been a bit of a step backwards for both these teams. They're figuring stuff out in regards to rosters, in terms of the meta, in terms of their play style as well. So both these teams, in the one time they'll face each other in the summer. By the way, IG have great walk-ins. on the whole. See if YSKM's got anything special for us this time as well. But yeah, both these teams, of course, they're only going to face each other the once in the regular split, so it matters all the more.
Oh, yeah, okay. We get the Gyro from Arn as well. I guess he's excited about being back, considering that on Tuesday, when I cast them last against FPX, it was Xiao Yueji's debut. But going back to that same bottom lane alongside Wink, it feels like IG just want to get back to the basics here. As their introduction comes through, they're in high spirits, but a loss here is just going to, for me at least, seal the deal for their split. As we look on the other side, RA challenging them today. And we said it a little bit before. Baolan's debut in the bottom lane, but other than that, it's the full roster of RA that we've learned to love this split.
And with Feather kind of taking a step back from the roster as Baolan comes in, that does mean that Feather was the youngest support in the LPL. It means that actually On will reclaim that title. He was second youngest while Feather was playing. So a bit of a shift up in the rankings there. Baolan, a player with a great amount of experience, but not a great amount of recent results. Had a difficult spring on the rosters he was on in that split, sadly for him. Rare Atom, it has felt like stylistically they've been looking for different things from their support. They haven't quite figured out what roles they want to play between jungle and support. They tried out playing initiators from Lian, and then Southwind was playing a bit more enchanted duty. Then they switched that around towards the end of the split with a lot more engaged from support and allowing Lian to take up damage champions like Kha'Zix and like the Viego as well. Now we have another support jungle duo. I'm really quite intrigued to see what's going to happen with this ever-changing jungle support dynamic.
I mean, look, again, it might add a little bit more experience into the roster as Thematics again.
Whoa.
Man, we underdressed for today. We already knew that, but like you were saying in the little piece production we had before, the hair must have taken ages, and of course, no exception here, as everyone in the makeup chair for, what, at least 3 hours, surely.
That is some commitment to the course. I completely support that. I've grown out my hair for a great many years, but I don't really do that much with it. It's always kind of been this kind of like looming thing on the horizon, thinking, how much time would it really take me to deal with hair, even of this like trying to do something as intricate as that? I appreciate that a lot. Oh,
hell yeah. I mean, look, maybe you should change your lifestyle now. Maybe we should get that hair going on.
Well, next time I'll get like the Elrond hairstyle from like Fellowship of the Ring. Maybe that's the next point.
Yeah. Or we get you in an anime arc of some kind. Best anime hairstyles. God, I love remote casting. It came up with One Punch Man. So that's a great start. Shave it all off. There's literally like 4 hairdressers. I've got something on Google Images that says 4 hairdressers. And it's literally just all the different anime hairstyles. Can you imagine going into a hairdresser and be like, I want this. I want you to make me look like Naruto.
1, anime style 2, or anime...
Yeah. And they're like, okay, no problem. Let me just get that going for you. But look, outside the hairstyles, outside of Nymira's upcoming debut with a change in the philosophy of his own hair, I gotta say, look, this one is gonna get a little bit crazy. You know, that's why I'm going off the rails already. I watched IG, or at least I casted IG's last series versus FPX. Nymira, that was just wacky. Like, Invictus Gaming couldn't close a game. They had a big gold lead in game number 2. They should have won it out. And then just slowly but surely, FPX were able to edge back in the game, and it was really disappointing to see. And it was kind of showing the, I guess, the rough around the edges-ness of this new IG lineup.
Which is, it's a little sad to see, I think, particularly for those who were very excited for Invictus Gaming in the first few weeks of spring when they did come in with, it felt like a band of misfits who had found a way to play the game together and find a way to play their own game together. You had YSKM with like his 4 champions. You didn't play anything else. It was the same 4 champions, but he was really good at them. You had someone like Gideon in the jungle as well, who was kind of supporting the entire team despite... he had a bit of a mixed reputation from previous splits as well. Like, okay, is he really going to be on form? We didn't know. There was a kind of charisma to that roster. It feels like they need to find that charisma again. Despite these roster changes, they're back to the roster which they started summer with, and it is well past time that they need to find form again.
Yeah, look, again, like, for both teams you could say the same thing, but it's just about what's going to happen with the flavor today. And I feel like when we look at this new jungler coming in for IG, Tianjin has had high expectations placed on him because of how well he did in the LDL, but it hasn't transmitted over to the LPL. We've seen his Rengar a couple of times. It has been flavorless. We have seen Tianjin otherwise on things like the Maokai, the Wukong. Again, not that same result that at least we got from Gideon. Wondering what's going to come out today here, Nymera, because we're still in 13-11. We know everything's relatively the same, at least until we go to 13-12, where there are a bit of shakeups. I'm kind of just wondering, like, what IG's direction is going to be here today when we know that a lot of their, I guess, again, to use the word flavors in the early part of the split was basic and it didn't work out for them at all.
And of course, Tianjin coming in back for Beijing, who is now has left the roster. Of course, was a staple for IG post their Worlds winning roster. That I think Munchables was putting out a tweet or two onto Twitter. It's fairly emotive, given how much it felt potential that he had and that roster potentially had, despite the kind of never finding that Worlds form again after that all-star roster.
True.
But that's kind of the end of that era now, and Tianjin has to find some way to make his own space in this roster, like so many of the other players tried to and almost succeeded with in Spring.
Well, we'll find out. Nymera, we're underway. IG RA, it's blue side for IG, and Kasante Renekton as a blue side ban is popping up more and more, and especially against RA. Xiaoshu's had that against him for quite a while now. As IG aren't left with any of the big OPs, instead, we've just got something like the Ari here, which for Cryan, alongside his Annie, is the most played.
So Vi is available. Now that's the one thing which I look at these bans and say, okay, that's the one missing out. You have the Ari for the side of Cryan now, and you really don't want to give over the Vi-Ari combination. We very rarely see that in Pro right now, because everyone takes one of those champions away or bans away that Vi in the first couple of rounds. We don't see that combination all that much. On the other side, though, with the Renekton being banned out, Xiaoshu going to feel very confident in taking away that Jax, but they are letting that Vi go through in favor of that Maokai. That is not something that we see that often in Pro right now.
Very true. I mean, again, as you said, the Vi being partnered up with Ari too on top of that, that's something that a lot of teams aren't willing to give over. So, yeah, just a big question is why is Fiora... It's good to see the confidence. He wants to take the carry matchup in top side, and this is another pick that is often banned against the top laner as well.
Now we have the Maokai-Jace combination coming through. This is the typical Maokai pairing. This is a duo that we've seen from mid-jungle all the way through this year so far. What Maokai does is protect Jace's range advantage. He sits there firing shock blasts, and the Maokai ultimate covers for him when someone like this Ari or the Vi starts going towards him. So real pressure now on Lian to set up Strive for success. Strive has been very important to Rare Atom in terms of his snowballing playmaking play. Maybe this Jace will get exposed though by that Vi Ari. It's a difficult game to play the Jace into.
Yeah, definitely is. Watch how they partner it though, because we already know jungle, we know top side, but Nymera, this is strange. For the first time in a long time, bot is not being seen heavy priority in the first 3 picks of draft on either side, and 380 carries already taken away. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get a 4th against RA.
It is just such an IG draft in its way, though, because you know that You Should Know Me plays like 4 champions. They are, you've got the Fiora in there, you've got the Aurelia in there, you have the Jax. Like, you've got to pick one of these champions before the bans start coming through. So they locked that in first round, and of course with the Vi coming through and not being banned, that just gives so many more topside options, which has left 4 AD carries banned out in the second round of play, a lot of them being lane dominant and early pressure focused. With a lot of them now being off the table, you can see that Rare Atom say, yes, we're playing for range advantage. Jinx, Jace, have that Maokai to keep ourselves safe with that ultimate. IG, you can't really compete on range right now. What's your answer in this bot side?
Well, it's a standard answer, isn't it? Or maybe is it? I mean, look, 13-12, I know at the moment, over in the LCO, when we're looking at some of these teams, they're really loving the Kai'Sa, the Viruses, but that's 13-12. Yeah. We're looking at something a bit more standard here, folks. The Aphelios, the Rakan. So we get some supplementary engage and some primary here for RA. Nymera, run me through, because we've got a bit of range, but we also have a lot of gap close on RA now built up.
So the thing which I love about Aphelios in aggressive compositions is that he has follow-up in a way that very few AD carries do. You throw in the Moonlight Vigil, and there are so many different... if we're going to talk about the IG flavors, Aphelios has a number of different flavors to throw that to. It's like a different flavor of like slushy, or maybe like shaved ice or something. Kind of throws it forward. An Infernum, obviously huge value if everyone's grouped up into a Vi combo, and of course the Rakan grouping up people too. And that Rakan will be a dive buddy for the Vi. The one piece of this composition which sticks out like a sore thumb, is YSKM's Fiora. That doesn't necessarily have the most intuitive team fights. It will, however, have a chance to take over a side lane and open up options for the rest of the team to, again, try and break down this range advantage, which Rare Atom have built up.
And I feel like as well, if we're just talking side lanes, like on their own little island, whichever of that lane gets ahead, it just feels like it's so important to the game state and so important to this first game for RA or for IG. I'm excited nevertheless because it ain't the Ornn, it ain't the Scion, it ain't the Cassante top. We actually get carry pants up there from the boys up in the top lane. Ladies and gentlemen, RA versus IG, it's Fiora versus Jax. We got a lot of explosive power on both sides of Summoner's Rift. If we welcome you to the Dragon Boat Festival here in the LPL for a gorgeous little Thursday, it's going to be a big week ahead, as we say every single week, but for these guys especially, it is going to be an important one. Sitting 1-6 at the moment, 2-5 otherwise for IG and RA respectively. This series means everything if they want to have a last run at playoffs in our 7-week split. A loss here, and you're kicking them down to the trash basket because it just feels way too hard as we get into Summoner's Rift.
Shio's descend into madness as they do it towards the end of it.
LGD always. Laogan,
yeah, I know,
I'm pretty sure we hear every time.
Which is great, because LGD, people forget how huge of a team they were, particularly back in, say, Season 5, obviously, when they ended up becoming champions
The TSM of the LPL.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll never forget that Flash Wolves group of worlds. That was a time and a half. Don't get to do this as often nowadays. Rare Atom are looking to potentially look for a level 1, because you have that Nautilus hook, and they are indeed going to go in and at least put down some early vision. What can they do with this? Maokai fairly good at stealing Raptors at level 1 if they want to stick around here and open up some different jungle options, and indeed, looks like they are going to do that. Jinx AoE going to help a little bit. Strive on this chase. It does help getting onto your enemy champion at level 1 and being able to use that hammer form. Doesn't quite get to do that at level 1 here, though.
True. Cryon spacing well, Orb Deception goes out, and it's an even trade, but still, we'll keep an eye on that Jace, as remember, it is a bot side invade, so red buff start here for Loyen means that he's going to be in the right place at the right time, and they've also got a little cheeky entry ward there, Nymera. You can see towards Raptors, it'll spot Tianjin if he tries to come in and look for his camps, but let's see where the pathing leads him, because we know that Tianjin is aware of this. Hang on a minute. Okay, just little trades. Back to the point, though. I mean, that Vi should be trading paths here. Just a little bit to start our game off, depending.
A lot of damage. Glacial Orb doing good value. Cleanse Force already.
Well, that's a great trade. I mean, Asumi is fired away. Actually, lethal tempo level 2 first, and Arn and Wink in a bit of a jiffy.
And Balan, debut onto Rare Atom.
Yeah.
I was starting to cook up this little line in my head. I haven't done this in a while. I like to relate Rare Atom's team compositions to some kind of Rare Atom. I was thinking with the range advantage, they'd have like a really non-interactive Atom, something like a Noble Gas, which is just like, look, I got a full Electron Shell. I don't want to. I'm just going to bounce off you. Don't worry about it. But as you can see, Rare Atom, they want to start something going early, so maybe not the most apt of comparisons this time around.
Look, I'll be honest. I have no science understanding whatsoever.
Good. That means you can't contest me. You can't call me out on this.
A noble gas. You know, when people say that, I think, what the bloody hell's a noble gas? A gas that's been knighted.
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay. Little sides. Oh, very, very good. I feel very proper.
About that a lot. Thank you. It means a lot to me.
All I know, I'll tell you the one joke I know in a second. Tianjin, I'm going to focus on this first before we go down that path. As he gets the smite down, Loyen actually not contesting. Instead, he's trying to go towards mid lane. Look at where Cryon is. This might be a flash burnt, but it's matched by Loyen, a bramble smash, and a charm in response, but Strive won't care. That puts him in range, and Cryon is dead as anything. The flash comes from Strive next, and it's first blood. But now for Loyen, he has to bramble smash his way out of there as Tianjin looks for the follow, but a Twisted Advance gets the range. And RA escape out of there with a bit of a question mark. Hang on. Strive is trying to get the Fog of War, and he manages to get out alive.
Strive getting out of that alive feels really strange to me, particularly with the flashes expended very early from the mid-jungle of Rare Atom. It felt like maybe Tianjin could have got to, I mean, Wisecamp, you okay there, buddy?
What? Oh, Tianjin with the flash, not giving anything to chance. That's the Fiora matchup you talked about being so important, now elevated.
Okay, so lead towards this top side. Was worried a little bit after a couple of those early trades, and then also mid-jungle going much more in favor of Rare Atom than maybe it should have done in those early few levels. Tianjin not able to get something in the mid-jungle 2v2. Maybe thought he could have flashed onto Strive, maybe flash over Lien. Didn't quite manage to do that, but love to see a replay of exactly how the mid 2v2 went down. And of course, we're seeing a replay, picture-in-picture now of what happened in this top lane. That is close. It's the flash auto attack. Oh, I love seeing flash auto attacks on Fiora. You can redirect your auto attack technically to get the vital halfway through your auto animation. Really slickly done at that point, and very importantly so, gets the heal from the vital.
How exciting is it when top lane is a Cassante versus Sion? I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm in Disneyland. It's actually fun to watch, and as we've already seen, it's pretty tight up there, considering that we did see the summoner that you were just talking about from YSK and Burn. Even though Xiaoshu died there, Nymera, I just want to point out, he still has his flash available, so some outplay potential still worth watching up here.
So definitely worth keeping an eye on that. No flashes available for Lien and Strive, and they will not be available, I don't think, for first Dragon fight, if that's gone towards. That's going to be overcrossed into the bush. Once again, not going to land the stun on that one, but does get out safely. Recall stopped, and that is going to lose a little bit of farm towards here. Xiaoshu trying to at least leverage some kind of farm advantage. Really looking now at that summoner economy. You mentioned it for YSCam compared to Xiaoshu. Very interested to see if we're going to have ourselves some bot side focus now, because we can see where the junglers are potentially pathing towards with Tianjin towards that side of the map, and the dragon is alive.
If we want to talk about bot side focus, just note that there is a massive CS gap with even waves now in the state in bot. Arn is so far behind it, and Nymera, I think it's because Assume got that early trade, pushed out Arn and Wink, and there are a couple of waves missed, at least under turret, that now there's just an advantage they can leverage out of nowhere.
It's definitely something which came out well. Obviously set by Crimes, Charm misses. Sad times in that one. No flashes, of course, to guarantee those skill shots. Will have Tianjin getting closer into that fight. But absolutely, that CS lead becoming a real problem. Jinx, as we said, playing around a range advantage, has champions to help them with that. Rare Atom, if they have a strong AD carry, that helps. That's a good knockup.
It is a knock-up, but it is at a full engage. Arn gets a grab on him. He's already used it. Now for Wink, the trade back is there. Assume trying to use range, but finally some good damage output here by the IG bot side. And Nymera, quick note, it's not the only lane that's winning so hard in CS. Somehow Krine came back to lane and is almost 20 C up himself. Like, what is happening with the CS in this game? Even Loyen has about a 10 CS lead in jungle.
I was about to try and recap that, and I thought, okay, well, Krine did die for this CS lead. That's a little awkward, so at least the gold's somewhat even there. Charmline's in mid lane. Again, you can see that Krine making the use of the early pressure, but every time he's going for these trades, Lian is also in his lane.
Again, a lot's happened already just through the laning phase. Gold is about even. 400 to RA is something you can account for, but IG are the ones who've just picked up the dragon, so take that objective in stride as well as they lead this early game. Now, importantly enough, as we have a bit of time, a duck walks into a bar, Nymera. Yeah. Walks into a bar, buys a bunch of drinks, shouts everything for the bar, right? Couple of shots for everyone. Yeah, you know, no problem.
Awesome. Great duck.
No dramas, you know, he drinks, and he starts walking out the door, and the bartender says, "Hey, mate, you haven't paid for your drinks." And the duck just turns back and says, "Don't worry, mate, put it on my bill." Woohoo! Oh, okay, there you go, and hence the only joke I know.
Well, that one committed some emotional damage to myself.
Good.
Yeah, I don't know where to go with that one. Do you remember when we used to get the duck in Botside River? Occasionally you get a little rubber duck down there as well. There's one which just occasionally hangs around Bot River. I don't see it on these herbs that much anymore. Maybe we'll catch that at some point during the games.
Well, but he's not as high class and mighty as my duck, I tell you that much. RA, bottom side for now. It's Loyen spotted on the water as they clear it out. Top side continues to be spicy as Xiaoshu. Still feels like he's doing well in this matchup. Bit of a CS lead brewing, but he's also got a built-up wave. As Wink now spotted on a ward, this is going to turn into an engage. Loyen is over the wall waiting for Twisted advance, but not sure if he used it on the minions or he's just outside of range. But onto Wink, he finds it regardless with a grand entrance on the way out. IG's bottom lane playing super defensive for the time being as Assume is just giving free reign to get this first plate.
You can absolutely tell. Baolan looks at the IG Rakan skin and goes, I take issue to that. Tries to hook him in, had that good trade very early on, of course, into the laning phase as well. I'm going to personally be tracking that one because I find that very fun. Baolan, of course, his debut on this roster. Having a fairly decent game on the Nautilus right now and setting up Assume for success. Really need to see this Jinx get value, though, later into the game. IG, I think the name of the game for them will be reaching, again, those long-range carries in the back line, especially since they have a couple of kills or a CS advantage to their name right now.
It continues to be the topic of this conversation for game number 1, but Herald and into pause is the priority for RA. Not being contested by IG. I mean, Tianjin spotted it out, but you can see no mid priority. Top side is in favor of Xiaoshu as well. Nymera, RA playing really well off their lane state right now, and it's giving Luyan a bit of an edge.
Exactly what I was going to mention as well. Xiaoshu missed out on the solo kill, did die for that one and towards top side, and died to the intervention of the jungle, but has been doing very well in terms of where their waves have been. Seeing in the replay, recalls cancelled. That's what we're seeing. We do occasionally see that thrown out by the Jinx. Low cooldown on the ultimate helps you get some steal a march from the enemy team, particularly when you trade for a Herald against the crescendum of the Aphelios. You typically expect to lose a couple of plates. You're still going to lose a couple here, even despite the attempt of that stop recall.
1, maybe 2, just waiting for that last hit. Doesn't come through, but it's on a cusp here for IG's bottom lane. So as they push in yet again, we'll see if they can achieve it, and that'll put Arn back into some kind of contention here in this game. When he was about 20 CS behind, able to pick up on some of that CS gap as well as that plate just falls in front of us. As yeah, top side. That's what we want to see. Show us a little bit more. Why is KM? He's got his flashback as well. So just mine that out playability that we saw a little bit before. As things continue to heat on up here. Tianjin looking for an angle here, Nymera, but he will be spotted on a ward. So for R8, nice comfort knowing that Luyan can hover and get a response if need be.
We do have level 6s, of course, available from the mid-jungle of the Vi and the Ahri. One of the things we mentioned very early in draft is, hey, the Vi made it through. We don't really see Vi Ahri that much because it's a very strong mid-jungle combination. What can they do with this? We haven't really seen that much connection between Tianjin and Cryin so far in this game, but they have good openings and some good targets to take down. Even something like the Maokai is not particularly tanky, especially before first item.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's only sitting on components, but you're right. Even with the first item, still very approachable. And I think, as you said, we want to see a little bit more from IG's mid-jungle duo, and this was kind of the problem that we saw on Tuesday. As always into pause with that top lane. I was going to say that Tuesday was rough, because Nymera, it was IG's indecision. It was their lack of decision-making, I think is a better way to put it, that really hurt them. And it was through early game, through mid game, where IG just didn't have the know-how on how to advance the game. So hopefully here today we see a little bit more improvement as Tianjin is setting up for topside without Herald, but maybe for a bit of a gank to make this a 1v2, if possible, and get YSKM even more elevated, sitting on that first component, or rather first item of the game.
Drinker, I think in this game, if YSKM can get onto Lian, Baolan, or Xiaoshu, or multiple of them, I think that's enough low-range champions to burst out the front line or burst out a side lane situation. He doesn't have a teleport for this fight. Dragon will likely be going down towards Rare Atom, especially since those resets came in through IG and they don't have any vision control. They're still walking into River, though.
Tianjin's going to be late, though. It's still Dragon. It's Wink almost getting dredge lined in. It's Cryin, being half HP, but a mile away. They take that quite comfortably. It's even over the wall, Wink fishing, but they're not going to go the full mile. Instead, RA even up the objective score, and in this quiet early game, I think it's going to be a little bit slower considering that we have no rush towards that soul. We're just everyone getting towards their first item and chilling out. Like Strive now with the Dustblade. No dramas. He's just going to push some turret plating, back off, not take any unnecessary risks.
We'll say it's a slower game than IG probably wanted. I think when you look at the champions which they have, now is the time to start striking, particularly again with the mid-jungle. But I think that indecision, maybe a bit of imprecision, especially in their timings, IG feel a little bit late to the plays which they could be making. They potentially can get something like a Herald stop here. It's winding up. They're going to get it. I think they are.
Oh my god, they do indeed. That is rough here for RA. Speaking of which, we got ulti for ulti in the top side. YSKM gonna get that grand challenge, but Xiaoshu in the elongated fight, always gonna win. He flushes and dunks him. That Divine Sunder proc was mighty from Xiaoshu for the solo kill.
You should know me. More like who asked. Xiaoshu has, outside of that first death, I've been saying that the whole year. Don't you say a damn word, Asterix. Xiaoshu has sat there and really won over the lane states time and time again, despite that first death. He's winning out on the Jax matchup right now.
As Cryin TP's on in, and it's not going to be the Jax matchup anymore. It's that Bramble Smash that needs to come in, or rather, Nature's Grass that needs to connect that Luoyan is unable to. So Cryin just sits there, pops his ulti, but under turret, RA try to commit a 5-man dive. Nymera, they try to use everything for this, and bot is now just opened up for Arn to take his free real estate.
And that's a bit of an awkward moment from Rare Atom. You don't have the Ariel right now, but you do have Vi. What can they do with that?
Well, they're going to use it onto Luoyan. Still comes through as Wink's now flying in. RA a bit of a whoopsie as he flashes over the wall. Cryin matches and now finds himself a kill, but Xiaoshu's back on in. His Counter-Strike not finding the mark, but he still does so much damage. Dredge line against the wall. Baolan trying it out as Assume gets Tian Gen with a depth charge as well. Here comes Reset City, and Assume is flying through the skies. A triple kill to get excited about, and RA turning off the back foot to make a successful play.
IG, they just overcommit towards top side. If they could have made it out alive, look how much this fellas just got towards bot side. But Arn says, hey guys, I'm taking an inner turret. The Jinx still gets 3 kills. Rare Atoms still find themselves advantages towards this top side of the map, and what could have been so great for IG fizzles out because Rare Atom pulled the trigger so well.
I mean, Xiaoshu having a field day of it on this Jax as well. We'll look at the replay again because Nymera, it does start with his solo kill that does open up that top side a little bit more for RA.
Now you do have the first item coming in for the Fiora. It is the Gore Drinker, which helps you proc the vitals fairly quickly because the activation from the item can get towards that. But just the huge amount of individual damage from Xiaoshu is more than enough to take that one down. YSCam getting really burst out at that point. This is a little bit awkward now because what you don't see in this fight is the fact that you don't have the Ahri ultimate. That was just used because Leon blew that under turret just before this and then forced the flash out of the Ahri. And then suddenly what is normally a very safe mobile champion doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. Xiaoshu is absolutely running rampant, and Rare Atom managed to walk completely all over IG towards the top side.
And give Assume a triple kill as well. This Jinx now almost at 2 items. Already had a lane lead coming out with CS, but I mean, Assume is set up to carry in this game as Wink steps a bit too far forward, and look who's on the other side. Xiaoshu getting the flash out of the enemy support. Another big brain play coming through as RA now with second Herald as well. Bit of a gold lead, but I feel like Nymera, we're seeing control exercised really nicely here by a red-sided team.
Absolutely, and it speaks to that composition as well. When you have the Maokai with the range advantage, it really helps when you can start things off with the Maokai ultimate and just hold IG at the range you want them, right? Assume was never in danger in the last fights that they were taking, despite Leon going down. He did his job more than fine. If this continues to happen throughout the game, we're getting beyond the first item now. I think this is really where Rare Atom, particularly with the huge damage coming in from Xiaoshu as well, through his own individual plays, Rare Atom are feeling very comfortable right now, unless IG find themselves finally a way to proactively make themselves a play to take someone off the board.
Bringing that Vi, that Ahri together, we talked about it. Such an iconic mid-jungle duo that we haven't really seen exercise nicely. But as you were saying, I mean, RA, on top of that, the range point you brought up in draft. Now with that one item, now with that item advantage too, range is getting ever so apparent in some of these fights as Assume is exercising that greatly. RA in River right now, though, this could be dangerous. It's a flash away. Strive had to burn his summoners as with the ultimate out, Nature's Grass now down. It's Dragon season, and IG might have a window here with RA losing quite a bit.
Now, I think particularly with the Maokai ult being down, again, the range advantage is what Rare Atom are playing around. You need the Maokai ult to protect that as best you can. So Rare Atom, they're not going to walk into the jaws of the Dragon Pit. Stops the recalls with that Jinx ult, and potentially gives Rare Atom a few more seconds to play around this Herald push and around this enemy jungle.
His Wink caught out, he is a Rakan, should be fine, but as you were saying, mid is now just opened up that much more. Teleporting topside while Xiaoshu is taken down the turret by himself. It's YSCam coming in, but will he regret this one? Xiaoshu not fully committing, trying to lure them in as RA are moving between Fog of War, but Nymera off the back of that play, off the Herald, getting the charge. 4,000 gold all of a sudden in RA's back pocket.
First Herald died before it could hit the first mid lane out of turret. Second one goes right the way towards the init. Can't get towards the inhibitor, but Rare Atom doing a really good job of opening up the mid lane structures. That's very important. They've already got a lot of wards into the enemy jungle. That gets much easier when IG don't have turrets to kind of mount these entrances into the jungle and kind of support their own vision control. So Rare Atom, big victory for them there. And Xiaoshu starting to be a real problem in this side lane. YSCam picked this Fiora, knowing the matchup, knowing it's a very favorite champion of his, but can't make it work beyond that first kill.
You can see Xiaoshu getting that solo inner turret golden top side as well. has netted him an item advantage in this matchup too. Black Cleaver now fully complete, where you're sitting on only a pickaxe with Ninja Tabis for YSKM. So level lead is also going to tell that same story in top side. As RA said before, it's about a 4K gold lead, maybe a little bit under, but it's still showing a lot of control in this game as 2 items not only just hit by that top side, but by mid as well in Strive. Assume now with the Gale Force 2 on this Jinx. Might be matched by Arn with the free turrets he got towards bot side, but you're still looking at how dangerous Assume's going to be with the range advantage we talked about, and with RA's control of the map now snugging out some of the vision in IG's own jungle.
The win conditions from IG are getting quite difficult now. Looking at the itemization as well, it's something I talk about with Ari a lot because I play too much of this champion and I talk about the builds a little bit too much. I think at this point, if you're reaching a target, it's going to be hard to do damage. You don't have a Leandro, Arn, the only damage getting caught out already.
Yeah, flashed out, the pokes there as well. Dreadfine in, Jinx Rocket, the AoE not needed. It's tried to pick up the kill as Baolan has to flash away before he's dead meat as well. But Loyan, his angle so dangerous. The cleanse away from Arn though. The turnaround is great. Arn picks up the kill, his first of the game. And maybe too big for their boots were RA in their attempt to get more.
Very ambitious dive at the last bit of that fight from Lian. The first bit of it, though, again, you can see the difficulty which IG have. They only really have the one damage source right now with YSKM falling behind and Cryan going towards an Everfrost build. You need this Aphelios to do damage. Luckily, the Maokai oversteps at that point, but this is going to be something we're going to continue to see more of. Rare Atom, they are very much in control of the game, and their damage is so much easier to put out, especially with the gold lead they have.
Look at the replay again, because as you were saying, this was a bit of an overstay, and it all started with Arn stepping up here and Baolan just getting an instant ult.
As soon as that depth charge goes down, you know if you are stood in range of Jace by the time that thing hits, that is going to be Strive adding in a full shock blast on top of that too. Arn is forced to flash. He doesn't have the ability to stand still and become that living turret, which Aphelios can do with his own turret to put down. And again, it's just very lucky that Lian overestimates his team's ability to follow up onto Arn after he goes in a second time.
Gives a bit of room for IG. Means that push stops right there, and then Arn is able to get some gold away. But after we come back from the replay, it still is maintaining that 4K lead for RA here in this first game, and we're going to Dragon up in a minute 10. Remember as well, it is Mountain. They don't have any hardcore tanks, I guess you could say, outside of the Mount Cup, but he's still a supportive build here, Nymera, so I guess the positive is stats are stats, right? And RA with their control of the map. It feels pretty easy to take it away.
The Mr. Incredible meme is just like, math is math, stats are stats. They do help, they do. And Maokai can be fairly hard to kill. He's still a jungler, he's still 3 levels down on the solo lanes. We just get Xiao Shu, so he's not necessarily back to his Season 4, Season 5 heyday of incredible tankiness. Baron now started, IG need to mount themselves and approach somehow, but this is just dying so quickly and the Maokai is going to fend them off.
It really is. Trying to get around it is IG. The smite might not connect, but it doesn't matter. And goodbye, Tien Gen. To his death, it looks like IG might have a wish for it. Arn is still alive, though, but Strive is in the backside. They may have found a soon, but for IG, this game is so hard with Xiao Shu in the mix. A flash on top of Cryan. Strive doesn't need to help out. Xiao Shu's got this taken away as Lian dies at the end to YSKM, but RA getting the Baron on their 2 solo laners. That's all you need.
Brief candle in the wind when Arn managed to get some damage across that Baron fight is just snuffed out. Again, Rare Atom, they are much more decisive than Invictus Gaming in Game 1, and IG feels like a lot of these picks, which are very strong in meta, the Vi, the Ahri, everything about this bot lane as well, just haven't been firing on all cylinders. They've been a little bit slow to the punch, not for the first time this game. It feels like they've arrived a little bit late. This one you can kind of understand. They don't have control of the map, they don't have vision control, and Rare Atom are just so much more decisive and force IG into a very bad spot where they have to disengage after using far too much going forwards.
He's just so big. I mean, it started in the early game. Xiao Shu has been a menace for IG to deal with all game long. This Jax might only be 2-1-3, but it feels like he's so much worse as RA off the back of it, a Baron. They've now got the second dragon of their own. Another mountain dragon picked up. There's no Elder chance for IG here in this game, it feels like. And Nymera, even though gold's been close to some regard, even though there's been trade kills, it just feels like RA have been the ones who have been in control for at least 95% of this game.
The Edge of Night on Strive makes a snap engage very hard. 4-0-3. Doing so much damage, utilizing that damage well. And a reminder, talking about the solo lanes of Rare Atom, we've had Xiaoshu come in to be the first top laner into Rare Atom besides Cube for this organization. Since they've been in the LPL, this is their first split without that long-term top laner for them. He's moved on to Team WE, of course, and Strive been fighting for his own position on the starting roster of Rare Atom, and in this game, the solo laners are where a lot of these advantages are being found for Rare Atom.
Even the debut of Baolan's been pretty solid as well. His first game of the split, if anyone was wondering, and even though Feather's been great on the engaged champions, Baolan not too bad himself as he's the engaged, so speaking of which, onto Strive. But Tianjin using everything on the solo lane. It means Assume gets the reset and free fire in the back line. His double comes through as Arn and Cry now the next target. You may have found a bit of damage, but you found no kill. As Teleport returns Strive to the scene of the crime, as Arn takes one shot, but not one kill. Assume out of his ulti. But it won't be long before it respawns as IG have to leave this one for dead. Inhibitor turret and inhibitor dropping just like that. As RA just seems like they can't do anything wrong here in this first game.
It's another attempt about 15 minutes too late from Cryan and Tianjin. It felt like maybe that combo could have worked out when they first hit their ultimates. They could have killed Strive earlier into the game, but it's just not happened soon enough. They waited around a little too long, and if you give this composition from Rare Atom time, you can see what they're doing right now. They build up to multiple items beyond the first item. Feels like they start to really eclipse what Invictus Gaming bring to the table. It starts where they combo with the smite away of the spell shield. Of course, that's one of the things we saw with the buy into the Sivir meta. You can deny that spell shield, that helps. But you're still not hitting with the Q. You're not hitting with a huge amount of damage from the Ahri either, who's behind the game and doesn't necessarily have the most individual damage right now. Strive even getting the Duskblade proc afterwards to keep himself completely alive from any incidental damage, which might have threatened.
Close to burning down, but still worth mentioning, might have just helped him cross the line as RA. It's 8,000 now. Baron's up in 2 minutes. We don't have a Dragon for a while, so let's see what damage they can do now that the lanes are their full priority. As Xiaoshu on the bot side, by the way, has a Zhonya's Hourglass as his third item.
Jack's
so that'll be
things,
interesting to see. Absolutely, level 16 as well. On top of that, some fun itemization is definitely going to come in handy when versing a Fiora.
Does, and it helps you just dive into the backline, flash in, go stasis, wait until your second counter-strike comes up. See if that will be the killer blow for Rare Atom against IG in this first game. Holding on to just the barest amount of their turrets in their base. Rare Atom, again, if the range advantage wasn't bad enough, you now have to sit under this siege with the Jinx Zaps, with potential of a hook or a depth charge coming in, and then Strive pouring in Shock Blast from off-screen.
Might be the last hurrah here. RA ulting in. It's Luyan. Helps them get closer towards the turret as Baolan not getting the dredge line. Tianjin jumps in, but is it going to be to his death? The Swing is just dredge lined as well. Excuse me, death charge. RA surviving as their pokes flying through. Luyan about to engage, but doesn't need to as Xiaoshu avoids that grand challenge. YSKM, the strongest member outside of Arn, but Arn is dead and gone. IG left with support, left with top, left with nothing in this game one. And in 28 minutes, RA have shown us how dominant they can be. IG were a flame in the wind, but much like it, were blown out after 28 minutes of RA domination.
Really feels like Rare Atom understood their team composition just so much more than Invictus Gaming understood theirs. Felt like that mid-jungle combination was a little too late to the punch. Didn't really see what has made this meta combination so meta over the last year and a half.
Yeah.
And Rare Atom now, they walk away from that first game with a lot of confidence, I feel like. There were a lot of good individual performances. I think, in particular, top lane, I think you have to talk about that one as that was the variable matchup. That was the one that could have gone wrong. And despite the first kill being given over, Xiaoshu, his wave control was excellent. The way he entered fights was excellent. And that is going to be a big problem, considering how much faith IG continue to put in You Should Know Me in the top side.
I mean, there's a reason that I feel like for Xiaoshu, he's had this banned against him, right? 33% of the time on red side. 50% of the time against RA, Jax has been banned. Like, Xiaoshu has been given respect. Even the Cassante, which is another of his big picks, everyone's picks realistically.
Renekton was a first-round ban?
Yeah, it has been, right? So there's a lot of champions that people know Xiaoshu for, and at least in the scene, he is growing to be a fearsome top laner. Is that Jax? I guarantee you will be banned against him again like other teams have done. And now we know the reason why this Jax is so heavily banned against this top lane.
I mean, you have YSKM on the other side. this is the one team where I wouldn't necessarily question a first pick Jax. I'm just throwing it out there. Game 2, we'll see what happens with that one. I mean, I think that top lane difference is something which IG had gotten the better of, particularly early into mid-spring. It felt like that was where they were getting these unseen advantages because YSKM was so good at playing those individual 1v1s. Xiaoshu, though, as you said, making a real name for himself, and particularly for him on this roster as well. Rare Atom were always the Cube team. Cube was a good individual top laner. He's still doing very well in the next roster he's on as well. He's on the undefeated Team WE roster. But Xiaoshu is making a place for himself, and despite that damage, you know, not being at the level of, guess what, the Jace who's been firing in, you know, Mac rounds from orbit, he's doing a very good job of putting in the damage where it counts.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, we knew Strive was going to be at the top charts, and especially when we saw him entering some of these fights, who could have guessed, but look, at least, you know, Crime was able to win some of the laning phase, get some of that CS advantage back. But, Namira, I think our criticism for IG has to start in the fact that this mid-jungle duo did hardly anything. Crime wasn't on the map at all. And he might have done damage in lane in some points, but, like, this is the same problem I was saying with IG the other day. Their proactivity is just not there. I think they're one of the quietest teams with knowing how to create advantage or what to do with the lead. They're a team that kind of sit on their laurels too much.
And I think with this mid-jungle combination, I know we talked about it a lot because it's so important. So many teams in the world with that combination would just end the game. And I think it's a great litmus test to tell what skill set your mid-jungle has. If you're a good, proactive, playmaking, skirmish mid-jungle, this is the combo which will show you the best ability to do that because it is so point and click. You have so much engage range. You just need a little bit of vision control and then pick the squishy targets. I get there's a Maokai and a Jack standing between you and your target, but they should still be targets nonetheless. No one on that team should be safe from the Viorian combination. But it felt like the first attempt we had at that was at the bot lane inhibitor turret at 25 minutes. That should have happened 15 minutes earlier. The timing was just not there from Invictus Gaming. Just as we saw through the entire game, they were always late to the punch.
Yeah, again, disappointing from IG, but still great stuff from RA in game number 1. We'll take a break and hopefully we get a little bit more out of Invictus Gaming. Otherwise, RA will walk over them like they did in that last game.
由伤害虹桥北望西岸的 LPL 0622号航班已到达。
here in Shanghai, IG and RA are battling out for our first little series. And let me tell you, RA came in red hot as game one was a 28-minute win. IG shut down, and honestly, didn't really give us too much to talk about on Mysterix. This is Nymera, and speaking of talking about, at least RA did, with Strive getting MVP for game number one. Feel like Xiaoxu was a little bit robbed here. Just going to say that with his impact, but hey, Strive did damage. He played a solid game on the Jace, and that's all that matters.
He was playing the Jace. It was a Jace comp. It was range advantage, protected by a couple of ultimates and a strong front line, and it worked very well for Strive. Did get a little bit rolled in the very early lane, but slapped back with a kill very early on. And despite eating that CS lead, it started to get some real damage rolling. I agree. I think Xiaoxu in that top side really requires a shout out for his own individual play. It felt like that could have been the lost condition for Atom if You Should Know Me got ahead because of Xiaoxu's individual play. It didn't happen though, and it allowed Strive to really pick up the DPS numbers. And as soon as they got through to these later game fights, IG, they'd already fallen off by the time that they'd chosen to fight so far down when it came to the big fights of the game.
And I mean, honorable mentions, people like YSK, I think Arn as well. They were the two biggest of IG in the game. But as you said, so far behind, didn't matter too much as Xiaoxu hunted them down and took numbers. I mean, you can say the same about Assume as well. Set up for success on this Jinx. And in the end, it was just too much to handle. It's like, look at the damage coming out of this man. Hot damn. He just took over as well.
Baolan, of course, making his debut on this roster and had a solid Nautilus game. You know, it's the player which I'm sure a lot of people out there, you know, they'll remember him from his glory days and think, oh, you know, he never reached that level again. And sure, you know, he's not up at that kind of IG Worlds kind of standard, but he is starting to find himself a comfortable base to work with. And for a team like Rare Atom, I think some stability in that support role, particularly since they've been trying to replace Southwind, who retired after spring. That's been something that they've been looking for. Baolan with this game, we'll see if he can keep up with that, but that's a good start.
Yeah, it really is. And again, you know, we don't expect Baolan to be the superstar. I think people see him as a world champion, but he's someone who can be quite solid as a player. He's not like I think a Crisp in Prime or someone like a Lumal in 2020 JDG. You know, even goes so far to say he's missing right now as well. Like, he's a player who in the past has been, a little bit explosive, but he doesn't go so far out of his way. So against his old organization, kind of just expecting to see, you know, again, another solid performance from Baolan, especially when what he's going up against today doesn't seem too threatening. And to say that, Nymera, I think is quite fair considering that IG in game number one, there wasn't much proactivity. There wasn't too much outside of maybe Arn taking some plates in the bottom side and pushing his advantage, or YSCam trying to do something. Like, IG felt pretty cold, pretty quiet for a comp that we wanted to kind of see rolling in that first game.
You take that composition and you give it to someone like a BLG or whatever, and you can see exactly what the potential is of those kind of champions. Yes, I know that's not a fair comparison. BLG can probably do that on any couple of champions right now, given their own form. But we have gotten to know a lot about the things like the Rakan being picked into a lot of these lanes, and we've kind of assumed that the Rakan can survive those laning phase and get out onto the map. Didn't really happen for Wing, sadly, and now we've got ourselves a side change coming in. IG moving over towards that red side, which is strange. They would have had that game side choice going into game two, but RA, they won on that red side. Now they get to see if they can finish off the series in blue.
Well, Renekton starts off the banning phase yet again, Nidalee as well alongside, especially when going up against Luoyan. You got to be a little bit careful about what comes out of his jungle pool, as that respects his place across. But Nymera, because they've got rid of the Nidalee, let me just say, we've got things like Cassante, we've got Nico still available. Zeri/Yumi combination is still there as well. I'm kind of worried that we're letting a bit too much through, as even the Annie banned away, something OP is making it through.
Especially banning away the Annie on blue side. You have to feel that normally blue side wants one powerful thing to be left up, so you can not allow red side to come back with two powerful things in return. The Nico banned away, of course, that's been a staple of the mid lane pool, particularly for someone like Strive, who, as we said, has been a very... You know, we said last game, I'm going to cut off that last point completely. Yeah. We thought the Jax might be banned, but we did say if there was any team that would first pick the Jax, it would be You Should Know Me from Invictus Gaming. Rare Atom have one up that and said, aha, we know that you're going to pick that Jax first pick. We will do it first.
Wow, okay. When Zeri Yumi's available, there you go, IG. Take it, man. Like, still the most potent bottom lane, at least in the league. It's 13-11, folks. It still sucks, as in is great, as in we all hate it, but there it is. Yeah. Oh, I hate this stupid duo, honestly.
I am really interested to see what Assume and Baolan have to answer this duo. We've heard some whisperings of things like Twitch being good into the Zeri. It can scale up against it. We've seen Tristana do well into the Yuumi. Typically, that's been with the Milio early on, so not necessarily going to be available this time. The Vi Ari is still up and available to hand away. IG couldn't make that work in game 1, but now Rare Atom have a chance to pick that duo themselves. And Leanne in Spring, particularly for the first half of Spring, was a very proficient Vi player alongside the likes of Strive on his playmakers as well. You have to expect the Vi is going to be locked in here, unless you feel the really strong need to lock in something like an Aphelios before it gets banned away. I don't know, I feel like you need to go for the mid-jungle duo, right?
You have to pick Vi against Zeri. Anything else, and you are just running it in Game 2 draft, honestly. Vi is such a good response to Zeri, and it's such a good lock-on for a champion that likes moving around at least a kilometer a second. So a good option here for Luoyan. As you said, Springy played it a lot. He's only picked it up once in summer, but we know what Luoyan can do with it. As now that they're situated, I'm curious about IG here, Nightmare. Instead of looking at a jungler, they're just like, forget it. Let's get a good mid matchup, at least for the first 6 levels. Put Cryan in a point of power.
It's an important note you put in there, though, because this is not going to be a counter for the entire game. Yes, you're pretty good at disengaging when you are not the first target, because you press Q and R and you get a load of orbs on the floor, and then you can scatter the weak through the entire team. Very good in a lot of team fights. When you have one person diving into the play, you stun everyone behind them. But as soon as you get to the ultimates being unlocked from the Vi Ari, despite the fact that we saw that Tianjin and Cryan not able to utilize that in game 1, this is still a very potent pick combo. And against low mobility champions like that Syndra, and heck, even the high mobility champions like the Zeri and the Yuumi, this combo will always reach the target that they want to hit.
They will indeed. As I just need to point out, that is a no ban from IG. That's a topic change because, I mean, I guess they got Zeri Yuumi. They go, what the hell? Why do we need to ban
Give him a freebie now.
Oh, God. Okay. Invictus Gaming, just on a different wavelength. Yeah, let's do another no ban. We don't need to ban anything. Got Zeri Yuumi. We can pick Cassante on 4. Like, I mean, does YSK
That is so strange, though. That is so very strange. I suppose you could have banned away supports or AD carries at this point. I am very surprised that, and that would be the cause of this surprise. I mean, if it was the kind of thing where I think the only reason you would ever no ban is when in the first round you have picked exactly the same roles. Everyone's picked top lane, jungle, and mid lane, and all the AD carries are up, all the supports are up, and you say, you know what? I'm not going to remove my self options, particularly if you can first pick on that fourth pick as well, and then you can counter pick whatever they throw up in the last one. Even then, I think that's very questionable. I think there are always champions which are stylistically better for your team than the enemy team, and vice versa, which means that bans always have value like that. So it's pretty obvious that that's been a bit of a draft bug. I'd imagine we're going to be sorting that out soon.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Maybe the no ban, yeah, again, was something that should have been there. So we'll wait and see what that is. But at the very least, I think overall, we can all say Zeri Yuumi just sucks. Like, as a champion duo, how uninteractive, how... Man, I don't know. I just... like, League of Legends is a great game. How much history it's had is incredible. You know, 13 solid years and going on. But... let's just get rid of those champs, I reckon. We've got Nefari coming out, another positive note.
Yeah,
that champion looks... and the release is incredible. Like, props to Riot. The teaser trailer is sick. The artwork is awesome. The champion is just a full-on assassin in full doggo mode. I feel like we got another wolf in League of Legends. Anyone hasn't checked that out? Released about 7 hours ago. We'll have to get rid of champions one day. I think it's completely fair. There is such a thing as too many champions in League of Legends.
Yeah.
First to go, Zeri Yuumi.
There is definitely, because this comes into a whole load of different topics, right? Because then you have to view League. League is a very unique game in the way that it actually has huge draw. Obviously in esports, that's why we're here. We love the esports side of it, but also in terms of very differing levels of play as well. And I know a great many friends of mine who love to learn to play the game on something like that Yuumi. The problem is that Yuumi, when it hyper synergizes like something like with the Zeri, it becomes so out of control with the best players in the world, and we've seen it again. I think we've had one loss in the LPL on Zeri Yuumi put together right now. For a while it was undefeated. And even without the Zeri, the Yuumi still had a very high presence and a very high ban rate as well. I'd imagine we're going to have the same part of the draft up until the second round of bans. That's why we're speedrunning it through to that point, but you're absolutely right. Yeah. When you have so many champions in the game, eventually you have to consider options about that, because suddenly you're going to have so many different archetypes overlap that a ban is just kind of half a ban, because you can just pick the other champion which covers that niche.
True. So we're going to go through and just talk a little bit about what to expect next, because IG and RA are just locking in up to a certain point. I believe it was the no ban. I'm looking for a bit of an update here. Haven't found one yet, but just again, assume that as Syndra was picked in this slot. I'm assuming Cryan's just going to do the same.
Oh, very different.
Never mind. It wasn't Syndra, it was Rengar. Alrighty, Tianjin's back on the horse, and let's see if this time around he can do something with the pick.
Okay, so very interested about how that one's going to work out, because Rengar is very auto-attack based in terms of his damage, so if you're trying to dunk on Xiaoshu in a side lane, if that's your option, that can be a bit awkward. I'm personally quite a fan of playing the Ahri into the Rengar, because you can go for something like a stopwatch or a Zhonya's. You can also, if you stand under a turret, you can occasionally cancel his jump with your charm. That's a fun one to work with as well. So Tianjin has to be aware of the counterplay available from Rare Atom, and then also the Vi ulting you is not something you can cleanse away with an empowered W. So IG really banking on the fact that it's going to be familiarity with Tianjin on this Rengar, but it hasn't really, as you said, had much flavor to it, despite him showing it before.
He's gone Gore Drinker both times, and it has just annoyed me to no end. He's a Rengar OTP, so what do I know? But still, when Youmu's and lethality items have a really pressing point in this meta, I want to see if he goes full on hit, or rather, you know what I mean, guys. Full lethality, full damage. Especially when it looks like IG are going to be playing some volatility in the solo lanes with, what, Tristana, Gwen looked at. Like, they want to win lanes this time, Nymera, and IG want to snowball to the point where they have comfortability for the late game regardless with that bottom lane.
So pushing mid lane is going to be achieved, particularly with RE starting W level 1. You don't get lane control, especially against Tristana that has options to start either with the Q or the E level 1. Faster attack speed or the bomb on top of your head, neither of which are particularly happy eventualities for you. So we've had a couple of supports removed away. It does mean that the AD carries are going to be up and available for Rare Atoms to get their hands on the Aphelios, which has been incredibly powerful in the LPL in summer. It feels like a lot of our AD carries have really been flourishing on this pick once again, particularly with the new items coming through. And despite the engaged supports coming through, Leon says, don't worry, Balan. Don't really need an extra dive buddy this time. Already got my mid laner for that. Pick up yourself a lane which can go toe-to-toe in terms of enchanters in that bot side.
Well, yeah, standard stuff from what we know in previous metas. On the other side, IG just doing something a little bit different. Hey, there's the cannon locked in, and look, I know it's going to be a Bruiser Rengar coming through again in this game number 2, because let's be real about how the comp plays out. Nymera, it looks fun from IG. Before I get you to explain it to me, though, I need to tell everyone what actually happened. Cryan reported a wrong champion select. That's why, according to official rules, they offered a remake. IG took the remake, and that's why the previous ban pick remained up before the wrong pick, which was that Syndra, which is now a Rengar. So tell me, Nymera, what does IG's comp do? Because there is a lot of explosive power.
I'm still trying to figure that one out, because I look at this and it feels like the composition is pulling apart in a couple of different directions. You do have a good top lane matchup with the Kennen into the Jax. That's a quote-unquote counter matchup, but a lot of the team is not really set up to allow the Zeri Yuumi to achieve its full potential as well. It's very much based on very quick engages from that Kennen to lock people in place so the Zeri can start running rampant. I think the Rengar is going to struggle to be teamfight engaged. It's going to have to really be snowball, early jungle dominance to get value out of that Rengar pick so the double AD carries can have space to make things work. If you don't shut down the Vi, the Ahri, and everything else about Rare Atom, I do feel like the squishy composition from Invictus Gaming can get pulled apart very easily in Game 2.
Well, look, RA, at the very least, going something a bit more standard. We know so far they've been cleaner in the execution-wise, so it's up to IG to really make this game happen. It's up to IG to stop this loss streak. They are on a 6-loss streak with only picking up 1 series win at the start against LGD. But so far in their 6 losses, IG have picked up 1 singular game win in those series. And it was against EDG. It's now against RA. Can they break the mold a little bit more? Or are they destined to sit 1-7 and ultimately sit in a spot that feels unrecoverable for them in the 2023 summer split.
Interesting rune choices. Look, if you we're going to have plenty of time to talk about that one, don't you worry. But in that mid lane, we're seeing the Airy picked up by the Ahri, so good luck pronouncing that one. This is all about lane dominance from Strive. I very much understand it. The bone plating also very important too. Tristana takes a lot of very bursty trades that can help you survive through that. You don't often see the Airy come through for the Ahri. This is all about that early lane dominance, which is where Tristana wants to start pushing in that lane. This is a direct response to saying, look, this pushing mid into jungle invade style, potentially coming in from Invictus Gaming, is how you win the game. Runes taken to combat that, I think, have a lot of value here from Strive.
Yeah, and I'll be looking towards mid as well, getting your insight, because on top of just knowing the matchup, I mean, for Crying, lethal tempo, something we've seen here and there. We've also seen a lot of Halo Blades come through from Tristana for that enhanced laning phase we talked about. Curious to see how Tianjin interacts with it nevertheless, as he's on blue to kick things off, but it is also a bottom side start here for Luoyan. As speaking of bottom, I mean, Arn and Wink trying to push their advantage as Wink absorbs the damage, hops on, and Arn just sits here willy-nilly trying to hit 2 first.
Yumi's still fairly strong at that level 1 because you're never really under threat of dying at level 1 to an enchanter.
True.
The only time you're really in danger is again when you're against something very hard engaged. You do lose that level 2 rush though, which does mean that Assume gets his abilities back up and available, spins around, Beyblades on them, gets some damage down.
I guess with Affiliation, not too worried about the level 2, as the duo that we hate is going to sit there and just wait for the wave to crash in. At the very least, just note that jungle is still down here. As hang on, there's a cleanse. Forward they go. Arn and Wink getting some good damage down onto Baolan next, and soon tries to heal up with the Severum. Arn actually in a bit of danger here as Wink jumps off looking for that passive, but I guess the healing will commence from here on out. Close stuff here in the bottom lane, as we expected.
Even in that first game, though, reminded that though things started to go a little well for IG at various points across the map, the bot lane became quickly under huge issue. Lost a lot of CS up until Arn could get himself a couple of towers in a bit of an awkward cross-map situation. In this one, you see that Assumed Baolan once again starting to stamp their feet, hold their ground, get something working on that top side. And we're waiting now to see where IG are going to start throwing their own punches. I do think that Tianjin has himself a option for some aggressive plays early on. He's hit level 4, he has double buffs, has himself that Rage, Ferocity rather. I keep forgetting the resource name. I'm not a Rengar player myself. I've never played this champion. I've just looked at this guy and I'm just like, what is this resource? What is this? He's very powerful when he stacks it up.
You say it's called Ferocity?
I think so.
Something like that. Close enough as is Strive in trouble. Good charm, actually. Tianjin wasn't even close to getting the leap, but still a charm to stop the play in action as he now moves towards the bottom side. Ward might have spot Luoyan on this path here as Smite's not available. Nor is the bowler strike to get in range either. Luoyan just getting the scuttle and getting out, knowing that Tianjin now on the bottom side of the map too.
Awkward thing about Rengar, you really need those brushes to play around in these early fights in particular too. In mid lane, very hard to get yourself mid lane plays off unless you somehow bait and mind game the mid laner onto the right side of the river compared to you. Lian takes that scuttle down towards, away from that pixel brush as well, so no real chance for Tianjin to get involved in that play. So we're yet to see again the first Haymaker thrown by IG. Really feel like they need to get themselves some snowball. Do think that this Rengar will struggle as the game goes on. Not really sure what his role in the composition will be. A lot of the team very, very squishy. Feels like he's forced to go something a bit more survivable with that Gourd Rinker, which you were mentioning before. But that just doesn't feel good in this game either.
The usual what he did in the LDL was Tianjin, bottom side, he returns. I mean, look, he's backing in Fog of War for the time being, but this is pretty delayed as Luoyan still hasn't back, but he's going for his second clear. I mean, both junglers are so focused on the bottom lane that they're kind of slowing down their tempo here, Nymera, for the purpose of making sure their 2v2 gets ahead.
Tianjin will be spotted on the brush. He walks out of that one. Feels like, again, the timing is not there from IG. Timing is not working in their favor in game 1. Recall stopped again. As you said, Lian, he's been happy to kind of pick up an extra thing. Tianjin, he's waited a long time. I don't know how much they can follow even on this.
But he's on a ward. The problem is enemy jungle's on a ward. Luoyan is spotted out, so Tianjin makes a play. It's double flash and a kill. Arn getting first blood. Actually, big head because Luoyan was sitting on the pit on the ward and decided to back anyway.
Hey, so timing does get some payoff from this Rengar. It's the specialty of the IG jungler. Hasn't found success on it, really, as you said. IG as a team not found that much success. At least they get something, they get some summoners, and they get a kill onto the nuclear duo of Arn and Wink's Zerayumi. They are going to give up themselves this dragon at the first opportunity for this, though. The opportunity cost comes at the cost of some of that delayed farm and that objective going down. Manages to stack up very, very quickly. And with no cleanse, of course, available on someone like a Lulu, very easy to take down afterwards.
I guess it's a prediction because I believe Lens was used to clear out from Lo Yen for that Warden Pit that we saw from Tianjin putting down. And they just kind of assumed that Lo Yen would back away, so all that tempo, all that delay from Tianjin to make his first recall comes out in handy, and it means that his build towards the Gore Drinker, as we've seen 2 times before, will start once again here in the second game versus RA. And Nomura, when we know how potent this bottom lane is, let's be real, it's all worthwhile to see Zeri get first blood and now start with double longsword herself.
Absolutely. That's going to be a duo you always keep your eyes on. Not the easiest composition to set up for that Zerayumi. You're really relying on YSCam to find some great AoE CC. He's the only real person that can bring that from the team of IG, and that will hopefully give enough space for Arn and Wink to really start making some moves. Have to wait on that one, though. They're still getting contested in this bot side, and trying to run down an Ophelia Asumi is a ordeal in and of itself. So I have to see how well Asuma and Battleline can do once they start hitting their own items.
I love that Tianjin is now just invading. I mean, he's using the fact that bot is in a safe space to run the rest of the map.
That's the
Top side taken away. Now there's Thrill of the Hunt on to Strive, but against an Ahri, I don't know what you're kind of expecting when she still has the Spirit Rush available, but still they'll pull that out of Strive. So ulti for ulti.
It's a little bit awkward, yeah, because there was no real threat of a kill there. Maybe you're just saying, okay, remove the ultimate away from Strive. If we're lucky, we can get the flash as well, and that will open up Brian to pick up a CS lead and walk towards something else. And of course, it removes one of the abilities of Strive and Lien from playing around this aggressive mid-jungle duo. That was one of the issues which IG faced in Game 1. They never really had the ults on target at the same time. Strive had his ult blown in a couple of different positions. And that was a little bit awkward for them. And with that ult down, opens some hard trades like this, but it's not the easiest way for Crime to really get a hold of this lane.
Especially when Strive's getting some of these good charms mid-air as well. Delays the trade as Tianjin in Brush, but now spotted out. It comes out. Lien just, okay, going to Vault Breaker away, and no harm, no foul, really.
It's like
IG's jungler continues searching.
Someone's put just a little, like, poster sign just outside that pixel burst saying, definitely not a jungler in here. There's no way Tianjin is in that brush. The one place where he can threaten you in River when he doesn't have that ultimate. So Lien wise to those tricks. Will not get caught out with that one. First blood, the only difference between these teams so far, and the only difference in that gold. A little bit of CS towards YSCam, particularly going to grow larger with that wave coming in. Let's see what happened here, though. Ult was taken from Xiaoshu. Doesn't really get much in return for it. He comes back to lane with those Merc Treads. However, I mean, at the end of the day, Jax doesn't really like playing versus this cannon. Can still be a bit awkward.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, again, it's been a bit of a CS lead for YSCam using the range as Herald starts in this top side regardless. But that's because YSCam has the push here as, look, Lien trying to make a play towards his bottom side, but Wink and Arn nowhere to be found. Wink has some kind of suspicions, and that's a base anyway for the duo, so IG not losing too much, and RA in this early game, Nomura, it looks like they've really found their stride of it. I mean, Game 1 was quite quiet. Game 2, completely different ballgame.
I'm trying to think who that really favors at this point. It's a little bit of a gold lead for IG, and it feels like, given that their composition is not the most intuitive, gold can help you paper over the cracks of team compositions who don't really make sense on paper. They have a bit there. I don't think it's enough as it stands, and I think Rare Atom are going to start having some opportunities to make some big plays in the next few minutes as their ultimates come back off cooldown, because his Strives is already back. Xiaoshu is about to come back as well. Really want to see now what IG can do with that Herald and inventory. That's a power play for them. If they need to be ahead in gold, that's a good way to do it.
Yep. Wonder what lane. What are we looking at? Bot, mid. I mean, there's all these pushing lanes. Right now, 3 solid winning lanes for IG to play through. Any of them are the option.
I think, given how this cannon is the only AoE CC, I think, given that it's also You Should Know Me, that would be a pretty good option. It's a hard ask, though. All of these lanes want to be pushing very hard. All of them have very good tower killers, particularly the Tristana, very good at killing towers, but that's some okay trades towards that bot side. And, of course, the Zero Yuumi, never a bad spot to put gold.
No, and they'll be fine to absorb that trade as well, as we all know, as they continue shoving in bot side while Tianjin is on the hunt, quite literally. That ulti back up and available again. Luyen now bot side as well as Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. RA were able to pick up the first one, but I'm curious now with how IG are positioned here and how they've just picked up Scuttle.
Ooh,
if they can do anything as, yeah, never mind. Strive doing quite well. Maybe Dragon is a little bit easier for RA, depending.
Cryan can teleport back into lane. They're not able to cancel that back. Cryan doing due diligence and saying, okay, can't afford to have my back cancelled right now, especially with flashes available from mid-jungle with their ultimates too. So, Rare Atom get themselves a slight victory for that. Strive gets to hold on to his own teleport. Xiaoshu sees the Lightning Rush used, means that three-part passive, hard to get.
On the hunt, or rather, sorry, on the Grandmaster's might. Everything's about hunting in this game, honestly. Look, Xiaoshu popping that ulti. YSKM holding onto his. That's important, especially if there's going to be a TP bot side with the Unleashed teleports now 10 minutes, Nymera. But I guess they won't get a chance because IG were laying in wait in River the whole time and just managed to take down Dragon free of charge.
I don't think the vision control was there from Rare Atom to scatter absolutely every way that they wanted to approach that fight. Strive was potentially looking towards a play topside, but YSKM backs off safely and had the protection of that control ward in inventory. So Rare Atom not really able to get a cross map from this either. IG will pick themselves another mini win. Again, feels like there's still a little bit more to be done. They haven't put down that Herald yet, still waiting to see where that would go. Did potentially ask that to go towards topside. Does feel like the cannon needs to have a side lane broken open and a bit of a gold lead to make the most of their engaged potential. And that's going to be so important for this game. But IG still haven't found their way to put that Herald down into an important lane yet.
You know what's going to make it easier, though? The fact that it's an Ocean Rift with a Rengar. Like,
Very
how
true.
lucky is
Very
Tianjin with this game? Look at all the extra brushes that now suddenly exist. Makes him able to do wolves as well, by the way. So, camp clearing sped up just a little bit now with Gordrinker on top of that. As he finally drops a Herald, actually goes towards Cryan's lane and applies a bit more pressure so that he can do what he does best, which is invade yet again.
Good damage, gets the tower shot on point there as well. Cryan has flash, does have himself the jump as well. They are not able to get in towards that lane. When you put first Herald towards mid, you never really expect to take that turret. Of course, the gold going over to the Rengar, a little bit awkward. Does feel like that gold potentially should be sent somewhere else. Then is now towards this top side. YSKM has vision on Xiaoshu, will have vision on Lian very shortly.
There's a three-man dive. There's a flash matchup as well. Ulti under turret, slicing Maelstrom. Oh, this is why you don't dive cannon. The Xiaoshu's lucky to be alive as well. 1v2. No problem. Dodges the charm. You should know him again. Tianjin. His ulti's out of cooldown. Excuse me, or rather in it. So he can't follow this up. Must have used it to get the top side. But diving a cannon with ulti, always a bit sketchy.
That was very awkwardly played from Rare Atom. I think Lian thought he could get his ultimate off before YSKM could flash under turret, so they didn't have to be eating turret shots during that dive. But the ultimate comes out, the flash comes out, the CC is more than enough, and suddenly now you're thinking, okay, decent gold onto YSKM, mid lane opened up because Rare Atom over-prioritized resources towards topside, and IG have now an option to start snowballing through this game and taking over, as he said, this very brush-filled Ocean Rift, which the Rengar can thrive on.
Dude, if YSKM playing with a permanent Nocturne on, what is this brightness?
You know, I think it was Molecule on Twitter which was talking about some of the brightnesses. Some players play like it is the heart of the sun as well. Strive after this too. Waste his ult too, trying to pick up something of the pieces which were put down by that awkward topside dive. This game is now very, very different. Now you failed a couple of those resources towards topside. You've used a couple of ults and flash. IG in a much better spot, and if they can get second Herald, it does really feel like they can start really rolling through this game.
Ulting a cannon down the turret, I mean, that is no bueno. It's still a little bit running it from RA as they push IG past that 2k gold gap, and things are looking much better in the early game for Invictus Gaming this time around. Things are looking like they're well on track as Trinity Force, second item almost there. You know, you see that Rengar in jungle, Tianjin heading towards his second too. Cryan, same can be said, like, in a very good spot here, Nymera, as the game is so calm, and I'm saying that with Tianjin jumping in, hang on a minute, as he runs in, Arn Wink thinking about other side, but there's Graviton, flash as well. Strive gets the Everfrost. Just as I highlight Tianjin, he also runs it. Strives over the wall, he's got a reset, he baits in the Arnold, but that's still fine as Assume now to get out of there. And we do this once again, don't we? Baolan running for his life as you give more kills to Azeri Yuumi, and things are not going to be good.
Somewhere on the flank, Xiaoshu takes down You Should Know Me as well, so that's something for Rare Atom. But we're getting to the point where Zerayumi is starting to flit in between the gaps in Rare Atom's team fights. You can use your CC at the start to take down the Rengar, but do you have enough left after that point to take down this bot lane duo from Invictus Gaming? Not in this case. It's an over engage after the initial pick comes through. And this extra gold going the way of Invictus Gaming, it's getting quite dangerous. You're getting a lot of gold in the right places now.
2-0. There's going to be a second item as well. That Renan's incoming, as this is how YS Cam died with a 1v2, but this time it wasn't under turret. Yes, boys, that's the smarter move.
Works out for them. This was a little bit more awkward, though. Again, the engage is not very heavy from IG. It's very hard for them to play around that. Got to fight on both sides.
Is Tianjin dead again? Everfrost, excuse me, Charm doesn't connect, but Strive still finds him. This is what happened to his other Rengar games. Over-ambitious, wrong place, wrong time. And setting up for Dragon has gone thoroughly well for RA.
Awkward moment, really awkward, and you can see why the Rengar struggles to find a place in this composition. It's one of the reasons why I really want to see YSKM pull ahead of this game, take over a side lane, because it makes fighting over that river and the vision over one half of the map so much easier. But YSKM not pushed up in that bot side, yet they haven't got themselves an open turret in the side lane. Yes, the mid lane out of turret, very important when that's down, but IG, they're not connected around where they're pushing lanes, and Tianjin, just a very over-aggressive play into that river.
Every time IG give us a glimmer of hope, it's always just taken away. A little bit schizo of the toggling there from Vision. I don't know what happened, but you know, Observer obviously in this game as well.
Hey,
getting a little bit tilted by what's going on. Well, I mean, it's probably YSKM with what's going on. Is I just realized Rengar with Yuumi as well. That's going to be fun to watch the interaction here, especially if he can get
Kitty cat duo.
Yeah. Big cat, small cat, as Herald's up again, Nightmare, so we're going to do the dance around this.
Yeah, YSKM doesn't have flash, does have teleport. If this fight gets delayed long enough, maybe you have a flash cannon ult coming in from somewhere across the map. No great flank wards right now, and Tianjin has himself ult, has himself a couple of bushes to play around, and it will be enough to dissuade Rare Atom from this Herald. Now, because the fight has been delayed, YSKM potentially does have more tools to bring to his next engage.
The burst damage coming through needlessly large in hand. Tianjin on the Herald now begins. RA nowhere to be seen, focusing more towards bottom side, maybe giving a bit of pressure to Xiaoshu to open up RA's first turret, because they haven't picked one up yet. And IG already opened up mid a little bit before. Now with second Herald, should be able to open up one of these side lanes as well.
Okay, so let's have take stock of what's happening in terms of the map in total. Again, none of these side lane turrets are down. This Herald will help with that. This is very important for IG. They need some extra ways to push into large areas of the map, which then allows someone like the Tristana or the Cannon to push in, and that means that potentially Tianjin doesn't have to die for these River Vision missions. Have to really see if they can leverage that after that point for Aratson. At least they are stopping this push from getting overly fast, but it's still a bit of an awkward moment. Now Tianjin is caught out. He doesn't have flash, and he's on Vision.
He's on a ward, and you're right. Can he do anything here with Crying, jumping into the mix, but double knockup, wild growth from Baolan, beautiful. It's a knockback though, so it will be a trade as Crying trying to carry the fight. He's jumping all over the place onto Lure. Yeah, next he won't get his target, but Crying does what Tianjin could not.
That's an important pickup. You are going to lose the tower on the other side of the map. YSKM doesn't manage to kind of explode the fight afterwards. He doesn't arrive in time, but the threat of that was way too much. And well played by Cryan to realize that the play was on. Managed to stop Strive from getting out alive. Get themselves a reset as well. Baolan as well, also dead in that point. So a little bit of extra gold. IG not falling apart. Despite the fact that they're on that Vision, it felt like a dangerous moment. This is how it happened, though, of course, on this replay. You have the Viori combo, but it feels like neither of these teams have been able to get very clean combos off. A lot of the CC comes through, but it's into the Rengar W. It's the empowered Rengar W who gets another cast of it, and that buys so much extra HP. The Gore Drinker, of course, at this point too, giving decent value. Just extends the fight long enough for the damage to come through.
Help out from Arn and Wink as well, saving the day as 2 items now. Navori quick plays. Crine has picked up the new Mythic. So excited to see this one, Nightmare. And some of those spells get to crit. I mean, the E is going to be insane. I think overall 2 items on this Tristan are going to be insane because right now it feels like one of the primary damage sources in this mid game that IG can rely on.
Tristan, of course, gets longer range as the game goes on, level 14. Cryon already going to be a bit of an issue. Rare Atom pulling the Rengar ult again. They're going to spot the grouped up members of Rare Atom towards topside, and they're going to spot a Zoom alone in River?
Oh, diddly. Well, he's okay for now. I guess Wink was in no position to ulti there. I don't think Assume should ever get out, but he did have to burn double summoners to do so.
Exactly, and that means he doesn't have the ability to flash forwards with a Gravitum or potentially even the Infernum for big burst combos. Assume had a very easy game in game 1, played around range advantage and blew up the game. Not going to be nearly as able to do so in this one. At least the Rengar ult is down for now, so Rare Atom can feel a bit more safe around playing around the map, but that cooldown is not that long.
Especially at this point in the game, so we're about 3/4 off the cooldown for now. Teleport's being burned from Strive. RA are just doing the Baron. Look how quickly it's going down. IG need to get there. 6k, 5k, 4k, 3k. Charm on the Rengar. RA the outplay. Smite down. Tien Gen to his death. He has to flash away. 5 members there and assumes ulti. Oh my god, it gives him so many shurikens as RA are running out of there. You have just been rizzed by RA.
And how could we forget about the infamous LPL Act 2? The Baron's alive! And whenever that happens, LPL teams, it feels like, more so than anywhere else in the world, are so lethal around holding that objective over other teams. IG, they don't have the Rengar ult to get into River. They are at least going to pick up this Dragon to stop Soul Point being claimed from Rare Atom, but with the resets coming through, second items coming through, Rare Atom have a chance now, with the evened up gold, to start using this Baron buff to push in somewhere on the map. You're really looking now at a big play from IG to stop the power play getting out of control.
God, it's just so messy as Brian. Maybe one ulting in. No one wants to see it. There's a cleanse. Everyone knows they have to get away. And Tien Gen with his Rengar ulti, another flash. Oh, God, I hate this champion. 2.5 items, and everyone's like, dude, it's Jason Bourne.
Well, IG tried to make the big play to stop the power play coming through. Strive didn't have the ult at the start of that play. Has it now, but had to burn the flash either way. But they don't manage to stop RA from going in towards these lanes, and now they don't have ults to fight now.
Well, Luyen, this for a red buff. Strive gets over the wall, and Frost there, but Tristan are all big. Luyen just knows he's got to die. Shao Shu, yeah, okay. Well, an enemy red, this is so dangerous. Cryin jumping forward. Arn as well, even without his ulti. He can do this as the Gleaming Quill slows everything down. Arn almost getting a kill, jumps over, flashes in the end. Messy gameplay. I'm about to eat dinner after this, and I tell you what, I'm not going to make half the mess that this has been so far. As one back here is good as Tien Gen almost dying to Baolan. Assume who ultis in, but at the end, it'll be both bot lane duo dropping down. RA losing Baron, left only to Strive. And everyone is a hop and a jump and a skip away from finding a kill in this game.
Mission failed successfully from Invictus Gaming. They wanted to remove the ability for the power play to be absolutely huge and the difference maker in game 2, and they do somehow get away with it. Lian, I don't know what he's doing at this point because they just don't have the right information and they don't have Assume in the right position. If you have the Aphelios able to fire over and do some damage, maybe you can kill that first target. Xiaoxi, for his own part, does a good job in stopping the cannon from getting a good flank angle. I don't think really the Jax's role in this is what's at fault from Rare Atom. It's just the disconnection between mid-jungle and the bot lane in terms of what plays are being made and what distances they can play around.
This is just hilarious. I mean, Luyen doing that blind was just stupid. Oh, I don't know what to say, Nibira. Why? Oh my God, Luyen.
I don't have answers for you. I wish I did. I'm not a clairvoyant, I'm not a psychic. I can't ask them from the gray screen.
I apologize for calling him that, for calling the play that rather, but that was just why? Why would Luyen ever think that's a good idea?
Reminds me
Man.
a bit of what happened in spring where they were playing this Vi when it was starting to fall off for them, where Leon would just kind of go a bit YOLO and say, I'll go in, it'll be fine. It's not always fine. What happened here? So,
okay.
I think this is a bit of incomplete information. He just ults over the wall, maybe looking for someone out of position with the someone else behind him. Now they don't have a Spirit Rush for a little bit, but it hasn't cost them that much. It's not like a big fight's happening without that.
Well, what's the game state? What the frick is happening? Because IG have still strength in this game, right? 3 items, Echo, Zahelia, and Wink, so we know it's all about this Zeri. 3 items almost there for Cryan. Rengar's now got a Black Cleaver, but there's also strength in RA. So Nymera, tell me, what happens now? What the hell do we look at?
I think you could look at Xiaoju's inventory and say, that's a Hull Breaker. That explains a fair amount. I think that's going to be a big item for them, despite the fact that Jax typically struggles into the cannon in early lane. As it's happened, Xiaoju's been able to stay even-ish in gold, solo out YSKM on the side, or at least get the flash away at various points. I think now you are looking at this and saying, how much can Xiaoju blow on a side lane in regards to Rengar's ult into that lane, or if he can just get some advantages while RA try and play safe on the rest of the map, because I don't think these 5v5s are working for them. They're struggling to get the carries down, and it does feel like Arn now at a critical mass with the Lawnmower, the Terra Ferminator build, starting to cut down grass, is going to be very difficult for Rare Atom to face in a straight-up 5v5.
Especially if RA are going to give them this next Ocean Dragon, leads to Ocean Soul. I feel like, Nymera, if IG get Ocean Soul, it is just over. Like, there is no way that IG should lose this game, right?
I do feel like that's going to be very hard for Rare Atom to overcome, unless Xiaoxu does some miracle stuff in a side lane. That would be the only answer left from Rare Atom at that point. Ocean Soul in this game, given the fact that it's already been so hard to kill the carries, the Tristana and Zeri have not died this game yet. That's going to be a little bit too much to overcome, especially with the Echo Zahelia, Yuumi really powering them up as well.
Look, Arn's just picked that up. We've also got one from YSKM. So invulnerability now acquired as IG on this Dragon by themselves. Look at the game plan from RA. They're saying, forget it. We need to open up mid. It's 28 minutes. Mid turret's still there. And they need to put some pressure on this map while YSKM's dealing with top side. At least RA will open up 1. Assume still confident to go for 2. As they're looking for the rotate from YSKM. They might actually find it on a ward. He's caught out. He'll be ulti, but no, it was Sonya's. He can't do it again, but Lian still helps him find the kill. However, in a 5 vs 4, can RA still win? Tianjin, why are you by yourself? He gets out eventually, but RA are losing health bars to Arn, who goes golden. Tianjin heals up for the whole team. Cryan and Arn are cleaning it up. You know the story. You know the drill. Xiaochu's trying, but Arn's out of there. Cryan busts him away as Assume needs the carry pants here. He runs up at Tianjin in his face. The Rengar doing absolutely nothing. But Xiaochu, maybe it's his turn to die. No!
No way!
This is why you don't give the man Jax. As Assume, he's sippers! He's sippers! On the other side, IG are sipping after losing.
Well, I'm going to need a minute to figure out what the heck just went on there, as it feels like that's what we've needed to for the grand majority of this game. That was a Jax with Hullbreaker team fighting. Gotta keep that in mind as well. The 3 items were hit. Awesome, cool. Xiaoxu, he's ready to do some individual plays. Didn't quite expect him to do that without his Hullbreaker passive active as well. Starts with YSKM, not for the first time. On the bad end of one of these plays, Blast Clone was removed from him. Can't get enough value out of his own stasis. This is where things just get weird, though. Xiaoxu doing great value in trying to deny both those AD carries. The Counter-Strike able to deny both their auto attacks. The Goldringer gets decent value in terms of keeping Tianjin alive and getting some threat down, but it's just not able to shut out the carries, which end up ending the fight. And jumping into a Counter-Strike, I'm going to throw it out there, probably not the best thing for your short-term health. Happens a couple of times. Xiaoxu just gets incredible value. And once the fight breaks down to this point, the Hullbreaker comes back online. You got to remember that. Xiaoxu somehow manages to team fight and get the best out of his item, despite the fact it was a 5v5.
It's insane. I mean, again, this guy should not be given Jax. Spear is Shojin on his head as well. Was I looking at Arn or Cryan who was sipping at the enders? Holy dear Lord! You know what? We talk about Zeri, we talk about Zeri Yuumi, but Aphelios still right there, isn't he? 1,500, excuse me, 1,100 damage! Oh man, League of Legends, what a sport, eh?
Sometimes it's just the way things happen in this beautiful game of ours. We're getting the group up again. Hullbreaker buffing up the cannon minion. Xiaoshu, an absolute force of nature at this point. Hasn't built that item, but does not need it. Look how much damage he does to towers. Rare Atom, they put a lot of faith into their top laner after seeing what happened in game 1. I mean, he's absolutely wrecking the map now at this point. IG, they don't have the freedom to move away from this Jax's side lane.
My favorite song, Boney M. Rah Rah Rasputin right now, RA, supporting what I think is an actual banger. We've got 23 kills. It's fired up. I still don't believe that whoever has a lead in this game is going to win. I mean, RA might not have the gold lead, but they've got the Baron. Excuse me, I'm blind. Playing a bit too much Lee Sin, apparently. 3K in the lead. But my point stands, I don't believe in anything right now. As IG still have their base intact. We've got Dragon Soul for them. That would be an Ocean Soul in minute 30. Still contestable. As Nymera, RA are trying to shove in this wave, sync it up with topside, and get the base down. But Tianjin, okay, tanky enough.
Tanky enough for now. When you're pushing like this with Baron, you need to be very careful that you've not let some vision go behind you. And particularly when there are flank teleport threats, that can end the game. YSKM, we saw the observers had some angles to teleport onto a control ward on some of these vision wards, which Rare Atom have not managed to sweep out at this point. There are still potential ways that cannon can end the game. Exhaust is up right now, and there is that teleport. There they go, they see it though.
The charm's going to be buffered. Crying is going to get out of there, but RA getting collapsed. YSKM. The flash is ignored instead. The rest of the fight's being lost out by this annoying bot lane duo, but Tianjin is running it again. Assume gets a kill as Arn goes over the wall, but Xiaoshu, the biggest Jax you've ever seen, jumps on in again. Xiaoshu shouldn't be given Jax as Assume is dealing with the boys. Zeriyumi is not winning, and the crowd is going wild.
The Hullbreaker Jax does it again. The Rare Atom say, okay, we've got the Jax coming in. You know what? If we just split the fight enough, the Hullbreaker still gets to activate on Xiaoshu. The Spear of Shojin gives you so many leap strikes. You cannot run from this monster of a top laner. And when this felt like the big game-changing play, which Invictus Gaming had in pocket with the big cannon teleport, they just can't make it work against Xiaoshu's incredible Jax lead.
Oh my god, it's all point for both. Xiaoshu, Assume, making, putting the in IG's game too as we look again. I mean, this flank coming through, I think they saw it. Nightmare. I'm not sure about vision line here, but regardless, they dealt with it okay.
It's a control ward teleport, so you can see that on Fog of War if they swept over it. I'm not sure if they saw him in the base as well, just saw him teleporting somewhere. Lian kind of gives his life for the rest of the team and says, okay, well, I'll stop the cannon getting onto the backline. I just love the way that they realize that Jax has a Hullbreaker. They go, well, we want to give him full use out of this. If we just space enough, he can just use the item anyway. Just find a 1v1 somewhere. He's running over this game. It's just so much.
Assume's running into the enemy team. He doesn't give a crap. He's just running into the enemy team. He's got GA now, Nymera. I think he had it in the last fight as well,
yes,
but he is playing so aggressively. Battleland's probably like, dude, where's my AD? He's off on a journey. He's literally Bilbo Baggins.
Quite feels like another adventure. I think Tianjin would like to have a few less adventures. This is the problem with the Rengar pick. It doesn't feel like it thematically fits this this team composition. It's not someone like a big engaged champion which can pick off the first target or have that huge AoE CC value like something like the Maokai did in game 1 with their ultimate from Rare Atom. Tianjin, despite his familiarity on this champion, it's just not been the pick this game. It had some moments where the Gordrinkel had some flashy healing moments, but it's not had the value which IG have needed.
Again, same as the other games that's come up. IG not having the value in the second game that we wanted to see out of this entire split because IG have struggled to pick up individual games in series. They've struggled to close games out. This version of IG, I think struggle is the perfect word, as RA on the way up here, 2 and 5 with a win, would go to 3, would have a chance at making that climb for playoffs. All they need is a 2-0, which would help their cases. Wards are getting placed down, Nymera. You can see it's 20 seconds towards the Baron. RA are getting set up here. They're trying to lure IG in so they get that pick that could close out the game.
I think IG, they're probably timing that Jax teleport and seeing what time do they have to do something on the map where the potential advantage elsewhere. I don't think you can cross-map that easily, though, because, I mean, Jax, if you leave him alone in the side lane, he's going to absolutely slaughter poor Cryan in this bot side.
True.
This Tristana has a stopwatch, doesn't have flash, though. It's a very dangerous opportunity here for IG.
Yeah, what option do you do, though? Because, look, Baron going down, the Jack staying there so fast. I mean, Tianjin nowhere nearby. Assume takes it as thrill of the hunt, but there's no thrill here. You've been hunted yourself. Assume with another. Tianjin needs to go back to the drawing board because his OTP ain't doing squat.
The Vi presses R on him, and you can't cleanse that with your empowered W. Now, what do you have left in the tank? There's a flash on the cannon. That's about it.
Good charm, cleansed away. I'm not having that now, though, as remember, there's no bell on this Yuumi. RA are running through mid. IG might just lose out to the range from Assume, who is outclassed. He might miss the ulti, but his auto's doing so much work. A strike flushes on in. Arn's going to drop on down as YSKM gets his first big ulti. It takes two, but you know what? Two is not enough for Xiaoshu. This Jax needs to be banned. Assume needs to be dealt with. And RA outclass IG in a magnificent performance in a 2-0.
They might have 9 lives, but 2 cats met their demise in game 2. Rengar, Yuumi couldn't get it done, and the Zeri Yuumi finds a rare loss in the LPL. This duo, it has terrorized the pro meta for about as long as it has existed, but Rare Atom, they make it work. And it is through Xiaoshu. Did not get that MVP in game 1. We thought he was a little bit hard done by from that one. There is no shadow of a doubt in my mind that he walks away from it in game 2. He walked the game with his individual lead, and the build fit that as well. The Hull Breaker paid off, made it work in teamfights anyway, and took over the game.
RA, there was no point in this series, really, where it felt like they were the weaker team. Yes, it was a bit back and forth in game number 2. Yes, Le Yen decided he would go a little bit deep for his britches, but at the end of the day, let's be real, the majority of game 2 as well, it felt like it was RA's slowly taking control. And yes, the early game, Nymera, we said it was like, you know, the Zeri Yuumi got a couple of kills early, Cryan as well. There were some good moments there. But it's the same IG. They just don't do anything with Elite. They don't make proactive plays, or if they do, they're on different pages. And man, I don't know, this hyped up Rengar prodigy from the LDL from IG Young has just fallen flat, and it's really disappointing when IG had a lot of promise coming into this split.
And, you know, IG, they have played with a number of different rosters in summer. They brought up different LDL talent as well. When in the top lane, had a couple of good Gangplank games, and it felt like maybe they could make some things work. They did pick up that one game, which they've had done on their 6 bet, well, now 7 best of 3 losing streak. It's a very difficult time for them.
Yeah.
And considering there are so many players here, it feels like the story of IG this year is taking a lot of these kind of out-of-place talents, the misfits, the outcasts or whatever, and trying to make them find themselves a place within this roster. They just don't have that same identity right now. They don't know how to play together. You could see in that composition, that Rengar just did not fit what the rest of the team needed.
And look, even outside the Rengar as well, they're trying to find, you know, strength through bot lane. Like, we've seen a lot of subs come through. As we said, top lane has been, you know, hanging around a little bit, switching between. I believe that's due to health issues, though. But Arn and Wink back in the saddle as the original bot lane duo, even that wasn't enough. Even though it feels like in the past they have been a strength. Cryan on this Tristana looked like a strength in that game as well at certain points. But there's never any, I guess, continuity, not even in the draft, but within the way IG play. They're always looking for different things, and it's, again, disappointing considering I've tracked IG probably the most in recent years, seeing their return of, you know, interesting players like YSKM, for example, and seeing them play like this, you think, oh, man, like, are IG gonna, you know, ever return back to form with this roster? Maybe not. And especially going up against RA's Assume, definitely not.
And also going up against Baolan and his battle against his former organization on his new roster. Wasn't really the main character today, folks. He was sat there behind one of the main characters in Assume on that Aphelios. And while it probably is going to be Xiaoshu that walks away with player of the game at game two, I would definitely put my vote towards that anyway. Assume on this Aphelios, again, showing why this champion has Really unmatched versatility at the top end of play. If you are a good Aphelios player, it feels like there's nothing he can't do. And even in these very difficult team fights where he's outranged by 280 carries and he has to deal with the Rengar and the cannon, still got a huge amount of damage done.
Yeah, massive amount. 43% to be precise of his team's damage for Assume. Little props go out to Xiaoshu once again, who in both games got his Jax that was always banned against him. And we saw the reason why. Really pivotal member in some of these fights as well. And yeah, it's really nice to see that some of those core carries. I mean, we talked about Strive a lot today, but Assume was a player we hyped up coming from LGD, had a lot of promise. Xiaoshu is someone who's come out of left field who I haven't really been excited about, but is also, as you said, filling the shoes of Cube, who was RA's top laner and for as long as they're alive, has filled the gap really well. As I've just been told, Assume is actually on hand for an interview today with Christina.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Assume, the ball laner for Rare Atom. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. I do believe you guys made so many efforts to try to find your form back, try to adjust something. So could you please elaborate about how did you guys manage to improve in past few days? 欢迎 Assume 选手来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 RA 今天2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。我们相信在过去的一段时间里呢 ，RA 也一直在积极的寻找适合自己的战术风格。可不可以跟我们说一下，在过去的几周里，队伍着重提升改进了哪些方面呢？以至于能在今天有这么好的表现？
就改善了前中期比较急的原因，然后打先锋下路会亏东西这个原因，今天处理好了就赢下来了。
So first of all, actually we have fixed some issues like maybe we were too hasty in early to mid game, and for example, like when taking the Rift Herald team fights, our ball lane maybe lost something, so we just improved this aspect. And coming to today's matchup, I saw you guys pick so many spicy picks, like we have seen like Fiora versus Jax, and also your opponent picked Rengar mid Twistana. This kind of very exciting pick. So could you please tell me why you guys pick a very aggressive draft? Do you want to try something a little bit different play style, or what's the reason behind this draft? 那么想问一下，在今天的2局游戏当中，我们可以看到，不管是你们还是对面，都拿出了一些非常具有进攻性的英雄，包括我们看到的上路贾克斯和剑姬的对决，以及包括对面在第2局的时候选到了狮子狗、小炮这样的。为什么队伍会在今天会选择一个这样非常具有侵略性的阵容？是想尝试一些不一样的风格吗？
就是根据对面的英雄池选的吧，因为对面的上单选手也是玩这些的，然后小徐武器也是比较自信的一个选择，所以他就选了狮子狗这些英雄，因为都是对面的绝活，但是我们这边也不怕，所以打也没有问题。
So we just made our ban strategies according to our opponent's pick. For example, like because this Jax pick, our top laner Xiaoshu is very good at these champions, and including some like Rengar, Twistana. For this, our opponent's pick, we just adjust our ban strategies according to their draft, and we also performed very well. And in game 2, compared with the game 1, I think that the game pace was a little bit slower. But coming to the mid to late game, you guys did a better job, including like secured the first Baron, and your Aphelios really did a really great job. So how did you guys manage to make sure that you can close the game 2, especially in mid-late game? What was your focus point? 那么在第2局的时候呢，我们可以看到，相比第1局，虽然说游戏节奏在前中期会比较慢，但是后期的时候 RA 这边的运营还是不错的。所以到了中后期，你们的一个运营的重点会放在哪里呢？特别是拿完大龙那一波之后，你的厄斐琉斯多次精准的收割掉了战场。
就是第2局就是前面可能没有做好，所以对面前面是优势，但是我们上路他一直说是优势对面，所以让他单带，然后我们阵容也是后期比对面好的，所以不急，就慢慢玩就赢了。
So maybe in early game we didn't perform very well. Maybe our opponent got some leads in early game, but our top lane Xiaoshu said that I get leads, I'm in advantages. So we just need to farm to slow into the mid to late game that we can fight back and to get this win, especially in game 2. To fight back. And final question for you, I saw Baolan as one of the starting lineup support. So from your perspective, how do you feel about playing with Baolan? Because he's a very experienced player. And did he made so many shot call for in terms of the bowling and the overall game situation。那么最后一个问题，今天在首发名单上，我们看到辅助选手是宝蓝有登场嘛？那么想问一下阿Zoom这边跟宝蓝在下路搭档，也感觉怎么样呢？因为他是一名非常经验丰富的选手，所以现在下路的一些决策，包括队内的一些主指挥，是由他来做吗？还是一些什么其他的情况呢？
就跟宝蓝的话，是因为很早前可能去年就认识了，然后他来 RA 之后，发现是个比较好相处的人，就说话很好说话，然后队内的指挥。因为我们整体都是比较急的，所以他会提醒我们要回城、要买针眼这些东西。
Actually, I have known Bao Lan for a very long time ago, and I think he's a very kind person. We get along very well, and in game that maybe sometimes when we played so hasty, he will say that stay calm and hold on. Let's play play more slowly to control our game pace, so that is what Bao Lan did in today's matchup. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢阿宋来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Christina, and of course to Assume. It is nice seeing that we've got, a little bit of reflection on the bottom laners, considering that today was Bao Lan's debut on the team. Assume is very fresh. Bao Lan is a world champion. It's quite a dichotomy between their experience in the league.
I mean, the tagline for summer this year for LPL is the power of youth, and the power of youth is very much in the hands of Assume. Huge damage from the FLS. Yes, we gave a lot of shout-outs to Xiaoshu, but this is still a very valid MVP in its own ways.
Man, it definitely is with how confident he was going forward. It's not even just the damage numbers. It's the fact that Assume played so dangerously close to the edge. Like, some of these plays, Nymera, set up by him so the rest of his team could dunk it down.
This team fight in particular was just something out of it felt like something out of a sketchbook. You've kind of like got the comic artist there saying, oh, well, what about the concept art for this crazy new idea for a film we've got? Felt a little bit like this one, especially when you had the absolutely nuclear Zero Yumi duo getting to its item points. You felt like IG should be able to win those broken fights. It just wasn't the case, though. Even at the 4.5 item mark, Arn and Wink couldn't get it done against Rare Atom, who were just so much more cohesive on the day.
So much more. Like, it's a massive country margin that puts Rare Atom now to 3 and 5. And I'm pretty excited because when we have teams like RNG, EDG, Ultra Prime, NIP in the middle of the pack right now, I think it is relatively approachable for the team of RA, who you have to remember, Nymera, had RNG already. They've had BLG, they took a game. They've beaten the likes of FPX, LGD, they've versed LNG, they've versed Weibo, took a game off them. Like, they have had a pretty mixed but hard schedule overall. RA have the potential to at least make a late run towards playoffs and towards that upper echelon or middle pack.
Potentially so. They couldn't quite do it in spring. Very much looking forward to see if they can do it now.
Well, we'll have to see. Nymera, that's it for you and me, I believe. We're going to hand things over as, coming up next, RNG versus EDG, an El Clasico with WE versus OMG later. Today is a banger as usual, so we'll hand it off. It's bye for now, but not forever. The rest of the 2 series are on their way.
Sentada a qualquer momento e vem o teammate. Sensacional o que o Raul faz! Porém a Fúria combate, vai dando contra-ataque. O ultimate não foi o suficiente e no final das contas.
Sounds like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has gotta be bad for your health.
IG now have control though over that mid lane. Wink misses that first little Q. They're going to see a knockback here. The feathers come flying down. They're going to get the knock off though. Blast of damage coming out here from Uzi right on top of Wink. But look at these health bars. It's going to be on Uzi to try and take them all now. Beishong does take up a kill onto the Aatrox, and there we go. It's going to be on the AD carries. It's Uzi versus the world. Where have we seen this one before?
Don't battle yourself, battle yourself. You gotta get up and own it. You're bruising your blister, but losing and wishing that you had a different opponent.
V3 スポーツドレイク獲得は戦国見事闇の波動のスタンが2人に入った。そこにおもり合わせ、さらにはロンコンがフリーディール。さあ反転ジェットに入っていくパラノイアヒロキ、これはしっかりキルまでつなげています V3 スポーツ。さあロコンをここも捉えていくワシダイメガナ。ドレスコードを止めるプレイヤーがいない戦国ゲーミング。さあそのドレスコードがダメージを出し切ったペッタキル。
Sounds like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has gotta be bad for your health.
그래서 싸움 전환을 근데 태연 체력 관리. 예.
근데 역대 과연 태연.
이게 마이퍼가 먹었다 이거네. 외쳤다. 너무 많았습니다. 광동이 짱 플랜. 이제 끝내면서 GG.
Deal picked up. Oh, he goes stop. He sells it, goes or refunds it, goes back for the stopwatch.
Like that. Oh no, someday the perfect game for 100 Thieves. It could be gone. No, wait. Is he out damaged? He's out damaged at all. This crocodile is huge, and you can't take him down if you don't have the equipment necessary. Somebody's still gonna live. Welcome back someday to your home. 100 Thieves welcomes you graciously with open arms.
Oh, dude. They're going for the kills. Mowing has got that power. He just walks into the pit and smites it. Gift wrapped by the Mad Lions. Spur Rush has been challenged, and all of a sudden, Mowing is in trouble. Early Guardian Angel has been procced. He's coming back to life. The rest of Koi are running down Chasey. He will get dropped as Kazi is now the focus. All of a sudden, trying to do a Felios things. He stays alive because of red, white, and Koi are losing this fight. Kazi, the script is real. He is popping off the triple kill for the Mad Lions AD carry.
这么久没有打比赛的，其实很多地方你是需要在比赛中才能够去学到的。我觉得和平时的 rank 啊，包括一些训练赛上的东西可能都不一样。我觉得每一场比赛，我觉得我都能够学到东西吧。这是我觉得现在我自己能够慢慢去调整、慢慢去恢复状态一个我比较希望的点，就是真的是每一场我觉得都能够进步。小目标其实就希望先进个季后赛吧，就是能多打几场比赛吧。对，就一直打比赛，我觉得就很满意了。
我觉得目前队伍状态还行，但要解决问题也很多。面对 EDG 就保持平常心吧，就也很关注他的比赛，然后和他交手也比较激动吧，希望能展示一场比较精彩的对局吧。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL in our celebration of the Dragon Boat Festival. I am Mazel, and we got to give a big ol' howdy, partner, over to our buddy here, Jamada, who has come back a long way from home and in a place I know very well from Texas. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, a long way from home, but I'm not Spider-Man. It was a fantastic little break for myself. 3 weeks out in the great frontiers of Texas. And, 3 weeks away from League of Legends. I'm hoping for some new bot lane stuff, right? Yumi, Zeri, Aphelios, Milio, Lulu, all that stuff. No longer here, right? It's been 3 weeks since I've been away from competitive League of Legends. I'm sure it's still not here, right, Giselle?
Do you want to tell him? Do you want me to tell him? No, we're back to it, all right? We're right back at the bread and butter. At least you would feel like you've never left. Zeri, still there. Baby. Yumi there more than ever now. Not banned away every game. Melio, Lucian. We got the Aphelios always, man. Don't worry. It's going to feel just like home. Don't worry, CEO of ADC hate. But we do have some bomb ADCs to focus on tonight, and that has to come with a ton of respect given over back to Uzi, who is here to play yet again, but a seeming imposter as they are going against RNG tonight, but under the EDG banner. And it's been a heck of a come up for this guy coming back into the league, finding ways to be aggressive, be his old Uzi self. But tonight's a different story, Jamada.
Yeah, and it was also really interesting to see his perspective, right? From the intro interview, they're saying, there are only things that you can learn from actual stage matches compared to, being in solo queue, playing scrims, getting back into it. And, it feels like it has obviously been a very turbulent split for EDG, but with Uzi coming back in, starting to regain some of that form. And I think a lot of it does come down to that man in the bottom lane.
Isn't it so funny that when we get to this precipice of a crazy storyline behind it, they're both sitting at 3 and 4. So we just get a little bit of that extra oomph behind it. But yesterday, we actually got to see EDG play. They won. Uzi was our interview on the LPL English side. And it was really interesting to hear because they were continuously asking him, do you have any thoughts, any things you want to say to the Western audience? Huge fans. Everybody's so heavily following you. And he was like, you might know me from success. You might see my name and see flashes of light, but I want to earn back my spot in the spotlight. And I love that approach here. But speaking of an approach, RNG, they have decided to build around Breathe and Wei. They have changed the pieces that once called plays, once were generalistic for them. In the Xiaohu mid lane meta, top lane meta, Ming in the bot lane, Gala's gone now. They are in a new direction, and EDG and themselves are as well.
Yeah, EDG as well. I think for this year, it was all about JJ and Mako being those big pillars on the EDG side, and they have continued to be that with Fofo and Ala coming in. And now with the addition of Uzi, it's just more of that veterancy, right? To be able to guide Fofo, who has already had such a positive year, and Ala, who's always been super talented. It's just a whole bunch of now strong veterancy with a little less of that, rookie-esque play that we were seeing from Spring. So I anticipate even bigger growth now that they have started to hit the ground running a little bit stronger than they were a few weeks ago.
And shout out to Lyric, one of our fellow LPL casters. But this is the first time since 2016 that in this matchup, it is not Ming versus Mako, which you just have to let settle for a second because that's actually incredible. First and foremost, that Mako is still there for EDG. But it is a changing of the guard for RNG. It is trying to find new footing, and they have been, right? It has been since Spring Split that they've been trying to make things work, but really trying to find a way to make Wei
now not just the sword, but also the general of RNG.
Yeah, right. With how things went in spring into now, you know, losing Gala as well, who I think for many was kind of one of the few shining lights about RNG in spring. I think the reshape around the way and around Breathe has, sure, you know, they're 3 and 4 right now, but I would still call it looking a lot stronger with, in my mind, a ceiling which they can actually, at the very least, you know, make it into top 10, make it into playoffs, I would feel comfortably, and then actually look to develop from there and see how far they can actually go in summer. And I think we're in a meta where, you know, sure, AD carry is super important, but I think a lot of that does actually start from the jungle role. So I'm happy that they're building off of Wei and trying to then move that around the map, as opposed to trying to get a little bit too technical with it, because you can see that a lot of times when you have the roster shuffles that we've had with RNG happen.
And I really like the adaptation to pick up LP over from LNG and try to pick up a prodigy that they were building up for a long time and bring it over, try to make it work. But I do want to highlight back over to Uzi, because we have to. It's against RNG. It's a team that literally together their names were stricken across the stars of the LPL, and that is not exaggerating. And I think now that we've seen a page turn for both these two sides, RNG respectively and Uzi, it's so interesting to look back at the history they did have together and see a lot of the success they had.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch, a whole heap, right? Uzi and RNG, 4 years. Like, even, it's practically spans almost a decade. I remember when I first started watching professional League of Legends, it was Star Horn Royal Club at the time, right? In 2014, 2013. Technically merged, but I remember 2014 finals, watching Uzi all the way back then, and it spanned all the way from there into plenty of world performances, into MSI titles, domestic titles here in the LPL as well. It feels almost not real to see, you know, obviously Uzi not just in the EDG jersey, but now coming up against RNG. And I think, like you mentioned, at the precipice of such important times in their splits and in their organization's histories, both in a turbulent situation, it does make everything feel just that little bit more important.
And I know for Uzi specifically, right, like never hitting that world's mark and wanting to make that championship happen, but they've also gone at each other so many times. That's why the trader kind of mentorship kind of conversation was coming out earlier, because it is an organization that EDG have gotten the better of Uzi and RNG in the past, right? Maybe not in finality, but in their history, right? This is two organizations that have gone at it in the top of moments, right? Multiple finals going at it in multiple years.
Yeah, it's been quite a few, right? We had, trying to read it off, but I've got it a little bit too small, unfortunately, and my eyes don't work the way that they used to. But it spans all the way back to 2013. But the most recent one, 2018 summer, Asia Games. There was the Rift Rivals, there was MSI as well. Yeah. There has been a whole bunch of different tournaments where it has been EDG, RNG, Uzi knocking each other out from different tournaments. So seeing it again be replayed out here in 2023 is a storyline to behold in itself.
It's just crazy to me to see, like, the back-to-back 16 summer, 17 summer going at each other, and EDG having all no holds barred. The first time it was 0-3, you know, RNG maybe taking their licks. Second time with the full distance of 5. Then obviously RNG finally beat EDG in 2018 spring finals. So I think seeing that kind of combination, now looking at since then what the track record has been with RNG, they've still found success. They've still got to MSI. They've had Xiaohu, they've had Ming, they've had Gala leading a lot of the charge, and it is that new chapter coming into it. I'm really hoping that LP has enough to stand up here, because it is an interesting factor. A lot of pressure given when you're saying, oh, what do you think about going against Uzi? But especially, what do you think about going against Uzi now that you're the new face of RNG's ADC? What do you do then when all the pressure mounts? And even in a regular season match, it's the only time we're going to see this matchup unless we get to playoffs and they get drawn into the same bracket.
Yeah. And I also liked the relatively humble approach that we had from LP as well, where it's just kind of looking forward, right? Not necessarily thinking about the stakes too much. Yes, they weigh in, but never over the top. As Mazel, we've gotten a lot of our talking phase out the way. We have the intro on its way and the player walkouts on their approach as well.
Isn't it wonderful to be able to celebrate as we get to such a celebrated matchup here? But we are headed back to Shanghai, and we're headed back to this arena where earlier today we saw some some interesting gameplay, I would say, in RA's fashion. But we're going to be getting into it now. RNG versus EDG. So much story behind them. But when we look at actual game focus, you're not talking about narrative. I know that's my shtick. I'll get into that all day long. But you also got to talk about gameplay because both these two teams are sitting at 3-4 in their season. We are in a breakneck pace. I literally just said earlier, EDG just played a series last night. You're playing back-to-back in a lot of situations. We only have like 3 weeks left or less of this split. So they need to be getting wins, and this kind of moment with all the story behind it is still bread and butter. Go out there, execute League of Legends, and that has to come through Wei and through JJ, who by themselves in their own right are absolute pillars of strength for both orgs.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, man, like you mentioned, we're already around 3.5, 4 weeks away from the end of the split. The turnaround time for, you know, series to series is faster than it's ever been throughout.
We're going
the LPL,
to 6 days a week of 3 best of 3s.
It's so insane, you know. Even in my 3 week hiatus, shall we call it, I feel like I've missed so much because of that.
It's almost
that single fact alone, right? So, like you mentioned, with the turnaround being so fast, like you mentioned, having to be able to build around your key pillars in such a short time is so important. And I think today, you mentioned Wei, you mentioned Jia. I think that is going to be, honestly, you know, we can hype up Uzi playing against RNG as much as we want. And yes, you know, we're in an AD carry meta, a very AD carry heavy meta. I think it's going to start from the jungle role from both teams here. I think the fact that RNG have been so consistent around that waypoint, and I think that EDG have basically looked the best when Jia and Mako are synced up and actually able to play the map as a whole in the early stages. That's what we need to see from both of these lineups. So for both teams, I think looking at the draft in particular, looking to find some power picks through the jungle role is going to be super important.
I love RNG looking over, watching EDG come out. Is anybody going to do anything crazy? Is it going to be fun? It's strictly business. Look it over. As we do, though, get into it and talk a little bit more about JJ. He was the man that whipped out Sion jungle. First time in the jungle we'd seen it since 2015 or whatever that stat was. It was actually insane. And he dominated, right? EDG go for a chokehold style of jungle gameplay early on. They will look to get control of the map, and they will control you with priority through solo lanes, and then just kind of wait and hope that bot lane is going well, right? Maybe they find 2v2 advantages, maybe they find advantages in team fights, but that is the way that EDG approach it. And I do wonder, with all that prevalence towards now this top side for RNG and trying to find some leadership through Wei, how that works out in this matchup.
Yeah, and it can always be a very scary thing dealing with a, you know, it's a Constrictor-esque kind of gameplay where if, you know, you're on the opposite end of it as Wei and your lanes are losing, it becomes very difficult to ever pick a point of strength to look to lean onto, right? So I think if EDG do look to do that, even though it can often come very quickly, that constriction, right, and that suffocation, I think if you're RNG, try and break the game up super early, right? Try and make some plays in the first 5 minutes, 6 minutes before the dragon even comes up, and sort of throw EDG a little bit off kilter, give them something to worry about straight away, because if they have to, you know, go to the bottom side of the map to fix a 2v2 which was broken by a level 2 or a level 3 gank or dive, then perhaps that throws them off a potential game plan where they were looking to suffocate you out early, build up slow stacked waves, and actually look to get objective rolling super quickly so that there isn't a response from RNG.
But you know what? As we said earlier, you were saying, oh, things have changed. Well, I pretty much know what a priority is going to be early on in our draft. It's going to be a lot of, you know, meta focuses. Maybe we get the handshakes. The thing I've actually liked, though, and something that EDG brought out last night consistently that just kind of game checked their opponent, it was actually insane, was blue side EDG first pick Lucian. Now you wonder, oh, what could that go with? Well, if the other team has left open Melio, then they have to take it, or you get the Lucian-Melio combo, which is absolutely ridiculous. If they take Melio, then you still get the Nami combo, and you still get to be oppressive against the Melio, who definitely does not like to be oppressed early on. So I want to see if EDG continue a strategy like that tonight, because it could also just put RNG on the back foot early.
Yeah, no, I really like that call, Mazel, because like you mentioned, obviously Lucian Melio is absolutely absurd, but basically every duo that, at least in my head, that should get picked up with the Melio should lose the early stages to that Nami Lucian. So I wonder if it's something where if RNG are on red, they just decide to remove the Lucian away and get that out of the equation. But then in that same breath, what does it leave open, right? There are so many power picks that right now on 13-11, you're often seeing, you know, 3, 4 very, very powerful champions end up on the Rift basically every single game that should be on the ban bench. It does make me curious about how exactly LP and RNG as a whole decide to deal with that, right? Because so far, obviously, Uzi has only actually shown the Aphelios and the Lucian, right? It's not that he can't play other champions, it's just what Uzi's been on so far. So I do wonder how that does, you know, change the impressions of how RNG decide to draft around the bottom lane.
And that bot lane have to come back into focus because, yes, we've very heavily focused the ADC matchup. LP, the pickup over from LNG to try to make a new age of ADC for RNG, but it is still 2v2, and it is an interesting one at that, because you have Lumao, who is experienced in his own right, pairing up with LP, and Uzi versus Mako. The way I wanted to phrase this coming into this is, we're a little bit in the Wild West. You just came from Texas. We got the old guns versus the new guns. The new blood versus the old blood. In two of our oldest players in the LPL, in Uzi and Mako tag teaming versus this new and old duo of LP and Lumao. So as we get into it, that's going to be a big focus for me and us as we want to have a little bit of fun with it in the 2v2. Now, we do get that Lucian banned away from RNG. They say, we don't want none of that funny business you played last night. It is the Melio and the Yuumi ban on blue side. So no handshakes tonight. And the Nico and Vi banned away by EDG on the red side.
Yeah, so a lot of bottom lane focus from RNG out of the gate, and I don't really blame them. I imagine this does push the Aphelios priority super high. Zeri also on the table, and like you mentioned, Vi Nico from the red side. Not too unfamiliar with that one. I wonder what EDG are looking to remove away last. They could have just taken the Aphelios away, but then I think at that point, it makes the Zeri so powerful, maybe you don't have a consistent answer, but also the Annie's still available. So that's going to be the first pickup here for RNG. It does give EDG and Uzi the ability to pick up that Aphelios, which he has played so much of since his return. And I think that will be almost an inevitability here. It just depends on what they actually want to pair it up with. Lulu also still on the table.
Interesting to see how much RNG have opted into either the Annie or the Ahri for Tong Yuan. They are just going to first pick the Annie, which still gives so many options over to EDG. And what did we say? They want to chokehold you. The way to do that is use some roots from nature, and Maokai will be the first pick for EDG.
Yeah, absolutely. So much strong objective control, map control, right? That's what makes Maokai so oppressive at times. If you have a lead, even having to deal with, you know, what is a very nerfed version of Maokai from all the way back on 13-1, right? Dealing with the saplings, the empowered damage can get so obnoxious, and they're just going to pair it up with the Jace as well. So even more poke, that was also the combo, same combo from the start of the year. And RNG are going to take the opportunity with that rotation from EDG to snap away the Aphelios. So Uzi's going to have to show us something, you know, not particularly new out of his champion pool, new to this year, as the Wukong also comes through. So RNG already have very strong snap engage, team fighting from the Annie and from the Wukong, and of course the strong scaling from the Aphelios. Potentially eyeing up now Uzi, the Xayah. I think it'll make the most sense in terms of what he's looking at as well. A lot of strong burst damage means that if he can ever get a very well timed off Featherstorm, the peel and the turnaround damage could potentially be huge.
And the safety that you have there is so big. The spacing that you already have drafted for EDG is going to be monstrous. And I really actually appreciate Fofo's Jace. Also with the Maokai combo, you're, again, so oppressive around the objectives every single time you're approaching them. And you actually don't mind if the enemy team is trying to take it first, right? You actually prefer to be the one that come out of the fog of war. So interesting now that we're getting the support focus here. Don't want to give any roams available to Mako, but also trying to take some of these big heavy picks off that Lulu and the Rakan themselves.
Yeah, you want to try and hamstring the 2v2 now, don't you? Because the mid jungle is, you know, one that's going to be a little bit irritating to deal with outside of lane. I think for RNG, we mentioned how, you know, EDG on the opposite end want to play this very constrictive and suffocative style of League of Legends. I think RNG have a very strong combination and comp right now to actually break that apart, right? We spoke about wanting to try and upset the tempo early on to make EDG have to kind of sweat a little bit in the early game, and I think champions like Annie and Wukong can definitely do that, obviously specifically around the level 6 mark, but Jace can be very vulnerable early on if this ends up in Fofo's hands, which we expect it to. 2 ganks, right? So I want to see RNG focus around that mid lane for now. Focusing back in on the bans, we see Thresh also taken away, so another safety net removed from the Aphelios. I wonder what EDG are going to go towards, because the support pool is quite pinched. Nautilus is basically the, premier engage support still up and available, so that will get locked in for EDG. And I wonder, I was going to say, if we just get Lu Mao's Leona, but also Braum could be a very, very strong defensive option if they want it. It kind of depends on how RNG view this game right now. If they want more engage to stack on top of that Wukong Annie combination, you go the Leona. If you want a stronger lane, you go towards the Braum.
True. The Cassante is still open, though, and it's going to be picked, because every time it's open, there is a possibility of it just getting locked in instantly. I also want to give a highlight to the Renekton ban. We've seen the ban rise up in priority now, because we've seen ridiculous Renekton plays every time that pick hits the Rift. So just crazy. Glad it's gone. That thing is insane. Also pretty good against Cassante as well, so not going to give EDG the option. We also get that Braum instead of the Leona for RNG.
Yeah, so okay, focusing in my mind a little more towards the laning phase as well. You can also stop the feathers coming out from the Xayah in the trade, so it does make the threat of the pullback a lot less threatening as EDG looking towards this Gwen here. And I think it just makes so much sense, right? You've got 3 very short range champions, 4 technically, when Aphelios doesn't have green gun. And I feel like there's very limited ways to actually deal with this Gwen pick. So it's got a strong lane and it's got a very strong angle into some of these team fights later on. So I like this R5 from EDG here, because now it's something that RNG consistently have to worry about. If they're not winning the game super early on through the mid jungle, or potentially winning in what should be a strong 2v2 on the bottom side, they're now going to have to contemplate dealing with a Gwen who should operate very happily into the composition that RNG are running.
And this all of a sudden turned into an Ala game. Here, I think we have some nice little scaling factors, but the fact that Gwen made it all the way through and will have an insane time on the Rift. I'm so excited to see how this kind of comp works out, especially that we have maybe a little bit more fighting given over to our top lane matchup, but all eyes for me are on the mid-jungle duos. We have a lot of proactivity given to both Wei and JJ, and those pillars are going to start building up here for both teams.
Yeah, both pillars indeed. I think super important on both sides, right? JJ needs to have a good early game where he's tracking Wei and ensuring that he's not allowing Wei to attack some of these lanes. And for Wei, he needs to try and slip around JJ and some of the map control the Maokai can afford you a lot of the time, and actually impact these lanes, get the game going super early on for RNG. Not that you don't scale particularly well, it's just that I feel like EDG scale harder, so you want to try and get EDG on that uphill battle as soon as possible.
Exactly. It's going to be an intense battle here. We're hitting the Rift, and you never thought you'd ever see it in your entire life, but here we are. It is real life. It is Uzi versus RNG. It is Uzi in an EDG mask try to take down his former organization, the organization he has known all of his international success with. Here we go into the Rift for game 1 of what will be an absolute slobber knocker as we help and celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival. I'm hoping for some fireworks, Jamada.
I think we'll get them, plain and simple. I can't see this matchup not being super bloody, even 3 games, right? I think given how both teams have been playing, even though EDG definitely, have been looking to play that slower, calculated version of League of Legends, as I'll hold my breath, Lu Mao should be fine. On occasion, they will overreach just a touch, and that could give RNG a window in. And I think with champions like Wukong, with champions like Annie, all it takes is that one brief misstep. All of a sudden, there's a Tibbers on your head. All of a sudden, you're knocked up twice by the Cyclone. So EDG, we'll see how they handle it, as looking to maybe just poke and prod for more information, but RNG have such a strong level 1, Braum, Annie. Of course,
you know how you counter that level 1 though? You just play with aggression, you play with confidence. You can't engage on me because you don't want to. That's what they said.
Yeah, there you go. But EDG just looking to see how much information they can actually grab. But junglers both starting on the bottom side, so potentially will end up straight up just pathing towards this top side matchup. You mentioned it could just be an Arla game. I kind of agree with you. I think if this Gwen goes untouched for a very long time, we can definitely see it take over the game. And I'm very curious to kind of measure exactly how well Breathe does in this matchup, because you do often sometimes see Cassante, it will eventually lose, but sometimes, right, just before that level 6 window, you can have an okay enough time to a point where you can just about survive.
And I know we foreshadowed to it earlier, talking a little bit about the track record of this split, not only looking at those storylines, and we were saying, 3 and 4, both teams looking to try to get to that 50-50 mark here. But it is a little bit about that story so far, right? EDG they have lost to all of the top teams. And they only faced them once in the split, right? TES, LNG, JDG, BLG. Those are tough losses because you will not be able to check yourself against those teams until you get to playoffs if you make it. The thing is, the easier schedule is coming. And I think that's where EDG can ramp up some momentum off a couple wins and really find some success. Where on the other side, RNG, it's been up and down. While for both teams up and down, the last loss against TES was a heartbreaking 2-1. I think they're still trying to find where their right footing is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think for EDG, like you mentioned, all those losses coming against those bigger hitting teams here in the LPL. I think the reality of the situation is, you know, sure, the expectations weren't particularly high in spring until they absolutely shattered them and came third. So I think for EDG, even though they've lost against these big teams already, so long as they place themselves in a comfortable position in playoffs, which the stability has started to come through now, they should be happy. And for RNG, it's kind of almost an inverse, right? You would maybe expect EDG to be kind of finishing this split potentially around the 5th, 6th, 7th mark, depending on, you know, how quickly the turnaround is with Uzi coming in. I think for RNG, it's about kind of finishing slightly below that, but being able to take out EDG so early on whilst they're potentially still in their rebuilding phase would be huge.
Look at Wei, the sword and general, making it happen at the top lane against Ala. We'll see if they can get this gank off and get first blood. We'll see the flash and a nice knockback. First blood straight to Breathe.
Yeah, that was so nice from Breathe, flashing forward there, staying inside the shroud of Ala to ensure the knockback comes through. Ala tries his best to try and get away from it with his own flash, but unfortunately still gets hit by that Q3. Really nice from Breathe. And we said both junglers starting on the bottom side, pathing up towards the top side of the map. EDG would have been privy to this because they saw the ward get swept away. Unfortunately, not anticipating Ala, and he goes down first blood.
Not able to be put into a chokehold just yet by their early aggression. That's exactly what you want to see from RNG. We'll actually get a look back at Wei's pathing, coming all the way from the red side here onto Ala, not even expecting it.
Yeah, but look at this flash, right? Stays inside the shroud. He's about to exit it. Q flash into the shroud. Really, really solid from Breathe. Would have been super easy to just try and coin flip that one, right? Hope it lands, but make sure he flashes forward, gets the connection, staying inside. That missed, and secures on the first button. He's going to walk back to lane with a Sheen and a Ruby Crystal, and that's going to help out those trades significantly. Right, I think the annoying part about that matchup one-to-one can be that Gwen can very easily stack up the Q on the minions and then kind of just walk up to you and get that full stack Q damage. But if you've got the Sheen, you can at least trade back evenly a lot more often and a lot more consistently. So that should help out his lane a lot.
And then I see this early move from Mako. It's got to be some early dragon priority for EDG getting onto the map. Maybe just getting this trio on lock from the mid lane would be super beneficial for EDG.
Yeah, definitely will be. See how often we get to see these movements up from the bottom lane as well. Of course, in my absence, we've had the minion changes as well, right? Where minions all kind of hit the middle of the lane at the exact same time, regardless of what lane it's in. And there was a lot of talks over in the LEC about, you know, how that kind of impacts, you know, support openings and how they're able to actually roam. And what you'll see a lot less of from what, you know, feedback we've seen from some of the LEC supports is that opening onto the map and then like kind of just running straight to mid is a little more punishable now, right? Sometimes you might see jungler slip down towards the bottom side of the map when that happens and actually just pick up a free kill because the support might still be in that mindset of being able to go up towards that mid lane off of a reset. So keep on tracking that. There will be a lot more about who gets priority, and it should be LP and Lumao as the trade goes through and no concussive blows get stacked. But Uzi really wants it, man.
Just trying to find a little bit of aggression down here. You got JJ coming to see what he can do about this guns matchup down here. You got both guns drawn. We'll see if LP can make it happen against Uzi. We'll get locked down. Does have that cleanse burn. Lumao burning that flash. We got the summoner spells across the board here. And RNG actually surviving a bit of a gank.
Yeah, it's just so awkward to engage onto this duo though, right? From the perspective of JJ, if he goes onto LP, he gets the cleanse. It gets blown early in this case, so he's like, all right, you know what? Because he's in the position he's in, I'll go towards Lumao, but he still has flash and heal as well. They get all the summoner spells out, but it also costs Uzi his own cleanse, and they also gave up the potential dragon setup for that as well. So unfortunately, it's not going to be an immediate payoff unless they can get back down towards there sooner rather than later. We saw Breathe as well on the top side. with some of the jungle focus being towards the bottom side, just giving the proxy of the wave, right? Just ignoring that Gwen matchup entirely in the 1v1.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's going to be something you can ignore for the rest of the time. Yeah, it might be something you want to check in on a little bit later on. As we do get level 6s coming up for both Wei and Jie very soon. I do expect that tempo to increase as Wei is actually already hovering down bot side.
Just trying to see if they can get into the river here uncontested. Priority is secured. And again, because engaging onto the Braum can be so difficult, it does mean that RNG will get first move here into the river, and I wonder if EDG even consider contesting it, given where JJ is walking off to. It seems like the immediate answer is just going to be no. So RNG should pick up this dragon for pretty much free. It's not as if EDG are on the top side of the map, already on top of the Herald, so could see RNG also try and make a solid rotation over towards that top side, right? Breathe has been securing priority in these first couple of levels since that gank. They could turn it into 2 very quick objectives for RNG.
Also, something very important there, that LP had red-white going into that. And I know you just came from Texas, so maybe did you get any warnings about any wildlife? Maybe there's some warnings like, you know, red-white don't fight, green-white don't fight, 200 years don't fight, anything like that? Maybe some rattlesnake warnings that you got while you were in Texas?
Some rattlesnakes. I mean, you know.
Do you know what to do if you hear a rattlesnake?
No, what do you do if you hear a rattlesnake?
You run. You run away. As soon as you hear that rattle, you don't need to find it. You don't need to see where it is. You just run away.
In the Great Plains of America. But RNG, they care about wildlife because they're just slaughtering all these neutrals, man. Dragon's gone, now the Herald being picked up straight away. JJ's here to try and 50-50 this. Ala and EDG rotating into this one, Mazel. It's a 50-50.
Ooh, it's in a little bit of trouble. The Nature's Wrath comes out. The Rift Herald has gone down. The health bar, they're all out there for Breathe is huge, and LP has already picked up Jie. You do have that fight from Ala still going. He's trying to get over the wall, flashing. He makes it out alive by the skin of his little teeth.
My goodness me, just skips out barely. Ala, but EDG, they lose their jungler and they lose their Herald as well. LP actually picked it up amongst all the chaos, and he's on the top side. He's got green and white, right? So if he can actually get on top of this tower, he can get so many solo plays for himself, because EDG are still resetting. He had to drop Chakram, unfortunately, but he's still going to get a solo play here. He can drop the Herald and get an additional 2 plays. So this is so much gold being injected into the Aphelios off the back of this play.
And the control ward just buys more time as well. And there it goes. I think there might actually be one more attack. There you go. Yeah. Maybe get one more in there. Able to get a nice little chunk of gold. You see that amount of gold, though, going over 1,200, almost 1,300 over to LP early on, before 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is very, very scary. Should be able to hit his first item potentially off the back of that. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't have Cole and B-Grief, so quite get over the mark just yet. But back at this replay, I think you called out the fact that Breathe gets the all-out so quickly, but I think this knockback is also super insane. Finding 2 into immediately just taking JJ out of the fight, chunks him down solo, but it also brings him into LP's firing range. Everyone's already inside the mist, so Ala not really so safe in there. Manages to make that flash. It's a bit of almost a chunky one. And the Chakrams don't take him out.
Close. But this is exactly the style play you want to see going into EDG, right? They do want to have control. They look so good when they have control. But if you punch them in the mouth, they can't necessarily get all that control. They can't wrap their hands around you. So Tong Yuan maybe wanting a little bit of help here from the rest of his team. EDG will still be able to punish you, so they get one back. But that is the style you want to see from RNG if they want to continue finding advantages.
As the saying goes, Mazel, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And I feel like if you're RNG, that is exactly what you need to be doing consistently. But right now, EDG just gave him a slip and a bit of a uppercut towards the mid lane. So Tang Yuan is going to be in the death chamber. Has teleports come back out onto the map, and Fofo has to go back to base. So I wonder if this opens up a small window where RNG actually get lane priority through mid and move up towards this top side. Because that tower's so low, it's just standing gold waiting to be taken. And JJ right now, he's pathing towards the bottom side of the map.
And talking about JJ as well, right? Like, ever since EDG won that World Championship, with that run in particular, JJ was a constant for me for EDG. He has been what they have really been able to build around, because he does provide you so much strength from the jungle and a lot of versatility as well.
Yeah, sorry, I was just giggling at Luma playing with Uzi there, making him take a tower shot. But you're right? Since that Worlds victory in 2021, JJ really has been, you know, for me, one of the individually strongest junglers here in the LPL. I think in Spring as well, even though EDG didn't quite make it across the finish line to the top 2 for MSI and finals. You know, JJ, in my head, was arguably the strongest jungler we had in Spring. Of course, then we had MSI, and hey, Knavi and Shun, they can play League of Legends pretty damn well too. Who would have thought it? But for EDG, he is often the one that is able to command a lot of the plays, and a pick like Maokai is going to continue to do that as mid lane. Could have some scrapping. Flash is blown.
A little bit of a Glacial Fissure going through, so a couple moves from Lumao, actually trying to get something proactive onto Fofo mid lane. He does have to burn that flash. That's something you can absolutely revisit for RNG, but also gives you a little bit of pushing power there. Maybe you want to get some vision around this dragon.
Yeah, definitely can. Being able to force him out like that, and because it drew the attention there of the bottom side of RNG, it means that they will lose priority in the river right now. But Breathe just taking this tower, has teleport in 14 seconds time. If RNG can keep the dragon alive for that long, maybe he can get involved, but seems like EDG, they're going to burst it down.
What did we say? There's a snake in the bush, so LP's got red, white, and you know what that means. They're going to be able to not even use that one chakram needed to kill JJ, and EDG just wanted to get out of there.
Yeah, they got the dragon, they completed the heist, right? Made sure that Breathe also couldn't come and join the fight with a teleport. It was still down, so just completing the play very quickly. They sacrificed JJ's life. It feels like...
Is this just a bait? Tell me right now, when we look at this, is this baiting Mako? Is this the reverse-a-roo bait? Because you see somebody backing on a ward. Okay, I don't get to speak because Fofo's about to solo kill Tong Yuen.
Wow.
And he will just get that slam down. Fofo solo bolo.
Yeah, I wonder how that even came to be honest with you. But Fofo finds himself the solo bolo. I think Tong Yuen was still chunked out from the dragon as a whole. Hadn't reset yet. Pays for his
Tell me
greed.
though, is that a bait when somebody's backing on them, but you just have to go stop them? Like there's something in the brain that clicks. You're like, they don't know that they're on a word. I have to go mess with them.
I have to go is the famous line as
Allah's about that.
Speaking of going, Allah's going somewhere. I'm not sure where it is.
Might be to a grave, as Needleworks won't stitch you together this time. The flash might just do it. Nope. Flash from Wei ends his life.
Gosh, how funny would it have been if Wei just face planted the flash then? Sorry.
Stop that! Come on!
Intrusive thoughts one. I'm sorry, Mazel. But
you let them
they
win.
find that
you
pick.
let the Dark Thoughts win.
They find the pick. It's not really going to get them too much, right? It's just going to be a brief window now for Breathe to just go for another reset and buy a little bit of space. They're actually going to teleport, so maybe it does give them a window for this play on the bottom side.
Yeah, a bit of a play onto Fofo, who's trying to take down Tong Yuen again before Breathe and the rest of RNG take him out, as this is a pretty heavy commit of resources, but there's really no answer besides a mid lane push from EDG right now, so Fofo buying a lot of time, but a Rift Herald maybe potentially on the upswing for EDG.
I mean, you say that, but JJ's down here taking chickens, man. He's hungry. And EDG aren't on top of that Herald on spawn. That could have been potentially the cross map, right? But because EDG were actually on the bottom side in part whilst that place was kicked off by RNG, it means no cross map is actually fully available. Now RNG are going to be able to slip in, get mid lane priority, and then secure vision around this objective and make it really difficult for EDG to actually find any kind of foothold. And I think that could continue to be a bit of an issue here for EDG, right? With champions like Maokai and Jace, and even to a degree Xayah as well, right? You want to be in the river first. You want to be at the objective first, so that the enemy team has to walk into all of these, you know, annoying poke tools, right? Whether it be the shock blast or the saplings, but also then if you're funneling yourselves into a choke, what are you setting yourself up for? The pullback from the Xayah. If you're never first move, it never feels the same. And RNG, I feel like, have got that code cracked right now and are consistently pushing them out of the objectives.
It's really good stuff, but you're going to have to be a little bit careful as things start to come online for EDG's comp. Approaching those objectives is going to be a little bit more difficult, but we do have a little bit of downtime since we have this dragon going away. And I do expect there to be that uptick once this next dragon comes, because a lot of priority can be given, and we've seen it rise, at least in the LPL recently, of these kind of early dragons. Not necessarily early in this game, but trying to get those stacking objectives so you make those decisions a little bit easier later on in the game.
Yeah, I think the fact that we're 1-1 apiece could mean that for EDG, you're very happy to give this one up. and just continue to scale up, right? Actually hit some breakpoints here. Fofo hitting 2 items, finish up the Manamune completion into Muramana. JJ. Very curious to see what build he's going, because he's got the Eventrail first. Now, I've not been keeping up with what Pro Maokai's been building, but I do remember a couple of weeks ago we were seeing some Maokai top come through, and it was a lot of Eventrail, a lot of Abyssal Mask, and Sunfire, and things like that. And it's a
We've
lot
also
of
seen
additional amped up
APs
damage.
sometimes, Demonics and stuff like that occasionally.
It could also just be Eventrail into Demonic Embrace, right? But we'll see exactly where he lands once he starts to pick up a few more components, but
Yeah.
it is, you know, the kind of build where you're looking to just basically amp up the damage of those around you. And honestly, Maokai can stand to lose a few resists if it means making a team deal an extra 2,000 damage off of your items in a team fight.
Now, we did see in the gold graph, the player gold, at least on the left side of your screen earlier, that Breathe had the most gold in the game. But how are we feeling about the Feed the Puppy comp right now for LP? I know it's facing Uzi, so maybe a little bit less than that, but I think it's funny to mention because obviously the moniker coming, Feed the Puppy, get the ADC ahead, was something that Uzi developed, but LP on the other side looking like a stalwart companion right now.
Man, it's so weird to think about that, isn't it? Because even as you've just said it, I recall that being a thing. It was like RNG all the way back in 2015,
It's not
2016.
Kog'Maw, but you know, it works.
It's not Kog'Maw, but it works in 2023, baby. And yeah, so far, RNG, at least, you know, organization side, keeping that moniker up, right? LP very, very far ahead. And I think that gap between the two AD carries in the terms of gold will continue to remain for now.
But that's
RNG,
where I... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, RNG still in control of the map, and they will pick up this dragon. EDG technically cross-map it on the top side, so there will be a little bit of gold traded over, and it does go into Arla's back pocket, who he highlighted as, you know, the player who could make this game a little bit difficult for RNG, so we'll see how the trade itself turns out over the next couple of minutes.
See some trading going on, especially with Baron on the table here. Not going to be a threat just off the rip here, but that's where you know, we were kind of jokingly talking about the Feed the Puppy style. But looking back at legacy and history for Uzi, right, that is still one of those things that's connected between RNG and Uzi, and that's what makes these kinds of matchups so enthusiastically awesome, because you see so much of that history behind it, so many of those, you know, world-making moments, things that people around the world that are League of Legends fans know Uzi for, know RNG for, and it's a different page. It's not that same look anymore, even with the same names on the Rift.
No, it's a different game from, you know, the peaks and the highs of Uzi's RNG career from times gone. So it does, again, it feels surreal seeing him, you know, in 2023, not only under the EDG banner, but coming against RNG in this setup. And I think so far handled himself well, but again, I think RNG have kind of had a very, very good read on this game as a whole and how EDG like to play generally. And I think just being able to shut down the core facets of how a composition like this wants to function, being first 24/7, RNG have done a very, very good job at ensuring that Uzi hasn't really been given the resources perhaps that he would like to try and take over a game, while simultaneously handing all of that gold into LP's back pocket.
And that's crazy to me, like when we're talking about like kind of game styles, the evolution of not only the players but the organizations, right? Where we've gone through many iterations of RNG's recent success before Gala, before Xiaohu, before Ming all departed, right? Like it was focused on other members besides Wei. Wei and Breathe are the only members that are left to represent all that success that was had after Uzi's era with RNG. And on the other side, EDG are still looking for that success post their world championship.
They're trying to find that reignition of the candle, right, for EDG. And I think with Uzi now in, it does make me wonder if that, you know, particular level of veterancy is going to help them out, right? I think that there was a pretty interesting balance for EDG coming into the year with kind of that rookie slash, you know, having JJ and Mako in. But I think now where we're in a meta where I feel like experience can definitely, you know, pull through, where it's so often just kind of front to back, being able to be a vocal player who can, you know, make very tough decisions, very quick decisions, be like, yo, I need this, I need that. And I imagine that Uzi certainly can be that kind of player with the tenor underneath his belt. Does make me very hopeful and faithful for EDG running into the future. In this game, however, being 5k down and with not much map control, I feel like they could be staring down the barrel of something pretty awful if RNG continue to give them a little bit of a taste of their own medicine, Medzel, and continue to suffocate them out.
In those stories, though, there are those mainstays, and really what we've been focusing on for this split, particularly for both sides, it's Wei JJ. We've seen so much growth from these guys, not only in just this recency, but also in the past years. And I think it's just always really cool to watch evolution of an organization turn to where players become so important for them, become keystones. Welcome back, brother. It's Gwen's immune. All right, Gwen's immune.
You know, Gwen was immune that time. Wasn't very immune at the gank, but Breathe already at 3 items. Losing that all out though does feel pretty big. And if EDG decide to take a 5v5, it's a pretty okay window considering Breathe is basically the strongest member on RNG right now. Without that ultimate, his level of threat is significantly lower as Ala, despite being down an entire item, has managed to take this tower in front of Breathe's face, as well as mind controlling Breathe to use his stone plate, apparently.
It's Nasher's tooth death. No big deal. It's still something that RNG are going to have to reckon with. Yes, they have a lot of pick out potential. Yes, they have LP on Aphelios, which is huge, and their team fight is kind of nutty. But it's going to require a really big bar of execution because EDG's comp is going to come online and their team fight is nuts, especially if you're the one starting up the objective, and RNG are in prime position to be the one to be starting up the objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a battle, I think, for both sides. If EDG can actually get in the river first at least once, then I feel like they actually stand an okay enough chance. But so far, again, you know, it's so hard to take priority away from an Annie who has passive, from Braum standing on top of an Aphelios when you don't have ranged wave clear to actually remove that wave from the equation. Now RNG again on the objective first, and EDG have to check in, but this dragon is getting bursted down so fast, it's gone.
Red-white with the chakrams makes it so. Nature's Grasp comes in. They got to re-engage. They are just getting heavily taken down. Allah's on the flank here, but he gets immediately bursted down by LP. It's Uzi right now that is the saving grace, but there is no damage to be had as LP flashing forward and making good against the legend of the league under his team's moniker. LP will rise to the occasion and take them down. RNG with a nice old sweep of the leg of EDG.
And LP doesn't care about any of those old dogs of history. He's gonna clown himself off with a quadra kill team fight to make things even sweeter for RNG. A Baron will be picked up, and this base could very well be opened up here by Tang Yuan over in the mid lane. And I think that could be the T crossed before the I is dotted, and this game is wrapped up for the first one of the series for RNG.
6-0 stands LP against Uzi in this first game. What a way to step up, and a huge pick out engage from RNG here. They just turned straight onto Allah.
Yeah, Allah had nothing to say in that team fight. And I mean, you know, we said that potentially he could have a very good game, but it just doesn't matter. LP started off this team fight with like 5 or 6 chakrams stacked up, found an ultimate as well with the Moonlight Vigil. Look how many, he's like a blender right now. Gets hooked in by Mako, and that kind of signs off his own death warrant, as unfortunately, when he's in all out, Brief can go over the walls for Uzi, and that very well could have easily been a pentakill cleanup for LP. Finds 4 anyway. Now RNG have full control.
Top laner sees ADC, top laner kills ADC. That's what I
Exactly.
know, all right? That's a constant.
Yeah.
Feels ADC, man. RNG are looking at the bottom side, though. They will be taking out another inhib tower, should be at least, as they still have 2 minutes on a Baron, and that is the death knell right now of EDG. They are just trying to get something with Fofo in the side lane. But they have to defend their base, or the game's just over.
Yeah, base in tatters right now. Second tower on the bottom side opened up, and I mean, I think RNG are very aware of the map state right now. It's going to be a double teleport.
We see a little bit of re-engage potential here, but the Infernum is doing some work as Bree tries to go back in for the engage. Can't find it. There is an inhib to take down for RNG, but another minion wave is coming right down, Jamada.
Yeah, another minion wave on its way from the bottom side of the map. There's 2 cannons here. There'll be a third one, I'm pretty sure. So this tower will get poked down. And actually an engage. There you go.
27-minute game. There's the big combos, and the damage is there from RNG. They say, damn your narrative, damn your history, Uzi. We step up to the page. The page has been turned as RNG in game 1 in triumphant fashion.
Gonna make easy work of EDG by the end of it. And, you know, we spoke about gameplay styles and how, for us, EDG, you know, on this soft rebuild here, kind of been playing it slow, suffocating teams out. I've used the word maybe a few more times than I'd like, but ensuring that there's very few options over the scale of a long time for their opponent. I think EDG kind of just got outread in this one where RNG go, okay, you first rotated Maokai and the Jace, you probably want to play this slow poke game. We're just going to pick champions where, you know, if we can get on top of you, we're going to murder you. And that is exactly what they did time and time again. They always had first move as well. And I think even though we spoke about the choice between that Braum and the Leona when it came to the draft and looking for more snap engage on top of what was already a very strong engage between the Wukong and the Annie, the Braum always secured the priority because you could then never engage on anyone on RNG on the mid wave or whatever wave they were working with to get to those objectives. So I think EDG back to the drawing board here, because I think RNG just had a perfect read in terms of what they actually had to do to take down EDG in this game number 1.
The new guns looking good here as the Feed the Puppy comp, the Feed the Aphelios comp, since it's not Kog'Maw, really worked out for them. But I think it was also a lot of direction early on given from not only Wei, but also Lubao and those connections. I think that was huge, and a lot of pressure also given and received by Tong Yuan in the mid lane.
Yeah, there certainly was. I think from the side of RNG, just kind of acknowledging, all right, look, all we really have to do is make sure Arda doesn't pop off and we get LP the resources. I think EDG did have that right read rather in trying to get a little bit of pressure down towards Tang Yuan, and perhaps in this game number 2 that can continue to be a focus for them, right? Try and draft a slightly stronger 2v2 in the mid jungle earlier on, and then actually look to abuse that, right? Because it seems relatively apparent that RNG are very, very happy to play through LP when it comes to team fights. Try and shut down a win condition in the early game for the enemy team that could come to bite them in the backside later on. You saw how Arla was dealt with. So I think for EDG, the one consistent thing was that Tang Yuan definitely had a couple of moments in the early game where he was open to abuse, right? Got solo kill by Fofo on the tower as well. So perhaps that can be the angle they look at.
Also, that early advantage from Breathe and topside helped a lot to get that snowball rolling. And Breathe actually had a lot of influence in the team fights as well. But the main man was definitely LP, and the setup provided to him by the rest of his team. Also, just the instincts coming out of the LPL ADCs that we always love, flashing forward, knowing that you have the chakrams, you have the healing, making it happen. And Fofo on the Jace, I still like the pick. I still like the comp. But if you're going to get smacked, you got to smack back for EDG.
Yeah, I think, you know, honestly, the toughest part about this game and draft here for EDG was actually having to blind pick their support. I think when the support pool was, you know, put down to where it was, and then it feels weird, right? Because we're in 2023, like, oh my gosh, you have to blind pick Nautilus. Oh, what a shame. But like, it did kind of break the game, because then it does give Lumao the opportunity to get the counter pick, which didn't just, you know, set up RNG for lane success, which, you know, netted them the first dragon. It could have very well netted them the second one if it wasn't for that strange soft pick that nearly happened on to Fofo in the mid lane. It set up for everything after that, right? So, you know, there was an opportunity to just blind pick Asante, and even if you deal with a tough matchup on the Breathe end, right, at least you then get support counter pick and you win out in the 2v2. So definitely pressure felt there by EDG, and I wonder what the adaptations will be, whether we'll see a side swap, whether we'll see Lucian as well also, you know, potentially let loose onto the Rift. We'll have to see, because that was definitely something that, you know, you highlighted, which I think could break this series open, but I feel like RNG will continue to keep that one off the table entirely.
Yeah, and I think I might have to go change my meme that I made because game number 1 with RNG's way. I might have to swap it around a little bit. All right, we're going to take a little break. We're getting ready for game number 2. Don't you go anywhere.
由伤害虹桥北望西亚的 LPL 0622号航版提高卡。
下一场比赛面对 EDG 的话，我们应该会重振旗鼓吧，然后调整自己的状态，以最好的状态迎接他们，争取拿下这场胜利吧。我是个很强的中路之一吧，然后我想跟他交手应该会很有意思。我们队伍现在的状态的话还不是特别好吧，然后需要一些默契，需要一些磨合的更好一点。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split 2023. We are here, and we've had a heck of a kickoff game for our second series of this one, Jamada. As I'm Mazel, and we have to give out an MVP that is rightfully due in some ways, and maybe wrongfully in others. But we do have a Breathe MVP for game number 1, where RNG actually took the fight to EDG and did so in dominant fashion.
Yeah, definitely did. Breathe from the first.
Don't worry about the 9-0 ADC in the bottom lane.
No. Listen, this is perfect. All right, perfect.
Yeah, ADC of ADC hate CEO. Like, come on.
I've been on hiatus for 3 weeks. We come in. There's a 9-0 or whatever it was AD carry, and he doesn't get MVP. Perfect. That's.
Is it the Drake meme?
Exactly, it's the Drake meme. But I mean, honestly, every single skirmish that Breathe was involved in for RNG was just so one-sided, right? And I think because he was so accelerated from that first blood and also picked up the first tower off the back of, you know, a lot of plates already going into LP's back pocket as well, it just felt really, really unstoppable for EDG. And I think RNG, given a lot of success, threw that man in the top side, and he even managed, even better, to steal the pentakill away from LP.
Just saying, there's a lot of walking being done in this clip by Breathe. And this is what happens anytime a top laner connects with the ADC. But he did have a lot of influence, especially because literally that first kill onto Ala was game deciding. It felt like as soon as RNG had pressure away from top lane that Ala wasn't having any advantage in the side lane, it makes their game plan so much easier.
Yeah, as soon as Ala's out of the equation, right, we kind of, you know, oohed and ahed at the Gwen R5, and we're like, hey, you know what, this can be a pick which RNG are going to have to deal with eventually, right? You know, it's not one where Cassante can really often win, and, well, we saw how it ended up playing out, right? With a little bit of outside influence. So, yeah, I think Breathe earned his MVP, and to me, again, as long as an AD carry's not getting MVP, you know what?
I hate you.
I said it on Twitter.
I hate you so much.
If Uzi gets it, you know, Uzi played the game when the AD carry role was actually hard, so he will always have my respect, you know?
Such a hater, man. I thought going to Texas would make you more wholesome. All right, I thought,
well,
you know, my upbringing, you know, I thought we were going to get the nice Jamada coming back. You know, you're still same old ADC hate Jamada.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Take a day in the ADC shoes and see how you feel, all right? When a Cassante gets to just 1v9 you every time you get to see him, you know, come back and talk to us. Maybe not me, because I suck, but other people.
All right, so that aside, I think kind of taking a step back and maybe looking at how a game 2 approach is going to look here for EDG. I think if I recall correctly, EDG have moved over to the blue side, unless I misheard things. So it does mean first pick could be, you know, they force out again the same kind of similar set of bans from RNG, which was, you know, the Lucian plus the Milio and the Yuumi. I think it was all 3.
Yeah, it was all 3.
So, you know, it could be potentially an AD carry first pick again. If they look towards the Aphelios, great. I wonder if they'd actually change off that priority, maybe go towards the Zeri and look for a Lulu pairing with it instead. As much as I hate the champions, I think that could also be a very viable option for them. I think right now, RNG, you know, had a slightly better draft read, but definitely a much better gameplay and stylistic read on how EDG wanted to play out this game. They are on blue side, so let's see how the bans do or do not change up, as so far we're 3 for 3 from game number 1.
I love that the cameras have done nothing but pan, well, I guess now on JZA, but on LP and Uzi, because I feel like, yes, we've put so much focus on the pillars that are Wei and JZA for both respective teams, but we see how influential this ADC matchup actually is in totality in this series. Now, EDG need to bounce back into game number 2. Maybe blue side does that for them. They ban away the Annie as well as that Vi Nico we saw in the game number 1. We get the Lucian, the Milio, And I have no doubts there's going to be a Yuumi ban here as well from RNG.
Yeah, almost certainly. Practically around the world, the trade is always, okay, if Milio is banned, Yuumi must be banned as well. Sometimes it happens on the same side. They actually go towards the Aphelios. Okay,
Baiting
so
him.
do they want EDG on Yuumi / Zeri? Are they making them pick? This is a very interesting opening to the draft, because now, with Yuumi up, it does make you wonder, well, for EDG, surely you have to snap it up, right? Like, you can't leave this demon up, because if you do, then you get, you know, Yuumi plus a pairing for RNG, so it has to be picked up. So let's see what RNG's plan is here, because they've very intentionally left it up to just go Nautilus? Question mark?
And I'm just saying that RNG just gave the world champ his world champ skin, maybe, if Mako wants to go ahead and grab that one. We'll see if he decides to take it. I know a lot of times when we see their skins being taken, it's only in moments of seriousness, for the most part, maybe not all the time. We do get that Nautilus locked in for Lumao, though, and it provides a lot of that forward-centered engage for RNG, but also some roamability for Lumao. And if RNG want to continue to go aggressive through Wei, that is crucial to connect with the Kazakhs.
Okay, so we saw how important support counterpick was in game number 1, all right? So we'll see whether or not it weighs in the same level of importance as I don't care what the jungle pick is here for EDG. I'm going to be honest. Like, there's Kazakhs on the other side. There's plenty of things you can pick into the Kazakhs. It should just be a Yuumi. And at that point, you've got Poppy here, Zeri as well, right? Smile, right? And then at that point, it feels pretty hard to ever engage on, you know, this, who I like to call Thanos, actually. Zeri plus Yuumi, once the items are in. With all the dashing. Okay, it's a Draven for LP.
Go.
So this was the plan. All right, this makes more sense. This makes way, way, way more sense. Because now they can actually bully out the 2v2. They can even, you know, in ideal worlds, even look for dives. So for EDG, this is something where they do have potentially a very strong foundation for a very defensive draft with the Poppy already in. It's going to be about JJ's early pathing and ensuring that the bottom side lane state never flies out of control.
It's also JJ's Poppy. I know we were talking about it with Lyric last night while I was on the cast with him, and this is a pick that, you know, he is one of our top Poppies. The way that he manipulates the map pathing, the way he's able to get under matchups that maybe he shouldn't even be able to, is so big for him when he's on Poppy, but specifically in this game, because RNG are sitting there. They're still in the upswing from game number 1 after I've knocked the front tooth out of EDG, and they already have their left hand coming away for the knockout punch right now. It is literally all aggression from RNG.
Yeah, exactly. So it does make me very, very antsy about what their R4 is going to be in terms of a solo lane pick, right? Whether they're even going to look for, you know, maybe even a flex pick between Tanyuang and Breathe if they have one in the back pocket to kind of keep EDG guessing. I think from the perspective of EDG now, you just pick defensive scaling. I think it's the only way to, like, realistically play out this game. Maybe from the side of Arla, if you can find, you know, a very strong balance between something that can survive, but then also something you can play around. Poppy can very easily thrive on tower dives, right? She is absolutely excellent at diving stacked waves, just because it's pretty difficult to get away from that wall stun. So we'll see where Arla decides to go on the top side of EDG, and where RNG are going to go on this R4, because they've banned away 2 very, very powerful top lane picks. The LeBlanc with the stack Shiv is likely going to come out here for Tanyuang, and, you know, it's very, very difficult to play around. I will say it's another dash for Steadfast Presence, Mazel, to potentially, you know, disrupt, but who cares? Because it's going to be stack Shiv, clear wave, roam into fog, and create pressure towards the bottom side.
And I expect something to split push as well here as the 5th pick for them. They are approaching this with a pick-centered mindset, pull EDG apart, where they are looking for team fights. The Gragas definitely provides a very strong presence for EDG, and we have seen a rise in the Azir. Maybe something that Fofo wants to play. It's also something he was able to pick out very successfully in their first game yesterday. So I do want to see kind of coming into fruition here for EDG's composition, the way they use a lot of this comfort. It will be off the back of JJ, no matter what in this early game.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I mean, for EDG, rounding out their composition like that, it's kind of a mix of what I was asking for, right? Something somewhat defensive from the top side, so that if JJ has to play 24/7 around the bottom side, he can, you know, ensure that this Draven and Nautilus isn't flying off the handle, getting too many 2v2s or anything crazy like that, but also something you can play through, because Gragas into Ornn is something you can play into on occasion, but that is what's been locked in here for RNG as well. So more scaling or buffering up the mid game or the mid to late game here for RNG is a perfect pick, right? Because now they've also got an additional layer of range non-committal engage, which they can try and lock down that Zeri, and now also the Azir with too.
And it helps bridge their late game, right? Where you're looking across there, you're like, oh my God, I never want to see EDG anywhere past 25, 30 minutes, where that Ornn item culmination definitely helps to some extent, but it is still about picking apart EDG early and often for RNG, and might just be jumping from momentum to momentum here from game one.
Yeah, it definitely could be. See what kind of pace is set here from the side of RNG, but also I'm very curious about how EDG are going to handle whatever pace RNG set down here on the table. I think JJ is in a very precarious position where a lot of pressure is weighed on his shoulders, Mazel. He's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in the early game to negate some of this pressure from the bottom side and especially from the mid lane matchup too.
Well, we're getting into the rift now. Game 2 kicking off, the legacy of Uzi and RNG on full display, but RNG with their new page turned, feeling mighty fine as LP helmed and Breathe combined for that first game win. It is an EDG against the ropes here, still reeling from that upswing. And they'll have to make something work with this composition. Again, a comfortable comp that we've seen them execute time and time again, but it's still focusing on if they can get a stranglehold early in this game and control the match to get to that late game.
Absolutely. Jayo's ring and finish off. And RNG, like you said, so much pressure on the bottom side. I will at the very least question, whilst Kha'Zix is obviously a very powerful champion, he's potentially not the ideal kind of champion to run with this kind of 2v2 bottom lane, right? With the Draven and the Nautilus, if you're looking for, you know, sheer kill power. Because Kha'Zix does take a little bit of time to come online, right? To really, really burst out targets very heavily. So I'm very, very cautiously optimistic about how aggressive Wei specifically will be, but I know the lanes themselves definitely will be, right? Tang Yuan is going to be up in the face of Fofo with this longsword start, and definitely LP and Nautilus will be looking to find any engage they can.
The autos just already do so much damage with that longsword start as well. But are you excited for your first static ship game? Are you excited?
So I've been waiting in the sidelines, right? You know, like I said, I've been away. But
I'm
I've
glad
witnessed.
that an AD item doesn't work on ADCs. As Uzi getting engaged on early on here, that exhaust will be popped, but the cleanse already used. And a nice early trade from LP and Lumao.
Yeah, okay. So Ghost Pot from Uzi, so a little bit of safety and mobility stripped away. Still has the flash, right? But still a lot more vulnerable without that Summoner spell. And for LP, the cleanse blown basically just to stop the exhaust and look for that all in. So very happy with that trade. JJ defensively pathing down towards this bottom side. 3 camps into a bottom side hover, right? But there is no real threat. Wei is likely going to just look for a full clear here because he's playing Kha'Zix. So there's no immediate dive coming down. Lumao does a good job of clearing away that ward. So it is pretty dark from the EDG perspective. Actually, this is entirely dark. They are very, very scared. And it's why JJ is actually hanging around despite the fact that he was looking like he was going to path up towards the top side. Because he just doesn't know where Wei is. And you can see RNG is stacking up this wave, and Wei is making his own path down here. But again, cautiously optimistic about how aggressive Wei is going to be able to get.
This is so big. You just have such a big wave, though, that EDG cannot move Uzi up over it and cannot fall more behind than you already are against LP in that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something as Wei find a bit of chunk.
My God.
Hey, you know, 29 gold printed from First Strike feels pretty good, as Arla's going to deny that brutal proc. Very well played, but I think for RNG, they would want more out of a stack wave play, you know, like that. I am being quite critical, but it's something where I feel like you stack a wave like that, you wanna blow more than just kind of wasting Poppy's time. Still, Wei will be able to retreat back to the jungle and get a lot of jungle camps and continue to farm up towards level 6 as Uzi. That was close cheeky from LP, man. Trying to push Uzi off the wall there so he couldn't skate over. Really nice. And
Give him that extra distance. Can't find it, though. As we will get that trade of Scuttle Crabs here. So both junglers fine with a bit of early pathing, but Wei will continuously hover down this bottom lane. This is their way forward. Yes, you can try to focus Tong Yuan, but if you get LP ahead down here, that's huge for this matchup because Zeri Yuumi is not a bot lane you just want to leave to their own devices.
No. It's one you often can't in an aggressive 2v2 like this, and you can see now that the wave is bouncing back. It's frozen, right? And now JJ is actually not down here on the bottom side to cover at all because he had to go towards the top side to actually pick up more farm. He's kind of making his way down here now,
back here, though.
Yeah, he's bolted down. So he's like, you know, I have to be on this side of the map if something happens, but kind of just acknowledges that Wei likely won't stick around for this long, and very fortunately for EDG and for JJ, no play is to be had right now. So this is my problem. Even though there's the Draven and the Nautilus, I feel like it's going to be a very long time until we see LP cash in, unless there's a pretty big misstep here from the EDG side. JJ
But you got to. You have to find a way, right? Like, you can't just let this go, keep stacking up, and then eventually lose them at some point, potentially. But some pressure around the map will make it so. No real advantages for LP so far, besides a bit of a CS lead and an awkward lane state for Uzi.
Yeah, awkward lane state. He's down about 10 CS as well, so definitely feels, you know, okay in the moment here for RNG, but it's not like... I think with the way that I look at Draven, right, is I think you want to play it one of two ways. You want to get a very dominating lane where perhaps you don't necessarily get a bunch of kills, but you get a massive stack up, right? You look towards one item, and then you get that big cash in post like 10 to 12 minutes, and it just slingshots you to that second item straight away. Or you play balls to the walls, full-blown 24/7 gank, and, you know, you're playing off of the lethality that Draven so often can have in the early laning phase. Actually, no pun intended, he actually does have a perk. But yeah, that's what you're looking towards. But I feel like with the Kha'Zix, right, you saw that stacked wave earlier on, can't play off of it because you have a Kha'Zix jungle. That's just how it works. So I think looking maybe for an early dragon take, maybe towards that one item mark, and then you look to try and cash the Draven in afterwards.
Now, we do actually see Wei moving in for some vision control around this dragon, and we could see RNG want to set a bit of tempo here with some push in their lanes to try to get an objective early on. But Uzi will be able to respond, at least for right now, until this wave crashes. And I do wonder if RNG want to just set that tempo here.
Yeah, they are. Get this wave crashed in. I think Tang Yuan as well in the mid lane can always get mid lane priority whenever he feels like... I think New Azir might struggle a little bit harder than he used to back in the day to get lane priority in some matchups, but I think this AD LeBlanc unironically might get more priority than it did back in the day as the AP variant. And there you go. First move can just dip into Fog of War, and it's a little bit too difficult for EDG to check into. And this will be the first dragon picked up here for RNG. No contest.
Now, we're coming to this one talking so much about the history of Uzi against RNG, now Trader on the EDG jersey. But also, we're talking about kind of new bloods versus old bloods and kind of young guns versus new guns. And you were just coming back from Texas. We got to have the whole Wild West thing. LP came out firing. He was a little bit of Billy the Kid in game number 1. Do you have any favorite gunslingers that maybe we can assign to Uzi to give him a little bit of a prop up here in game number 2, Jabata?
I don't really know any famous gunslingers besides Billy the Kid, you know? Hey, you know, not a real gunslinger from real historical evidence, but Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption, pretty good gunslinger. Speaking of gunslinging, LP's gonna have to do something.
We'll see if we can. We got a little bit of Billy the Kid action going here. Can LP go down? Uzi trying to cut him out. And there you go. First blood with the Vayne emote as well. As Uzi is on the board and EDG finally finds something.
But this is the risk, right? We're speaking about the trade-offs and the play styles in which you can use Draven, right? Get him to one item, he's going to have a massive amount of stacks, and then you slingshot him up to that second with a massive cash-in, or you play 24/7 aggression. If you play for that first play style, you're always at risk of getting ganked, losing the stack somehow, and, you know, you get punished so heavily when you die now. It's so much stack loss. So LP no longer looking towards that big cash-in. On the top side, though, RNG do pick up the Rift Herald. So there is going to be a little bit of reprieve here for them, but just a brief moment of not really having perfect wave or a vision control cost them everything here. LP does hit level 6.
Blade.
Oh, LP misclicks. Look in the bottom left. He's leveled up E 2 times. he doesn't have ult. So as soon as he doesn't have ult, he kind of just acknowledges that he's not gonna be able to ever kill JJ here.
Man.
Bit of a misclick in the moment, unfortunately for him.
That's actually so huge. As definitely a mistake LP is going to want back on this Draven pick. You pick this pick to set a tone in the bottom lane. Speaking of tone setting, though, we got first item completed, and it's Way with the Umbral Glaive. So cheap, but so strong.
So true, but so strong indeed. It's going to give them more vision control, right? That's what the item's there for. You do lack that immediate punch, but as soon as you pick up the extra Dirk on top of it, you're... I don't think you're mathematically damage even, right? But you're in the same realm, more or less. So, for Way, a little more packing punch power right now.
There's a certain item that's just hit the game, and I know you're talking about Thanos snapping earlier with the Yumi, but I think there might be whatever Thanos times a million is, and it's Static Shiv.
Yeah, I guess Tang Yuan is Doctor Doom. If you know your MCU, you know what Doctor Doom is up to.
I love the mix of like MC universe plus Wild West gunslingers and ballet. We just have like chaotic universes colliding over here.
Yeah, you know,
it's the multiverse.
You know, you said I was a long way from home, and I mentioned, you know, I'm not Spider-Man. that did also just come out recently, so I guess we are across the universe, Mazel. I guess that's just how it works here today.
Across the world and across the universe, Jamada. What do you think about that? Now, it is a serious point, though, because Tang Yuan will be able to set a lot of tempo in lane by being able to continuously push with this item completed.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really obnoxious. You can already see, speaking of across the universe and across the world, that Tang Yuan will damage you with Static Shiv from across the universe and across the world whilst clearing the wave. So
don't even get me started, man. I went on a whole spiel last night with Lyric. Like, this is just ridiculous, man.
Wave almost entirely cleared. Now all he's got to do is
wait, it's not even, it's literally one item. Just wait till he gets 2, 3, 4, 5. He's doing like half people's health across the screen because of one Static Shiv electrocute. Like, I'm gonna go off, all right, Jamada?
I mean, you know, I was watching the LEC when Humanoid pulled it out. As pause the point, Ala should be able to splash away from the knock up.
Flash out though. There you go.
Yeah,
Nicely done.
Good. I don't think JJ has that
caught
same
out though
privilege.
in transition, and there's some damage, but Keeper's verdict is huge.
Yeah, stands steadfast, able to get away. Very fortunate there for JJ. But I remember, you know, Humanoid pulled it out. I think he was the first one to do it comparatively. And it was absolutely nasty, right? There was literally no counterplay, and I think it was Kadriel and Dracos on the cast, and they're just like, this has to get disabled, right? Like, there's no way this, but I think it was Medic. It's like, it's just so unbalanced. It's so silly.
But we hadn't seen it in the LPL. Like, we hadn't seen it rise in priority. We saw Xiaohu whip it out last night for Weibo.
Even better, Mazel, is whenever we do swap over to 13-12, Shiv is buffed, right? On 13-12.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Like, it gets worse. I was literally, I feel like I'm having deja vu because I was going down this whole train of like, this levels just keep stacking up for Static Shiv to just be busted. But we now see that there is some responsiveness in that fashion. Fofo has not gone with a defensive build. He's gone for the Ludens. I know we a lot of times have been seeing Azir's opt into the Crown start when there's a lot of pickup potential. There is here, but I like the damage opt-in. Well, RNG are opting into a second Dragon.
Yeah, you know, maybe he just doesn't build Crowns if he stands next to a wave. The Shiv I'm kidding. But
I mean, honestly, you're probably not wrong though.
You know what? I'm
so
probably not far off.
Literally, you just can't dictate when your crown is up because the Static Shiv.
Yeah, actually, I said it in jest, but it's kind of true. Wow, that's obnoxious.
It's like it's kind of like you know what you're talking about, Jamada. It's crazy. Yeah. I know you're just getting back, but you're kind of smart. It's kind of nice to have you back, man.
back in the saddle, mate. You know, out of one into the other.
You know the way to my heart. Talking saddle talk. We talk in Texas. We could go on for hours and hours, but you didn't learn about rattlesnakes, so I got to question your Texas integrity. Okay. Speaking of testing some integrity, though.
No. Before we get serious again, you can test my integrity all you want, but I went to Bucky's again. So
that's all that really matters in the end. Let's be real. If you don't know what Bucky's is, go look it up. LP though going under tower, under a 3-man gank, but more a turret plate steal. As 3 have gone over to EDG.
Yeah, interesting. I guess not
Fofo.
willing to commit.
Oh, he didn't get knocked over. That had to be followed by a flash.
Yeah, that sucks for Fofo. If he gets shoved over the wall, then he just walks out of that one, probably for free. Or maybe Wei commits his flash to re-engage on the potential pick. Having to lose his flash basically free definitely feels a little bit obnoxious there. And like we saw, JJ looked for that pick, or rather knockback, I guess, just to pick up the plate as it was falling off. So, you know, very interesting way to look at it. As Tang Yuan,
look at
with
this.
his static shiv, loads of AD and attack speed.
He didn't go the broken build though. He didn't go the demolisher. Xiaohu did that and literally was just taking turrets everywhere in like 5 seconds. It was ridiculous. Like half health from one auto attack with the demolisher static shift going together. Nuts.
Yeah, it's really obnoxious. If there's one thing that I'm glad about, and you know, if the balance team are listening, don't get any funny ideas. Is that when you have Shiv and you auto the tower, it doesn't actually, you know, attach to anything else. It just deals extra damage to the tower. Because, goodness me, could you imagine, you know, you auto attacking tower and then boom, Shiv proc onto everything around it? Like, it'd be so obnoxious. But Tang Yuan picks up that tower in the mid lane, and because of all that priority, RNG also picked themselves up the Herald. So it does kind of feel like right now, EDG just don't have anything to play through or for. And that is in part to the design of the draft. You know, they are looking towards, you know, 2 items and then kind of playing from there, but it does make you wonder if RNG can continue to pick up every neutral objective. When do EDG pull the trigger, right? It's the age-old question when you lose 2 dragons in the early game and you're a stacking composition. When do you actually look to make a play?
Luckily, the dragons are there, but yeah, there still has not been enough of a lead gained at 16 minutes in for RNG to really feel comfortable. Yes, you have some bridge building with Breathe, but I still would have liked to see some gold being given in the pockets of some carries. We did get Trinity Force completed there for LP, so a little bit of a damage spike there from him. Maybe looking to capitalize on that 1 item spike that you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, Triforce, the new build, of course. Flavor of, I wouldn't call it the month. It's been a while now that we've had Triforce in, but Draven has been a pretty good Sheen user for a while. Because the Blood Rush can reset, so you can always have that Sheen proc locked and loaded, all the extra AD. And like you alluded to, now that he's got that first item, I wonder if he will try and find a cash in. He did die earlier on, so the stack's not as high as they could be, which feels kind of bad as... Alright.
Oh, I love it so much. It didn't do anything. There's literally no importance of that, but it's just hilarious. It is Wei's ulti down, so I guess there's that. We will get the Whirling Death use, but won't be able to find much other than that wave clear he was looking for. And this is the job of Tang Yuan now. Unlock the map by being a nuisance for EDG to deal with, because they don't necessarily have a great composition to deal with this kind of pressure.
Yeah, they really don't right now. So RNG could kind of continue at the pace they're at. Keep EDG on the back foot. Look for this next dragon as well, spawning in 30 seconds time. Tang Yuan's going to reset. He's got teleport, but definitely shouldn't need it. EDG, when will they contest?
Will you see what I see here, though? There's a 40 CS lead for Wei, and he has now 2nd item, Duskblade, completed. There is priority in RNG's pocket. Like, that is such a pretty big spike here for RNG, and I want to see him use it.
Speaking of spikes, actually, I think even more important is the fact he's level 11. He's got the Evolve W too, so able to find slowdown. Wait, gonna get steadfast presence.
There's still the keeper's verdict, you know, and being able to use that here in this situation to turn back around gives EDG a lot of pressure over RNG, and I think that's the key of this Poppy pick. Against a comp like this, where you have very specific pieces that need to be set up for RNG, you can just up in that in one ability.
Yeah, definitely can. I think EDG or JJ needs to be on the ball with those calls. As Herald's dropped in the mid lane, it's still going to charge, even though it gets shoved back. So.
Oh my god!
Hey man, Shelly's been hitting the long jump hit. What can I say? You know, finds the charge, gets that tower.
They've taken down 3 turrets already. And now there's no priority because Tang Yuan has already cleared mid. We still have that re-engage now coming through for Breathe. The cast buys some time though, and that's pretty big. Tang Yuan can't really get into the fight here, as this is a pick-apart comp from RNG. They are not necessarily a front-to-back. They don't want that smoke in this style of position, and EDG are moving forward to try to force it. Wei will not be spotted just yet. Now it's going in. Wei doesn't really have a way in. The final chapter for Uzi will be popped. Tong Yuen and Wei with a flank. This is big. EDG need to get out of here. Look how much damn damage he does, man. Another kill goes over, though, as it's 2 now for EDG as a whole, but 1 for 1 in this fight. And Dragon did get that reset off. Both teams walking away bloody.
Yeah, Tang Yuan, he's going to have to put on some kind of show to get out of this one. He's got Wonder Store. He's got his ult back up.
Does he know that?
So he's got 2
there?
dashes.
Does.
Well, doesn't matter anymore. Because he's out. He's gone.
And that's
Bye-bye.
the pressure. Like, it's all fun and well to watch them walk around, but this is literally what you see this LeBlanc do. You are forcing the team to chase you down because, first of all, you know you're so slippy, you're not going to get caught, but you also have so much poke damage. They can't just, like, kind of let you do what you want. And you're just slowly ceding so much to Tong Yuen, even though not much has happened on the map.
Yeah, it feels so bad. And now RNG with that 3rd dragon can continue to keep that control, it feels like. Maybe EDG will contest a little more consistently as this fight kicks off. Uzi very happily goes forward because there's not as much threat without that Orn ult up and available, but double Q here from Tang Yuan just kind of removes JJ from the equation, already chunked out from the initial engage. And then they trade off for Lumao. EDG can't really be locked down or find any more lockdown anywhere else because everyone's able to just slip away as, speaking of being locked down.
Oh, no! Okay. I don't think I've ever seen Nautis's legs go that fast, but today we did.
Yeah. You know, obviously that's an interaction.
That was 1 auto, by the way, on Fofo. No big deal.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's fine. You know.
It's standard positive gameplay going on here.
Yeah. Night Harvester is
gameplay experiences.
really balanced with this build too. It's the one time where perhaps LS will give it a thumbs up.
Just wait for the Lich Bane, man. Just wait for the Lich Bane. It just gets funner. Now, Wei and RNG still in the need with some proactivity of mid lane. They're looking for an engage. Everybody's a bit caught out from EDG, and they're split out. And this is what we've seen from time to time from EDG. They look a bit chickeny with their heads cut off. And it's RNG that'll pounce right on that, get that big old cash in for LP. And Billy the Kid is stepping up against the legacy that EDG represent with EDG.
Yeah, Billy the Kid, what was it? I think $10,000 back in the day, which is something like a couple million. Feels like RNG and LP just cashed in that with that kill there. And we had the gold flash, but I just missed it. Whenever it is, you know that LP is going back to base with bank. They'll pick up the Baron as well off the back of this pick. And like you said, a little bit headless, a little bit chickeny from EDG. Get caught kind of just asleep at the wheel in the mid lane, and they lose pretty much everything for it. Starts off JJ. Just kind of slips off to the side of the river, walks into the face of JJ, and as soon as that steadfast presence is down, his defensive presence is gone. There's nothing he can really do. And Breathe actually gets knocked back, still manages to find the cask. And also this Searing Charge to ensure that
so
Uzi stays in
big.
place.
Holy cow. Just on the tip of it.
Feels good, man. Feels good. As I get to see Zeri die. And that makes me feel happy, to be honest with you. Good job, Breathe. I knew I always liked you, mate. Whereas RNG now with Baron should be able to take control of the map, right? There's not really too much EDG can feasibly do. They've got their 2 items, Zeri, all fun and games, you know, fantastic. But they still have to stare down the barrel of, you know, RNG with this gold lead, LP with that massive cash in, and Stack, Shiv, Tang Yuan here on the LeBlanc. There's so much poke and so much mobility where they don't have the consistent hard CC to lock it down.
You got to get back and defend, though. Ala really needing to try and get here as a inhib tower is under threat by LP and Breathe in mid lane. They still have Tong Yuen moving over here, hovering over this tier 2 as Breathe will tank it down, and that inhib tower is nothing but dust. As Tong Yuen is actually already proxy farming the next wave, it is back onto the turret here, and he has been a demolisher in this game. And what a way to step up, right? Tong Yuen is a guy that got replaced by Angel. He was a guy that RNG were attempting to use in spring, and Angel came in, found stability with RNG, and looked damn good. But Tong Yuen is a call-up for RNG. It is a project for RNG. And to show up at a moment like this, we're talking about turning the next pages, we're talking about what the new face of RNG looks like, that's huge.
Yeah, it feels really, really good to have a performance like this. It does help that you are on undoubtedly the most broken champ on the patch, but Tang Yuan is still putting in the work to make it look even stronger, and we'll find that 600 gold. Ala, I was wondering why he healed up so much, but it was the Jack Show proc with his passive, so don't worry, it's not broken, it's just the item. As
Tang Yuan
indeed
has completed the Lich Bane. Third item there completed. You're also almost done 30 items for LP. Here comes the engage from RNG. They are right in the corridor, but Breathe flashes for it, gets the snipe from LP on a DJ, and they want more. All again lower. The chain does connect on Uzi, but Tang Yuan not going to follow that one up. They get the pick they need, and now they are actually pressuring with another 15 seconds of the Baron buff.
Yeah, holy Giga Chad from Breathe, man. Gets cast out of his ultimate and just flashes back into range. Twice he's done that. So insane, and it actually
the
locks
first
him down
one was
the
a
kill.
flash, but you know.
Yeah, you know, still doesn't matter. So insane. Even gets himself that unstoppable from the body
That's
cast.
a mountain
And
soul.
now
They are just going right back to the well. And guess who is caught? It is Ala gone down. Tang Yuan is just in the mid lane pushing down an inhib. And it's RNG looking at the final pieces to put together this Dragon Bow legacy right now. The only time that they will have to face EDG, but let alone Uzi, here in the summer split until we get to playoffs. And they are making quick work of Edward Gaming.
Yes, they are indeed. It's not even an appetizer. It's just straight to the main course, and they are sweeping.
It's Bofo. They got the combo, but right back to it. LP cash in those big bucks. Billy the Kid, as Uzi's trying to fire back, but he's just got little petals instead of the lightning that once was. And this is EDG with their backs against the rope, down and out, bloody as hell, and they are still kicking, but it's RNG just waiting to figure out how they want to end this one.
All right, Mazel, let's take a deep breath. We're gonna unserious ourselves for a moment. Just for a minute, mate. This is the time where maybe we get to see how powerful Thanos can be. Uzi, 2 items, right? Let me set it to you. Mako got the Ardent Sensor, and he's playing Yuumi. If RNG misstep once, that's all it takes.
How
right?
much of a misstep does it take when you're 10,000 gold behind? Is it like a misstep off of a cliff that you had to walk towards, or is it like you stumbled on a rock while you're walking?
Yeah, no, it's like, you know, you're at the top of the stairs, you miss a step, and then like you kind of tumble, and then you open the front door, and then you roll towards your nearest beach where hopefully there's a cliff, and then you fall.
Yes, of course.
That's
The controlled
Yeah.
one. We do see side lane pressure though from RNG. I don't know if that cliff is looking good or bad. We'll see now. Lumao actually getting pretty traded down in here, but Tang Yuan is just half health like Uzi as Mako's trying to get back to Uzi to try to defend this tower, but Tang Yuan's ending the game right now.
Yeah,
the engage. LP's getting low. LP goes down actually. Maybe you get to see what you were wanting here. As the 1 kill goes over, Tang Yuan has easily taken down a Nexus tower and almost a second one.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a shutdown, and it went to Uzi, right? I'm pretty sure Uzi got that kill credit, so does he get Titanic Hydra? Does he get to do the Zeri Yuumi thing, Mazel? That's the question. RNG right now, still in firm control, right? And Tang Yuan,
3 items.
Who can kill this guy? All right. Zeri's at 3 items. All right, let's take a breath. Zeri, 3 items. Ardent in. Mako approaching that second item as well, right? I can't remember what Yumi's actually goes second item, because normally the game just ends at that point, right? Could just look, I guess, for maybe
Seen a lot of
Mikhail.
Helios.
Yeah, Helios is like the solo queue thing. I think in comp sometimes you just forego a mythic as, oh, bye JJ.
We've seen a decent amount of Helios from some of our Yumis, not every single one. But Uzi looking to make the spotlight shown on him. Chunking him down with a paper shredder right now, trying to take him out. As now the re-engage goes through, and JJ gets immediately chunked out. That ain't no paper shredder, that's a guillotine. As a TP from Ala just try to save it, going down. Uzi pops that lightning crash. Uzi's looking for the play. Uzi is the one you gotta keep your eyes on here. He's got 2. He's looking for a 3rd on the Breathe, but Tuggy is looking for the end of the game. You see the faces of EDG, utter disappointment as a quadra kill for Uzi will end in a shutout spotlight for EDG as RNG make good and they destroy EDG 2-0.
They've done a C9! They've forgotten about the bloody objective of the game! Tang Yuan's just walked into the open back door and said, cheers, mate, for the hot dinner! Takes the game entirely. Uzi gets a quadra kill, I guess. We started to see a Zeri Yumi moment at the very end, but perhaps it was all planned, Mazel. As
It was all
RNG
planned.
very, very happily take this series 2-0. Tang Yuan, like you mentioned, on that broken LeBlanc bill, does all of the heavy lifting in the end.
Again, it is Uzi versus RNG, two names that have known only success together, and the page has turned. RNG has found success against Uzi now in a 2-0 victory to push RNG to 4-4. You can talk about the legacy, the history building, all of the titles that Uzi won with RNG, but that is also something that EDG and Uzi has specifically wanted to strive away from. He wants to re-earn his spot in the spotlight, and tonight the spotlight was all on LP, the new face, the new gun, the new generation for RNG and what they're building towards forward with Wei at the helm as a general.
Yeah, and you know, it was a very, very concise 2 games as well from RNG, right? I feel like the first game was not only, you know, a bit of a smart outdraft by going towards, you know, much so the more defensive pick, but one that also enabled a lot of additional aggression via the Braum. And then in this game, I think, even though I was pretty critical, of course, of the Kha'Zix pick in terms of what it could actually do to enable the Draven, but, you know, once the items started to come in, it was all about RNG still, because, you know, EDG had put themselves in that position where they had to wait for a very long time for the items to come in. So, you know, I'm from Europe, as it were, so Dynasty, Legacy Kings, all that stuff. Uzi has seen all of that come and gone, and I think today, you know, has to unfortunately see his former organization take him down here in RNG in a very clean fashion.
I will give so much praise over to Wei, though. I think for himself, really the staple of RNG, it feels like now, and the way that he approached it, like JJ is no slouch in the jungle. We've seen JJ monster so many jungle matchups, but even when Wei was seemingly behind in game 2, he was up like 40 CS. He was constantly moving on the map and getting involved, even if it wasn't with kills. And yes, you had a lot of things lean their way, and you had Tang Yuan on the LeBlanc, but it was an impressive performance from RNG as a whole. I think we've really started seeing them kind of click in the way they want to approach games, and it's not just one style. This style for game 2 was much different than what they approached for game 1. Yes, it was still aggressive. Yes, it was still try and fight you as much as possible, but this was that 1-3-1 style or 4-1 style to try to split apart the map.
Yeah, a lot more nuanced in comparison to game number 1, where, you know, realistically RNG could kind of just, you know, take control of an area and then just run back at you once you try and retake control. This one, a lot more about that 1-3 style, like you said, right? Kind of leave Tang Yuan to his own individual prowess and finding windows of opportunity to actually pick up towers and slowly whittle away at those, whilst looking for bigger engages from the Ornn, from the Nautilus, which Breeze and Lumao did superbly at the you know, extensive effort of EDG to try and stop it. Breeze very tenacious on that front. I think
Olive's like, man, I just wanted to cancel one of your ultis. Like, you couldn't just give me one. You had to flash for them.
You know, had to... I think that Tang Yuan will get MVP for this game number 2. I'll be very surprised if he doesn't. But in my heart, Breeze is low-key the MVP of that game, because so many times that you find massive ults that actually just continue to find lockdown for the remainder of the team fight, despite being cast away or CC'd in some capacity. It did actually get them across the finish line, so very well played. But like you mentioned as well, also Wei doing a fantastic job on the Kha'Zix as well, outside of the early game, to ensure that the rest of his team has something very consistent to lean on.
Yeah. We actually do have our interview ready to go, so let's go ahead and kick it over to Christina and see what I believe Tang Yuan has to say.
Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Tang Yuan, the mid-laner for RNG. Congratulations on your very clean 2-0 victory. First question for you. I know maybe you have been experienced a little bit ups and downs, but in today's matchup, you guys performed very well. So did you make any special preparation into this matchup today? 欢迎汤圆来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 RNG 今天2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。虽然说此前队伍可能表现出来的状态稍有起伏，但在今天你们是极具统治力的2-0就终结了对面。所以说在今天赛前有做什么样特殊的准备和调整吗？
我们为了今天这场比赛做了很多 BP 和决策，还有队伍的整个走向上都做了很多准备吧。
Actually, we have prepared a lot of things in terms of our BAMP strategies and a lot of in-game contents in game. And talking about game 1, how did you guys manage to snowball the game very smoothly? And I think that you guys really played around a lot of objectives. 那么在今天的第一局，首先一上来队伍就是完美掌控了节奏，并且平推了对面。那么想问一下，第一局队伍是怎么样做到如此的完美掌控节奏的呢？
因为我们这个阵容只要做到控资源，然后打好自己团战该打的，然后就能很轻松的拿下了吧。
Because I think, because in terms of our draft, we just need to control the objectives and play around the mutual objectives and take team fights that we can very smoothly get this win. And talking about the game 2, I saw you played LeBlanc. I know LeBlanc is a little bit popular in current LPL stage, especially with the static. So what do you think of this champion and with this items? 那么想问一下，我们看到最近妖姬好像特别是电刀妖姬在 LPL 就火了起来嘛，并且是其他赛区可能也会出。你觉得它具体强是强在哪里呢？
电刀强在这版本能很快的让法师处理完线，然后领先回合吧，所以这版本电刀清线很快，这是最强的一个点吧。
I think the most very strongest point for static for LeBlanc is that it makes LeBlanc can clean the waves very fast, very effectively, so you can get leads in mid-laner matchups. And the final question for you, I want to touch on the last shot call for you, LeBlanc. You just destroyed your opponent's next by yourself, so what was your team's communication at that time? 那么最后一个问题不得不问，今天第2局结束比赛的方式是你的妖姬一个人在中路就直接击杀掉了，不对，拆掉了对面的那个门牙塔和水晶。想问一下，当时对面的沟通是怎么样做的呢？
就是靠我的边带牵扯，然后他们正面就不要出事吧，然后就能很轻松的赢下来了。
I was push the waves by myself. As long as our teammates do not die, I can push the waves into the turret and destroy the nexus. And the final question for you, I think you played very well, especially in this summer. So from your perspective, what kind of mid-laner do you want to be? It's in terms of your play style or the other things. 最后一个问题，其实，在夏季赛我们看到汤圆选手是越打越好了。那么对你个人来说，你觉得自己在夏天的成长怎么样？想成为一个怎样的中单选手呢？
我觉得我的成长还算是能一场一场的进步吧。然后我想成为一个能像呼吸还有威这样的人独当一面的选手之一吧。
Actually, I think I have made a lot of progress by each single matchups. I want to be a carry mid laner just like our top laner, Breathe and our jungler Wei for our team. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢汤圆来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and great to hear from Tang Yuan as well, as he will be earning our MVP for this second game. And what a way to do it for RNG and improving to that 4-4 record.
Yeah, very, very well deserved. Yeah, pretty much uncontested. Mazel, I don't know what else to say, right? The Azir couldn't really stop him inside the laning phase. And it felt like there was no answer on the side lane, as well as just basically getting free access in teamfights like this, where he's able to kind of just assassinate JJ from a little over 600, 700 HP. That's the tank. And continually, again, being a complete nuisance in these team fights, pairing up with Wei, and then outside of these big skirmishes, being an absolute menace on those side lanes.
Not much you can do when you're getting picked apart at the seams like that. A couple big engages, a couple big moments from Uzi, who actually ended up with a huge KDA. But it did not matter because Tang Yuan did not stop oppressing the base. This man, I swear, took almost every single turret that RNG took in this game, and it was just insane. So really, really good stuff from RNG. That is over and done with with our first series of us two, at least, our second series this Super Day. We're going to be diving straight into our third series here, though, Jamada. So a little bit of a fresh welcome start as we're going to be getting into OMG versus WE. And WE, a very interesting story in this split so far, as they have the least games played, but they also have not dropped a single game after taking some time off to go to the Road to Asia games.
Yeah, not just like they haven't dropped a single series, they have only won 2-0 so far. They have not dropped an individual game yet. So very interesting to see where WE are going to come in to an OMG who have definitely been a little bit up and down, had some very interesting picks coming through from time to time as well. I want to get on the WE hype train and be like, yeah, they're 4-0. Yeah, they haven't dropped an individual game. But, the inner OMG fan in my heart that wants to, overcome the top esports one says that I feel like this is still going to be a very hard-fought series here for WE if they want to continue, at the very least, their series win streak here today.
Yeah, it's going to be important. But OMG on the other side with a bit of rockiness, a little bit of up and down, maybe a bit of a roller coaster ride. But it's one that I would go on every day of the week because we've seen some crazy meta stuff from them, some adaptations up and down. We've seen them flexing solo lanes heavily as well. But it's going to be another task as we head over to Xi'an into WE's home arena here, Jamada, and they're going to need to put it together tonight.
Let's see what they have cooked and prepared for us. Celebration for the event as walkouts soon to be.
I need a boat.
The
Dragon Boat Festival. There's got to be a boat somewhere. There's got to be a boat.
Right? Surely.
No, I doubt it.
Would be pretty cool though. Imagine.
They do like an LEC style walkout, just all part in a boat.
I don't know why, but I just had this image of like the entirety, because we had OMG on the screen. I just imagined them in like a long kayak with paddles, and they're just scraping their way on the floor out onto the stage.
It'd be so good. And it's just like slowly dragging, so it takes forever. Yeah. It's just awkward and hilarious all at the same time. That'd be so great. But as we get into this one, we're seeing OMG take to the stage. I think OMG have had an interesting track record so far, and it's definitely something to kind of look into a little bit more. While they are sitting at a decent record, right? 4-2 is nothing to slouch at. They've had some very breakneck series, especially against Weibo and RNG, but they've been able to consistently find advantages, and they just came off recently that win off of IG 2-0 as well.
Yeah. Bad. I mean, obviously IG have their struggles, but I think being able to, keep yourself composed in the series where you're supposed to be winning, obviously very, very important for a team who, hit incredibly high highs in spring, right? I think no one really expected OMG to go as far as they did. So ensuring that, they try and funnel more of that feeling of success, right? Top 4 into, I mean, hell, the way that I looked at spring personally from the OMG perspective, Mazel, is that if they won that first series when they made it in to top 4, which was fairly plausible, I think they could have actually unironically rolled, kind of favorably to have maybe made it top 2. Pretty hopeful thinking, maybe, but I think the way that BLG were playing in the lower bracket, maybe they could have done it. That's all I'm saying, but
it's crazy playing against hopeful. When hope is taking you to the table. I do also really, really like a little bit of the focus on WE because they have had the easiest schedule so far, only having played 4 series, but it's also the competition they face, right? They face the likes of AL, Ultra Prime, IG, NIP, who that last one, definitely a much more important win for them, for sure. But they are going to be having a lot of tough competition as the season rolls on, and it's about getting a lot of these functioning pieces work, right? Spring, the Hope combo didn't necessarily work the way they wanted to. This time around, he's got 36+% damage. He is the carry, and he's a bright point, at least on Jinx so far in this split. But it's about WE trying to make it work here, Jamana.
Yeah, do you know what's really funny? Whenever I think and talk about Team WE, I think especially from Spring, and we were both pretty hype on him as well. It was like trying to really chill out Shanks and just be like, look, Hope is that guy that you can lean on later, right? But Shanks is the guy. Shanks is the guy.
Shanks is that guy.
Split, yeah, he is him. But this split so far, like, Hope has just been pumping numbers, man. It has been pretty absurd. Yes, a little bit inflated. They're on Jinx, whatever. But, like, does it really matter? 36% is an absurd amount of damage to be dealing for your team, regardless of how you have your comps set up. So I think, you know, from the get-go, looking at how OMG would want to approach it from the other side, focusing down Hope might not be a terrible idea. And I always feel like when you have, excuse me, when you have players like, you know, PP God and Abel, who are always very, very happy to play aggressive styles in the bottom side, I'd love to see some kill lanes come out to try and shut down that, you know, very, very cornerstone unit that has been Hope for WE so far.
And needs to be here today if they want to continue that win streak for sure. And I think when you look over at some of those meta things we were talking about, you got Shanji's comforts of the Rumbles, things like that, the Aatroxes that have been coming out eventually, occasionally. But it does also come with a lot of setup and aggressive nature of Aki, which is tradition. But his connection with the solo lanes is even more so important, as Abel, as every ADC seemingly in our teams of 17 teams, is always the late game scaler, the win condition for a lot of teams. This trio of the top side of the map, Shanji, Aki, and Cream, for me, is OMG's brightest points.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I was really hyped. I remember from last year when I came in somewhere else guesting, and I was watching OMG games, and I was thinking to myself, man, Abel and it was Cold at the time. I was like, man, these guys are so awesome. Like, they're just playing all these really fun kill lanes. And then this year, it's actually just been the Shanji, Aki, and Cream show, pretty much 24/7. You're right, Mazel. They are the shining light of this OMG lineup. Whether it's Cream on the assassins, right, or it's Shanji on the more creative picks. I think it always gives you something to be concerned about, because you never really know whether or not Cream's going to have a pop-off game, or whether or not Shanji is also going to, you know, whip out the Rumble, which I wonder if Rumble's going to be enabled next patch, right, with the soft reworks. I think that's 13-12. Could see that resurge as well for Shanji once that comes online. Something very, very fun to think about, as that is still, to this day, banned against Shanji, because no teams want to deal with that pick either.
Indeed, they don't. I would expect that to continue to be a trend. But also now looking at the meta, looking at what we're trying to hone in on for both sides, we saw a lot of not tradesies given over in our first series, at least between us two, our second series of the day. The fact that Melio, Yuumi were a little bit harder to find, especially the Melio. I wonder if we get an open sieve here, as we're finally getting into it now. Enough of us talking about random gibberish and the storylines, all the narratives. We're looking at the draft now. It is WE on this blue side with that Nico and the Yuumi ban. OMG banned the Lucian and the Jinx.
It seems as though OMG have done their homework. They don't want Hope on this Jinx. Can't blame them at all. We'll see where the ADC priority lies. I think we're going to probably lean into the Feloses, the Zeris in a series like this. Hope, very, very powerful Zeri player, as Emilio also joined the ban bench. So, of course, that leaves Lulu up as the sole big enchanter. Whether or not we get to see that, we'll have to see. As Annie is also still up and available, as well as the Vi. So plenty of power picks still here that OMG need to ban. We'll see where they land on and what exactly WE will look to prioritize first.
I love to see it. A little bit of dress up, and appreciate the celebrations that we've already seen, and the teams buying into the celebrations with some fireworks of their own here for the Dragon Boat Festival. And now that we see the Renekton finally banned by OMG, it was that Melio ban on the blue side. So something we've seen now consistently in game ones, at least, has been the Yuumi and Melio ban from blue side.
No one wants to deal with it, and I don't blame them as well. It's a really, really broken set of champions. As spoke about Hope being a very, very powerful Zeri player, it does get locked in. Aphelios is here for Abel if he wants it, of course, just giving over the honorary Samira hover here for OMG. Of course, technically an option if you want to play super aggressive. This is one of those picks as well, Twitch. Not that I should be speaking about hovers, which came out as an early answer when Zeri was first meta, but spoke about the Vi being up. Annie is also still available too if OMG want it, so not surprised to see Arky take that one into his own hands, and OMG still have plenty of power picks left up in the litter for them to secure.
I like a lot of the single target focus that you're going to need to see come out. As soon as this trade comes down, you automatically know where OMG's focus is going to be. They're going to pull as many tools to deal with Hope as humanly possible. That's another one. Point and click. ADC suppression. That's all you need. Syndra's still on the table. There's a lot of things that can still take down this combo, and I'm excited to see OMG pick that apart a little bit more.
So, Aphelios on 3, Syndra on 4. Actually, no. Ornn on 4, Syndra on 5. Thoughts? Actually, you could see Syndra earlier.
I could see
I
it,
think that's
yeah.
going to be OMG's comp. I think that's probably going to be OMG's comp. Just because, like you said, they want to just kind of kill the Zeri. Don't blame them. I like this from WE though. Looking to kind of just play, objective, slow games. What I will say, however, is this is a lot of scaling, and depending on where OMG solo lane picks go, we could very quickly see OMG take control of the map. They've got agency tools via the Vi and the Null Assault, and now they've got the Tristana as well, adding towards that kill lane threat. OMG have predominantly been running Tristana on the bottom side, so we can expect this to be Abels, not Creams, despite I feel like whenever we do see Tristana, it's often in the mid lane, not for OMG. So OMG removing away supports now as, again, W went towards that Jason Maokai combo.
And the takeaways from the support matchup, really just whittling down what Iwandi can go in the combo with the Zeri and taking a lot of power out of Zeri. Now, we did get split focus from WE, though, so far, and OMG, as the Ahri ban had come through against OMG and against Cream, but it's the Rakan that was a likely ban here. We have literally gone down so far into the support pool that is meta right now. We'll see what continues. There are still those very aggressive picks, like the Leonas, the Brahms, things like that, but not necessarily the combos you always want to see with the Hope combo of the Zeri.
Yeah, definitely agree. Now, one thing I would like to say, though, from the perspective of WE, as you're very happy that one gets removed away, if they were watching the series in Shanghai, I think this is like Omega Braum value here. You're dealing with basically two forms of point-and-click engage, and a Braum here to just stand in front of a lot of this damage could actually have some pretty high yield value. Annie has managed to slip its way through all of the picks and bans, as W are more focused on the more mobile picks and champions here, as Cassante almost certainly would be locked in for Cube, no doubt about it. I am very curious about where Iwandi goes, though, for the support. Like we've said, pinched, but I think Braum can do a lot of work here, whilst the pairing itself might kind of suck with Zeri. Kind of. By the way, it's not even really that bad. You really do hamstring a lot of the potential 2v2 threat that Abel and PP God could have here. So we'll see whether or not Iwandi goes towards it. Obviously hovering a lot of those enchanters, sort of solo queue options. But again, I feel like Braum is just so powerful as this big wall that I feel like OMG was so focused on cutting away enablers for WE that they forgot that just the presence of Braum can actually enable plays in and of itself for W, and they're going to go towards that now.
Very true. And EDG were ones to whip out this composition in game in our second series of the day. But it is a response to that Cassante. This is a tried and true pick going into this matchup that will abuse the 1v1. It's something we've seen from Shanji. He's whipping out the guillotine for game number 1.
So I've transitioned fully over to top lane. I'll tell you firsthand, this matchup sucks. And like you said, it's tried and true here for Shanji. And it sucks for Cube, by the way. So yeah, Cassante, no priority. And the unfortunate fact of the matter is, if you go all out, it probably means you're committing to a fight most of the time, and you're dropping below half HP and losing all your resistances. What does Darius want to do? Execute you with all of his true damage. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty rough for Cube up in the top side, and it's also Maokai plus Cassante. So who kills him?
I'm sorry.
Who kills him?
Sorry. I just watched the coaches just fumble that handshake.
I didn't want to mention it. I didn't want to mention it.
Oh my god, I love it. I love esports so much. We're getting into the game now, though. We're in WE's home arena of Xi'an, and they are undefeated. Not only in series, but not dropping a single game across all 4 series they've played. They took a couple weeks to go represent China at the Road to Asia Games, and now they are back with a bandit. They want to look at the top of the table here as we're getting to the thick of things in the LPL Summer Split. It is OMG who stand across from them, defiant in the meta and defiant in their picks. It's OMG versus WE as we celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival.
Nice stakes on the line for WE if they can manage to pick up a 5th series win in a row. their schedule from now likely to be quite packed, right? Taking away that break for a few weeks to represent China. But their wins so far, Mazel, haven't been over crazy teams so far. You know, they still have a lot of the heavy hitters to play. Have taken down NIP, which will certainly be a very, very important fixture to have underneath your belt. So let's see how OMG approach this series. I think after witnessing how impactful Braum was in that game number 1 that we had from last series, I feel like OMG could potentially struggle in the early game. I'm not sure about this invade, guys. There's a Darius behind. There's a Darius behind.
Juicy level 1 that WE have no idea is being pounced on them. It might be PP God's 300 game in the league, but it's WE that have been routed. Double flashes coming over. Give that big old Darius a knock of wood and first blood to Shanji.
All right, so pros to this play for WE. Shanji has no summoner spells. Cons to this play. Shanji just started the game with 400 extra gold and XP. So I don't know if it's really that worth. Let's also not forget that Hung now is going to have to walk all the way back out onto the map. He's going to walk to his Raptors. That's warded. I really want to see Aki actually get up in the face here of Hung. Really abuse him now that you know exactly where he is. I'm not sure if they actually caught him on the red buff movement. Aki's making a very, very aggressive move down to red buff though. So he wants it regardless. I don't think he's going to make it to the red buff in time. Oh, he is.
Dude,
okay.
Level 1 is not easy for Maokai. It's not
Maokai should still win the smite though.
He got the smite.
Yeah. So the Q has all the empowered damage, so it's still pretty difficult to actually win out. Hung?
Oh, getting a little bit of 1v1. He's coming to Aki.
Oh.
This is some trouble brewing. He's going to block him for the Vault Breaker. And here comes a return kill for WE. Throw the question marks up because I'm asking questions as well. Aki goes down and Hung picks up WE's first blood of game 1.
So, okay, let's get a breakdown of that. All right. So, in Aki's head, what he was thinking is, if I can make it over the wall, whilst the red buff is maybe an awkward amount of HP and Hung doesn't have Q, I'll probably get the red buff smite. The issue is because he started Q at the level 1 and he's got WQ, he doesn't have a burst ability per se. The E is a little bit easier, I feel like, to time with a smite in my opinion, to actually secure away the red buff. So Hung gets the free red as that's a hook onto Hope. He should
was not expecting it.
I wonder will step up. I don't think he was. But at that point, he didn't have first move from his bottom lane. Iwandi makes it there first. And Hung, like, 2 shots the red, or 1 shots the red buff from, like, 800 HP, because that's how much Maokai Q does to a camp. So, you know, Mazel, I like the idea, but unfortunately, the execution falls flat on his face. And now Hung is actually back in the game.
Right back and raring to go, just like you at casting. Here we go. Kareem gonna get chunked out pretty heavily in this one, but Hung gonna go for a bit of aggression of his own, and that's something you have the freedom of doing on this Maokai.
Yeah, Hung aggressively hunting for Aki at the minute, but Aki.
Oh goodness.
Oh yeah.
Is Shanji gonna have level 6? Ooh, no, he doesn't.
No, well before that. Still a couple more waves, but Aki just looking for topside jungle camps because, well, Shanji's able to proxy at the minute. Aki's going to share a fair amount of the wave here, the XP that is, as it dies, but still securing away the jungle camps. And as Shanji dips into Fog of War, Hung.
We need a lumberjack skin for Shanji's Darius. They'll see the ward over the wall. Like, yep, I'm glad I didn't go there.
Just take away the wolves instead. Who's out on the blue buff? I mean, good exchange
All
here
in
for
from
OMG.
Shanks.
Yeah, I was going to say. Maybe not a good exchange for Cream.
And we actually see movement from PP God first. I like that. Still pressure from bottom side, though. Hope and Iwandi will have that push in. But it's PP God trying to get on the map with his team. And that's where that single target CC is going to come knocking for OMG as soon as PP God connects with the rest.
Exactly, and Hope actually hasn't gone cleanse or anything like that to maybe deal with some of the cleansable CC. It's mainly really just the Annie and the Norless Woe. Just going for the Ghost and hoping that he can create enough of a gap between him and some of this engage, because it can be a little bit slow approaching, right? Norless depth charge, Vi as well kind of just slowly follows you. So We'll see how this setup here for Hope actually works out and how far he can actually get away. Because, yeah, he's going to have to be getting his running shoes on. Anytime he sees the Vi or the Nautilus icon below him, he knows that he's going to be in for a world of hurt if he can't get behind safety quickly.
And I think that's going to be a crucial factor for WE to keep an eye on. But also a crucial factor to keep an eye on for WE has been kind of their opt-in to, yes, some strong pieces brought in, but also a lot of homegrown development. When you look at Hung, when you look at Shanks, there's a lot of synergy developed through them and through a long piece of WE trying to find that new chapter for themselves. I know we talked a lot about that for both orgs in our last series, but this is also a WE who had known international presence and had fallen off of a bridge, it felt like. And then now we get to see them starting to build back towards something that can be sustainable. When you look at Shanks being a spotlight across a lot of times, WE do find success.
Yeah, you know, I was mentioning it as a... We might have to hold the point. Shanji's in an interesting position, so is Shanks.
That's a flash from Cream, as now Shanji trying to chase down Shanks. You got Cube coming around the corner here, and that flash should be good enough to get them out.
Yeah, Shanji just barely misses out on that pullback there as the flash comes through from Shanks, so really well played. And it's a bit of a mind game, right? If you flash a Shanji, then you always know the flash in response is going to come out from Shanks, so you kind of just have to get close enough and hope that the flash doesn't come out in time. Makes it out though as a full in, but this is onto the Braum. Not the best.
A little bit dicey. Hope we're gonna be able to pepper in some good damage there. But yeah, not anything gonna come into 2v2. Again, Zeri is not one you want to leave to its own devices there. But Hung, you know, has been on Team WE for a little while, starting off this spring with them as well, coming over from Young Miracles. And it's always curious to see how much track record and good talent Young Miracles have, but Hung has been a special place here for WE. His connection with Cube is always important. We'll see if Aki can get the better of it. Cube going for the all-out on Shanji. He wants to be the guillotine that makes the difference. Who goes down first? Hung gets the kill to Shanji. And Aki, he's in a bit of trouble, but Cube makes it out with 200 health. And WE strike at the top lane on Shanji.
Yeah, WE had no business winning this 2v2, but it's actually excellently played by WE, and that's why it goes their way. Cube able to separate Shanji away from Hung, who was getting the stacks put on top of him. Means that Shanji can't get to 5 for the aggression and the additional bleed and AD. You'll see it in the replay here. Basically, Shanji starts stacking up on Hung because he's the one that's caught out, right? I think he gets into like 3 stacks, auto reset, gets the Q off, gets another auto attack, but then the push back into the knockback means that no longer can Shanji get to 5 stacks, no longer will he get all of the extra AD, and it means that by the time he actually ults here onto Cube, he brings him down to almost lethal, but it's not like he's got 5 stacks anymore, and that means that Cube able to walk away with his life.
Really big stuff from WE early on. We were talking earlier, really scared like for the Shanji matchup into Cube on the K'Sante, and so far, they knew where the pressure was going to come, and they actually answered it in kind. Still something they have to watch out for. This duo is still going to be ridiculously strong, and that pressure will give them Rift Herald #1. So full neutral objective control so far from OMG.
Yeah, no matter how you slice it, like you mentioned, right? Darius is still Darius. He's still going to get a bunch of AD. I can't remember what the numbers are, but it's really absurd. Like, Darius could, by all intents and purposes, go like a tank mythic first and just still out damage you. Like, that's just kind of how it is in a lot of tank matchups like this, unfortunately. But WE doing the correct thing, right? Just yielding these objectives because they know if they try and look for skirmishes, it's just not going to go their way. Hung and Shanks need time to scale up before they can really look for contests in a meaningful manner. And OMG taking advantage of that and just looking for objectives as soon as they can here. We'll see whether or not they can keep the snowball going, because as we know, WE with a composition like this will likely have to sit on their hands for at least the next 5 to 10 minutes.
That's maybe not necessarily a bad thing. I do find it interesting, though, comparatively to the EDG comp earlier, where you have a lot of the poke coming into objective setup. They are not really in a place where they need to fight them so far, and I do expect their team fight to have some questions to bear later on. We saw that execution was definitely a big factor when EDG drafted something like this, but if you're finding little things to keep you in the game, that's all you could ask for at this point. OMG are the ones that need to put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I definitely do like that perspective. I think it's an interesting lens to look at it through. I do feel, though, because WE's champions are so reliant on items to really be useful, that there could be that bit of an issue where even if WE, you know, find ideal setup, let's say at the next dragon in a minute's time, let's say magically they get into the river first, etc., the champions just aren't going to have and pack the same amount of punch that, you know, an Annie in the early game will, or a Vi and a Tristana will. So
Yeah.
I think they will just have to continue to sit back here, and Demolitionist style that Tristana can bring being put to use here, an additional plate plus this Herald, meaning 2 more plates could be secured here for Abel. Means
That's
that
actually
a nice
so huge.
bit of cash injection is going to go the way of the AD carry of OMG.
Almost taking down the bottom outer tower at 11.5 minutes is so big. You also just got Stridebreaker completed for Shanji as well. So first items really coming up. That Kraken Slayer was big for able to provide pressure in lane, and that is what's leading to such siege potential. While Shanks was trying to answer in mid lane, that is a ton of this little gold advantage from OMG. It's just good decisions around the map.
Yep, exactly. Cube might get himself 2 plates here. Can Wave might do the rest of the work? Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Wave. Stridebreaker already picked up for Shanji. Means that Wave clear. Very easy for him to get through once he's on top of it. But Cube doing a pretty good job, I will say, of staying, you know, even/neutral here into a lane where, you know, by all rights, he could be 20, 30 CS down, and you could consider that an almost win in a matchup like this. But I think because of the way that, again, you know, that first skirmish went for OMG and for Shanji up here, just means that for now the lane remains even. Shanji can always find a very strange angle, not at this particular time though, as 4 members are prowling
Oh
for
my
him. He's not
God.
going to leave this tower.
Oh, here come the roots to drag Shanji down to his deep, deep grave. There's a TP coming down, but it's not going to matter in time as kill goes to Hung again. Cream is here to defend. The Tempest comes back. The tower will start doing some work here. Cube is still very tanky early on. As a tower in the bottom side under siege.
Yeah, tower on the bottom side is under siege, and it's 30 minutes into the game. Abel's chunking this tier 2 to half HP. That was a response from Team W, right? They knew they were losing out on the dragon, so they wanted to make a play somewhere. But they're also very fortunate that it lined up with Shanji not quite having flash. All he could do was pop the ghost and kind of pray he would create enough distance between him and the rest of WE, but still get collapsed on, still too many members, and more plates will go over in trade. So I like that W are still being proactive, or as proactive as they can hope to be in a game like this, but OMG should still have control of the map as they send Abel towards the midlane.
And they've been able to put together a bit of a rocky start to the summer split here. Obviously taking a 2-0 over IG in their rockiness recently here in week number 3. But it has also just been a lot of the Abel show for them. As we see traditionally in the LPL, our AD carries are cracked. But Abel specifically has been an unlocking factor because so much pressure comes from Shanji, comes from Cream, comes from Aki. But the damage backup is always there for Abel, and he's able, with the pun intended, to get a lot of the really good mechanical plays in team fights.
Yeah, I think, you know, you said, to quote you word for word here, that, you know, the shining light of the OMG lineup is very often, you know, Cream, Aki, and Shanji, but Abel is still very, very competent, right? And that does mean that if the OMG top side is maybe not as snowball heavy as often it can be, that it just still ends up providing a platform that Abel was very, very happy to stand on and utilize, as in this game he's pretty comfortably ahead, I would say, of Hope for now.
Yeah.
Approaching that second item very, very quickly.
He's also just always willing to whip out the Tristana anytime he needs to. As one of our aforementioned genius ADCs, his genius might be put into the dirt right now, as he has run into the common problem that ADCs run into, and it's called a top laner.
No, actually, I think it's called Caster Curse, to be honest with you.
Maybe,
yeah.
porque no los dos. You know? Get a little bit of both. Ooh, Shanji looking for the guillotine, but he goes golden. What a beautiful buy, and Shanji can't get it. Shanks with the outplay, kitty.
Oh, wow. Well played from Shanks. I mean, I guess Shanji just didn't press the tap key and see that that stopwatch was in tow. Really well played.
What a good buy, though.
Yeah, like, cancels the ult, but not only that, Unfortunately for Shanji, he cancelled an auto attack with the W. I think the flash made it a bit awkward to land, which meant that the ult was actually placed on 3 stacks, so not as much execution damage as he would have wanted. This has given a window for WE to maybe sneak the Herald. We'll see if a fight breaks out. It's going to. It goes over to
God, he got it. Aki, he's able to take it out, but they can't get the eye just yet. They're trying to take the fight. Cream trying to make it out, but he can't. Cease and desist on the back line. Abel's got reset. Abel's going big. He's going to be rocket jumping to the moon, but it's still a 2v2. Shanks shuts him out. And Cube, the solo laners for WE show up big.
They do, man. Shanks and Cube make it to the team fight. Stop Abel from maybe running that one over. If there was a little more coverage for that Tristana, we could have seen a penalty. Let's get a look at this replay, though, because Shanks, so what you're going to notice here, auto W, Q actually doesn't quite connect. He does get the auto attack off then. No, he doesn't.
No, I think he stopped the auto for the ulti there.
Man, that sucks for Shanji, but very, very much well played from Shanks from start to finishers. Iwandi again, you know, buying so much time. This is the value of the Braum pick. If that's, you know, something a little more enchanter heavy, if that's getting picked off there like that, you're dead. Or if you have to give up all the ground that you did, and you would have to originally, you probably just end up losing the fight. Again, sets up for Abel to have all of these resets, but shut down by Shanks.
You're just lucky you got 2 solo laners that are looking real good right now. That's what Abel's saying, because my God, they picked apart the team, and you saw what OMG's comp is supposed to do. You go all in on a 1 member, they die, you can get Abel resetting, but they just didn't do it fast enough, and they ran into the wall that is Shanks and Cube, and I expect WE to continue belaying that power onto this map.
And he will, as Herald comes down.
Oh my God, it hits so much of that front line. And now Shanji's just gone, and they can just continue to snowball. I thought Shanji had the guillotine, but WE is the one that whipped it out.
Yeah, WE, Judge, and the Executioner right now. There's no need for a jury. OMG kind of on the back foot, despite being the one to set up so many of these plays.
He got hit by 1 Q from Shanks. There's flashes being burned in mid lane when nothing's even happening, and a dragon also taken by WE. The momentum has shifted completely out of the hands of OMG in this game 1.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like now WE said very item reliant, right? The items are very close to being completed for everyone. Shanks already has those 2 items. Into just needs the Muramana completion to actually come through here. This ult connects on to Shanji on the front line. He gets bursted down. He can't move. He can't play the game. Then the next bit of CC comes down onto Cream, and at that point, you've lost your front line entirely. And I think for OMG, the issue is the way that they want to play the game is that they, you know, they want to press their R keys from Aki and from PP God, and then try and follow up on that. But the unfortunate reality of the situation is with Iwandi being there with the Braum, it doesn't matter what target you pick. If the Braum is in the vicinity, they are going to shut down majority of that engage. So I think for OMG, they need to get a little bit creative. Wait for a small pocket of time like this where you know the Braum is separated off and go for that target instead. Wrap around. Go and try and kill Hope right now before a collapse can come through.
It's like watching
no wave. Yeah.
It's like watching a bunch of lions circle a herd of wildebeest trying to find the calf here and trying to get something in. Because OMG, they just end up picking up Hong. That might have just been a big old buffalo.
You know what? Actually, that's an excellent analogy to look at this in. They really have to find the baby buffalo amongst the herd every single time alone. Otherwise, I think for OMG, this game gets so difficult, right? There is such power in numbers for WE that if you try and, you know, pick on more than a member at a time here with the engage tools, I think the collapse comes in and the numbers should win out. And, you know, the further we go into this game, the more that hope comes online with this Zeri, right? Approaching the Runan spike very, very soon. Shanks is about to transform the Muramana over as well. Things look great for WE right now. So long as they can kind of just keep the game at this pace, strip away a couple more of these towers, right? They get this top tier 1, fantastic. Try and get that tier 1 on the bottom side as well, just to remove the standing goal, but it is pretty healthy, so I don't see that one happening for a while. And they can just keep OMG at arm's length.
And I love that they bring up a little bit of the stats of Shanks. He's sitting at 3-0-3. He's on 2 items, really close to that Muramana stack. But this guy has been with WE for so long, right? He came up through WE Academy in 2020 and has been with this W roster for over 2 years, almost 3 now. It's incredible how much time has been spent trying to find pieces that work with Shanks and to enable him, but also to show his growth off.
Yeah, the growth has been very, very prevalent, especially over the last split. Also, the WE maybe didn't have, you know, a very, very impressive by the results look. I think being able to sit down and look at the games, there's a lot of positives to take. As WE, I like this kind of play here. Look for it on the side lane with double
lanes,
TP.
Man. He does get out of that hammer fall, though. That's actually pretty big. And now with item completed for Shanks, still not able to find the damage. We also checking on those items. 2 items for a majority of members of OMG as well.
We said the item breakpoints are here now for WE as Cream steps forward.
Cream gets the
too far.
tippers. Yeah, a little bit on the backside.
All right, tippers won't die though. Very, very important. And once it does, you know, go through the regular timer. Oh well, never mind. It's gonna die now, and so is Cream.
Yeah, Cream is 100% dead here. Oh, he
Right.
actually flashes.
Okay.
They focused on the turret a little bit more.
Huh, not bad here from Cream. Really good job to keep himself up. And still lose out on the tower in mid lane. Almost. Or rather, they lose out on the bottom side tower. So still feels a little bit bad, but WE get what they came for in the end.
All right, so what are Are we looking at like a pride of water buffalo? We got wildebeest. We doing like zebras. What do you think? Or what are we protecting?
I think it's buffalo. I think it's
Buffalo?
I think yeah.
It's water buffalo?
Yeah, buffalo.
Or are we doing like American bison? Since you just came from
Ooh,
Texas.
yeah. Yeah, I just came from Texas, American bison. Yeah, I'm down for that. Yeah, it's bison. That's what
Did you get to go on any wildlife tours while you're in Texas? No.
Dude, I wanted to go to the zoo. I was in Dallas. I want to go to Dallas Zoo. Just didn't
Dallas
have
Zoo
time.
is epic.
Like,
Dallas Zoo is awesome.
Yeah, I just didn't have time this time around, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to probably go. I'm gonna have to go in the fall, in the autumn.
You let me know, I'll be there. No
All
matter
right,
what,
no
I'll be no matter what.
I'll be there no matter what.
Got the engage go a little bit wide by PP God. We'll see if the American bison of WE are able to protect their young of Hope. We got Hung going for the engage. Maybe the bison get a little bit aggressive here. Hope getting locked down though. Shanji is the front line right now. He gets locked down himself and he's just gone. The baby buffalo has grown and Hope is at carry potential right now.
Yeah, it really is. Very, very powerful. 2.5 items on his way to a third. Finds the pick here with the rest of his team. There's so much CC. I just feel like as OMG, now that you lost control of this game, getting back into it feels nearly impossible. You don't have wave clear. You're never going to have priority on a wave. And again, it comes back to this Braum pick, man, because if Braum isn't in the game, then maybe you can force the issue with more numbers on any particular wave and find your way into the river. But with Braum just existing, you can never hard engage. As long as Braum stays on the wave next to whoever's actually guarding it or trying to shove it in on their end. So I think for OMG, they're in a hole. Again, going back to that water buffalo analogy, right? Try and pick off someone whilst, you know, maybe Iwandi is setting vision down because he feels comfortable or he feels like it's a window, but it's just not, right? Try and make some off-tempo plays where, you know, you would typically expect some kind of handshake in exchange of position. Try and break that tempo in that mold, because if you don't, right now, I think it's going to get walked over. This 2k gold lead probably feels like a 5k gold lead in the game.
Did get 3 items now for Abel, so that's pretty big, as the Lord Doms will be able to shred down some of the tankier members, some of this front line from WE, but it's still not easy, as Shanks has also hit a 3rd item, and you get hit by one of those accelerated shock blasts, your life might just be over. WE just looking for a bit of vision game around the Baron buff. You do need to keep an eye on some of those would be lounging predators right now for OMG.
Exactly. I think if they can just keep control of areas around the Baron, and the vision control is pretty good for the most part. OMG doing their best, and this, like, again, this is maybe one of the few windows, right? You're still on the map, W have gone for a reset, get priority, set down vision, sweep it all away, and then just try and maintain any particular triangle of fog. make it scary for WE to retake. But if you don't actually stay to punish, then here's what happens. WE come back out to the bat, they take the next wave for free, and then they just reclaim all the vision anyway. So I guess for OMG, they're just stuck in this cycle and there's no real way for them to break it. With Darius on the side lane with no teleport, you can't even really, you know, call over Darius per se for free with a teleport flank or anything like that. He just has to lumber his old big old self over.
Does indeed.
Rough, Mazel.
Yeah, it definitely does. Feels like a bit of a slow bleed that OMG don't want to necessarily prescribe to. There's also 2 Infernal Dragons in a row for WE, which is pretty big. Oh, there's a TP. They're going in. OMG want this smoke. I don't know if you do, though. Big engage from WE. Cream is nowhere near. Flash in and can't get the combo down. You do have Cube ripping him a new one here as well. Not a single member will go down to OMG. A clean, effective defensive strategy as the Buffaloes have destroyed the Predators.
Defense is apparently the greatest offense, Mazel. And WE giving OMG a pretty strong course in it. And with this wave, this should just be the game. OMG are going to lose this game number 1, and WE very happy to take that exchange. It was engaged by OMG, but it will be finished off by Team WE.
Couple more auto attacks at WE, right as rain and as true as summer split. We'll find another win, still not having tasted a single moment of defeat in our summer split. Incredible stuff from WE. They had us in the first half, man. OMG were actually putting some pressure on, but it turns out WE arrives all the same, Jamada.
Yeah, maybe they're Thanos. You know, maybe it's not. Well, see, they had Zeri, but they didn't have Yumi, so it's not actually Thanos. But WE still arrived at a victory.
Thanos can be whatever you want Thanos to be, Jamada.
Thanos can be whatever you want it to be. But I will say a very, very well-disciplined game here from the side of WE, right? I think kind of just, again, after Shanji doesn't start snowballing, especially after he picked up first blood, don't forget, right? I think after he doesn't pick up that first blood and there's no, you know, major flip on the top side, I think the fact that that never came to be gave so much breathing room to the side of WE, because, you know, you look towards the mid lane, well, it's Annie Jace, all right, it's kind of a it's a bit of a whatever, it's kind of a whatever lane. Then on the bottom side, there's a Braum with a Zeri. How do you ever kill the Zeri when you've got the Nautilus and you've got the Vi, unless there's a massive setup where you manage to actually get everyone down from the bottom, from the top side as well? It feels pretty impossible to do, and I think beyond that, compositionally, you're always going to win out in the 5v5. Just that should just be how those comps work and play out, and they did. So well done to WE for ensuring that OMG never found a consistent way to snowball that game.
If it was just Maokai, Braum, and a carry, you know, that's fine. But then every time it was Shanks and it was Cube that just made life hell for Abel and the rest of the carries for OMG. I think that was a big factor, that they were able to just get very powerful picks for their solo lanes for Hung to play around as well.
Yeah, I think the fact that, you know, Hung had such a terrible start, that was the other, you know what, actually, that might be the bigger important thing. The fact that not only did Darius not snowball, but Hung wasn't shut out of the game and Aki didn't, like, procure this massive lead. Man, that didn't even feel like that happened in this game, because it was such a strange game how it played out.
Because then Hung went top, it was just like, your early advantage means nothing when we're diving you under tower and trying to press you out.
It all snowballed from there. I think the fact that there was no snowball, right? The lack thereof from OMG, because of Aki's decision to try and, you know, really accentuate that lead that could have been built. And again, the idea, it's all right. You know, it's not the worst in the world. Like we said, if he goes over the wall and it's like Hung has just queued and the red buff's at like 700 HP, then yeah, maybe there's a world where it's like, all right, I get to like flash Q the red buff and execute it. But it was at like 1.1 and all that happened is Hung just had to auto attack it down and Q smite it, and that's exactly what happened. And at that point, you just die, and he dealt 3k. He was just not involved.
That's so unfortunate. Oh my god. Even Shanji only doing 5,000. This is also a pick that Shanji has found success on against the Cassante matchup before. I was howling like a wolf the last time this pick was picked up by Shanji, but it doesn't matter when you have a one fell swoop style situation for WE. Look at that final gold right there. Like, that is a spike and a half, and that was one fight win into a game win.
Yeah, and you know, I think we can wax lyrical as long as we want about how well WE did play this. I do feel like the correct angle is to be a little bit critical of OMG, because I feel like this is the kind of composition where for OMG, if you ran, you know, like a simulation of this game 10 times, OMG probably win it like 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Probably, because, you know, Darius should pretty much just 2v1 that top side of the map. Aki would, you know, maybe the invade works, or maybe he just full clears like a regular jungler and then he's still got the lead anyway in the tempo department. Either way, I think, you know, by draft they should win the top side really hard. They should be able to force through the mid lane, but I think when the early game goes the way it does, the skirmish as well in the 2v2 by the Krugs, if you recall that, doesn't go the way that it has to, and then Cube all of a sudden gets some gold and gets himself back into the game. It just feels really difficult to play because now you have no foothold to actually abuse, and you're playing versus a 5v5 composition when you're not really the best 5v5 composition in the world yourself.
True. We'll see what the answer is, though, getting in game number 2. We're going to step away for a little break, and we'll be right back. welcome back to WE's world here. It's the LPL Summer Split. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada. We're going to be getting into our second game of our last series. And what a way to kick it off for WE, as it was actually Cube who got MVP, but it was a turnabout victory for WE.
Yeah, it definitely was a bit of a turnabout. It's definitely a way to describe this one because, you know, I think there were definitely many avenues that OMG could have used to, you know, get into this game very comfortably. One of them would have been playing through the man on your screen's lane, actually. But because there was no, you know, intent from OMG, it felt like, to aggressively snowball this top side of the map. And then there was also the skirmish that in the 2v2 went the way of Cube and Hung. It enabled Cube to basically be a complete machine throughout a majority of these team fights. And him and Shanks, honestly, I think winning this skirmish really set the tone for the rest of the game, because as soon as all of a sudden OMG don't have the Tristana snowballing through the game off the back of what could have been a clean team fight, it just felt super over. And without the ability to engage on, you know, a Cassante Braum composition, you just get shut down, and Cube was at the forefront of that.
And really every time it was both solo laters coming to task onto Abel. It ends up like getting a lot of the shutdowns and setups. And I do wonder what OMG's response will be. They went with a lot of off-meta picks, as we've seen them do. Not a lot, but they got the Darius. But also, what kind of experience it's got to feel like right now for Cube to get an MVP, his first of the split, against the Darius matchup on the Cassante? That's got some confidence behind it.
Man, it's got to be upside down world, isn't it? I mean, I think, to me, the big thing which I've noticed in the two games where Nautilus has been blind picked and Braum hasn't been banned away, is that Braum just shuts down the enemy team's ability. I mean, in all fairness, it's also the composition around it, right? There is so much disengage, but then also re-engage in what W are running last game, that it feels like if you're not pixel perfect on your engage, you just don't get to really play the game. So I think if OMG are gonna, okay, so they've let through the Zeri again, you can't blind pick Nautilus. Vi, fine, whatever, but you can't all in with the, you know, expectation that Braum's not going to come through. And they had the option to ban it, don't forget.
They did.
They removed away the Rakan because W were kind of lacking some snap engage options. And the Lulu, when they could have very happily just removed away the Braum and the Lulu instead. And then even if there's the Rakan in the picture, at least you're allowed to engage on the enemy team composition, right? So let's see how OMG decide to angle this one. They clearly think that the Vi was probably not an issue. I expect this one will get locked in.
Your own words, though, saying, you know, a couple times they might lose it, but usually it feels like OMG should have won games like that where they could execute.
Yeah, because I feel like they would have broken the gate. Like, most times I would see OMG break a game apart through the top side and then really make the composition a bit irrelevant, right? So let's see now what kind of angles come out. We've spoken about off-meta picks and such, hovering of the Twitch again, but they will just lean on Tristana. That's fine. So they've come to the learning. They know now that if they blinded Nautilus here, like they did in last game, they probably would have gotten Braum on, and it would have been pretty bad because it would have been Braum plus Poppy, but instead it's gonna be Poppy plus Little Blanc. Now, very fortunately, right, they do have the Vi, so they can kind of sort of lock down Little Blanc, but it's not necessarily super consistent. And now Cream is going to be in a bit of an irritating spot where, yeah, there's not many picks that can really answer this. Annie, personally, I think sucks, but, you know, OMG just going towards strength for champion and comfortability here, it seems like. I feel like the other option definitely of Syndra would have definitely been a little bit better. You also really hamper Hung's ability to, you know, find engages. Poppy's kind of got to run at you to do anything, right? So if you just scatter the wicket, it feels good. But the Annie is what comes through. They were starting to remove away top laners now. I personally think 2 top lane bans into top lane blind and then 5th pick support. I think it's too important to actually not get a counter pick in when you're looking to find engage through mid jungle.
I'm just saying, Jamada, there's not a lot of constants, or maybe there are a lot of constants in life, but one of them for me is I'm a results-based analysis guy. You know what some results that I have are? I have not seen in a game that I've casted a single LeBlanc lose. And, you know, there might be a reason for that. But I will say, going to the second phase, the focus does need to remain tip-top for OMG because they are back to looking for catch-out compositional strengths, right? Things that can get single targets CC onto Hope, but also Shanks. As long as you can get some lockdown onto Shanks, you'll be able to take him down. But that 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work because LeBlanc is so slippery. So I do like some of the split focus, but the Lulu focus over there as well, interestingly enough, going to try to whittle down the pairing with the Zeri. It's the Nautilus Rakan ban away for WE. First pick of this phase, Cassante, actually, for Shanti.
So, I mean, like, Cube can pick a plethora and he's hovering through all of the options, like in the 1v1. He can do whatever he wants, right? But this is the most important thing. Now, WE have to blind pick their support, right? They have to pick something a little bit adventurous because a lot of support bans have come through. And at that point, PP God should be able to find a very, very strong compositional answer, as well as a very, very strong lane answer. The Gwen comes through for Cube, so we know what that's going to do. It's a very strong side lane presence, and we know that also the LeBlanc has a very strong side lane presence, so expect WE to lean into that. Will they just blind pick the Braum? I mean, it's a bold strategy, because you can very easily get, you know, you can get Enchanted on. There are still a couple up that would make your life pretty miserable here. And then it could give, again, OMG a lot of priority. Blind Janna? I don't mind it. It's I actually don't mind it here. Okay. Now, the only issue is Blitzcrank exists. So that could suck for the lane. But, you know, I think now at this point, yeah, you do run the risk of basically getting run over in the early stages. But if they can get out of those early stages, Janna's going to be able to reset these fights excellently.
Yeah. We've seen him whip it out once before in this split already, but also he is a decently proficient Janna player himself for Iwandi with a plus 70% win rate. Not too shabby. The Blitzcrank, always a threat, though, and OMG have a composition I feel like they can play around a little bit more, and it's a little bit more of that pick-centric style we saw from Game 1.
Yeah, definitely is, and as is with every Blitzcrank game, and I'll say it every single time, it can either be incredibly useless.
Your angle or your double.
Your angle. Yeah, exactly.
Get
you know,
it,
all
angle,
it takes.
Rocket angle.
I know. I got it, Mazel. Don't worry. All right, I promise. I heard it. It was funny.
It has to sink deep. All right, you know, when puns hit that deep, it's got to sink.
I know. By the way, let that sink in. But you know, all it takes is one hook. So I think OMG, even if they don't snowball the early game, still have a lot of those strong pick tools to potentially really, really break the game open. But I like where WE have gone with their composition as well. Angling over towards the Janna instead, more 1-3-1. And this is actually the kind of composition where, because it's just the Vi and the Blitz, you really might have to overforce to actually find an angle. And if WE are able to get their solo laners online and into a spot where they're comfortable to side lane, I think it's going to be very difficult for OMG to have Cassante and the Annie actually answer out those solo lanes on the opposite end.
Well, we're back into Team WE's home arena in Xi'an. We're in game number 2 as the Dios ring. We're also in celebration of the Dragon Boat Festival, and I want to see some fireworks bring us to 3 here, baby. I need OMG to kick it up into gear, get this execution down, because WE, again, still have not lost a single series. And while the caveat comes with, it has not been matches against our top teams in the league right now, it's starting to ramp up for them, and OMG could be their big first test.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not a betting man, Mazel, but if I was, I'd be feeling pretty happy about where WE are in terms of their draft. You know, I do agree. I would love to see some fireworks, but I feel like unless PP God is really enabling some very, very hilarious plays via the rocket grabs, this could be a game where OMG have to kind of sit back for a little while, wait until level 6, then Aki has the ultimate available. Same thing for Cream, with Tibbers getting that extra layer of damage in. Until then, I feel like WE actually have the ability to make plays through the solo lanes and hopefully disengage in the 2v2 in the bottom side. But again, it all comes down to how well PP God is able to aim those rocket grabs.
I have my static shift timer started now. We're going to see. We also have seen the LeBlanc not go static shift in our league. I believe it was just last night, maybe. I don't remember. Days kind of blend together when you have 3 best of 3s almost every day of the week. But as we've seen, I do meme about it. It is something to keep an eye on for WE because that's a way forward if they want to play side lanes like you were saying. But until then, kind of looking at some upending strength from OMG on bottom side and also pathing from Aki as checking in on the junglers. It will be pathing down towards bottom side.
Yeah, both are going to be making their way, and you can't blame them, right? There's a Blitzcrank in the game. Surely there is going to be blood, and they want to be there when it happens. So let's see who gets there first. If anyone wants to skip a camp as well, like it's not, entirely off the menu here to maybe see a wave crash from WE and actually have Hung go and invade on to Aki. We'll see whether or not it's more neutral. It looks like it's going to be that more neutral version of this game. Aki has learned from his mistakes from game number 1, Mazel. He doesn't want to go and look for the flip invade. Whilst WE down here on the bottom side look like they're just getting priority, and that's to be expected for the first couple of levels just because Blitzcrank can't really offer you too much in a range matchup unless he's hitting those hooks.
And what do you think about this Janna matchup specifically? I know it's something we've seen Iwandi play before, but now into this Blitzcrank, like they were fine blinding it.
Yeah, so I mean, funnily enough, Janna's actually doing, not that solo queue means everything, but Janna's actually doing really, really well in solo queue at the moment. I think for a while she had one of the highest win rates. Speaking of win rate, Hung is winning that.
Hung could have flashed for that if he wanted
pretty
to, probably gotten the kill.
Yeah, I think Hung could have. So just playing it very, very slow because he knows without the blue buff on top of Aki that it's there for him to take instead. I'm very comfortable about it. So
God,
you can
so
see
annoying.
like the missile speed of the tornado is actually kind of oppressive. And again, if there is no rocket grab coming through and actually locking down the Janna or creating some kind of pressure, it gets very, very, very obnoxious very quickly. There's going to be consistent priority. And when you get to the mid game, right, there's no dog pile to OMG's composition per se. Like, it can happen, but if the Janna ult is timed well, then it's very, very difficult for OMG to then, get that dog pile going again. So I think if it's not shut down very early on, then yeah, this Janna pick has a lot of potential to be valued here.
That first tornado just gave me PTSD straight back to my awful solo queue games where Janna has made me not be able to play the game from level 1. And I know that's not what we're getting here, but my goodness, to see the pick live in action, but as well as the way that they've already been able to kind of stabilize themselves there is really nice.
Yeah, and of course, not to also mention, all of the support items at the moment are incredibly powerful on this patch. So we'll see where Iwandi decides to go, whether it's a Shurelia's rush, if he feels like movement speed is very, very important for his team to get them out of a tough position, whether it's Ardent or anything along those lines, just to amp up some of the damage of his teammates as well. Plenty of options available for Iwandi.
A little bit of vision game played. The control ward will spot out Aki here. He didn't see Hung put down there, and Aki getting aggressed, but Cream and PP gotta shown up. Hung running away. That steadfast presence. Iwandi was actually on the roam as well, so a lot of movement from both teams already early, Jamada.
Both teams trying to just poke and prod and feel each other out. As
ADC 1v1s, let's go.
Oh yeah, and one rocket jumps away from the other. Hell yeah. Number wants to find any engages. Iwandi, I'm not sure about a poke, but he ain't gonna find it. And yeah, I feel like with the general lack of hard engage in the early game, unless there are some major missteps, we could be in for a bit of a quiet one, Mazel, for the foreseeable future. And even Dragon Takes could be a little bit risky, as Iwandi using that one ranged creep to not get rocket grabbed. So I think that's where we're at. I think until PP God hits a rocket grab, not for lack thereof trying, because I don't think he's actually really thrown one. Could be a bit difficult for a while. Shanji?
Just want to push this wave in here. Needlework actually coming out. Shanji's going to flash away from it. Still have another activation. Almost goes into the wall, but not going to do it. The Keeper's verdict not available to try to buffer. And we actually see Hung just trying to force in this top lane with Cube.
Everything about that play was kind of confusing, but also now Shanji has
he
an
has the all out there. Okay. Get the flash out from both sides. Well, Hung's like, you want to go back? You want to fight?
Yeah, so like you mentioned, right, it's all about just trying to get that wave in, but the way that Shanji played it on the defensive, I don't know, it just bit awkward, but he still achieves the objective he was looking for. Cube is actually feigning a reset here. So he's going to walk back out into the lane now and shove it out. But even then, Chanji's still going to make it back to the wave, and it's going to be pretty stacked up, and it's going to feel fine for him no matter what. And whilst all
That's
of that
pretty
was going
cool,
on,
though. Oh, I actually like
whilst
that
all
little
that
bit
was
of
going
heads
on,
up play. Sorry, go ahead.
no dragon was picked up. So we're still
Nobody likes
zero
dragons.
repeats.
We like fights. Aki
Yeah,
says,
with the LPL.
let's go top lane. Cube doesn't have mana, and he stops the back, which might have just sealed his fate here. Without a Yone in the game, maybe Aki is just trying to represent. One more hit, and under tower, Aki's going to get chased. Oh, my goodness. And the Vault Breaker. All right, first blood for OMG. He gets extremely low. Nobody's here to punish him, so he'll back off.
Yeah, Cube literally had 0 mana, but just about had enough for one more hit, skip and slash away.
All right, your answer, good sir.
No.
Oh, nobody's there. Nobody's at the door.
No, there is no answer. You know, the lights are on, Mazel. The lights are on.
Now I feel like what it's like to be a postman that knocks at your door with your package that you don't answer to sign for. That's, you know, maybe that's what I feel like. So.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is really awkward, though, because I feel like for OMG, they really do want to get, you know, they want to set pace. They want to actually set the tempo of the game. They want to make sure that, you know, WE don't necessarily get to control how some of these side lanes go, for example, but they're not really finding any angle anywhere. It's kind of difficult to try and, you know, hit mid lane early on before level 6, but we're past that. We're at the 8-minute mark. Aki's had ultimate for a little bit under 2 minutes. You want to try and see him use it somewhere. Perhaps you want to try and find some kind of invade as he sees Hung clear away that bit of vision.
Actually get a lot of movement over here for vision around the Dragon Pit. It's still been up for 4 minutes now, but it is actually Aki starting up the Rift Herald already.
Okay. Interaction. It's happening. Oh, pick.
Oh no, PP got. Oh, there's a wall there. You shouldn't have run into it. As the tornado comes through and he has 3/4 health gone.
Huh. Okay. So when I'm in Texas next time, what should I do, Mazel? Is there anything that you would recommend as a native?
Not be close to walls to get run into by Hunk. Maybe
Okay.
that.
Good.
There's really, you can't do anything about that. But anyways, well, you know, there's some fun things. Well, what was your favorite thing to do in Texas? Honest, I'm gonna reverse Uno this one. I had a card ready.
Favorite thing to do when I was in Texas? You know, unironically, oh, hold on, Dave. No,
he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. I would say, honestly, visiting Buc-ee's. I don't know what it is about Buc-ee's, but it's just such a cultural clash to everything that exists in England.
Oh,
that I just feel like I'm on a different planet. You know what I mean?
It's like you
for
turn
for
into
those
an American for a
uninitiated,
day.
Yeah, I feel like mega American. You know what I mean? Like I feel the patriotism starting to flow through my veins anytime I walk in. And for those who are unaware, it's basically a massive service station / gas station, which sells a bunch of beaver merchandise. It's hilarious.
They have a mascot that's like a really cute beaver. He wears a hat and like shirts sometimes. But the big thing in Texas is there's a lot of travel. Cities are very far apart from each other, so a lot of common things are like large gas stations in between cities that sell everything you could ever need on your travel. And this is one that just grew in popularity and got this whole brand, merchandise, commercialization. It was insane. It's hilarious though. They go out of their way to make it over the top. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's great. I almost walked out of a cowboy hat.
You should have.
I should have. I know.
You thought about it and didn't do it. I'm ashamed.
Because I couldn't get it back to London
by yourself. You could put it in.
I might have to
put it in.
Look, there you go.
If Cube would have had a cowboy hat, maybe he would have survived.
Maybe, who knows? I don't know, man. There's 5 members that I don't know what defensive stats a cowboy hat would give in League of Legends, but I don't know if it stops you from dying to 5
mine's
members.
downstairs. I would have to go look. I don't got time for that. We got to get this game, so I get to use the easy cop out. But it actually was a huge come up for OMG. I know we didn't talk about it too much, but so far they've actually garnered a pretty big lead early on for themselves. A much different situation than last game where it was very scrappy against WE.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, this game is just so slow paced because there's
We got static shit. What are you talking?
No, okay, all right. Do you know what? All right, actually, speaking of static shit, I don't know if they said it because I didn't watch the NC broadcast afterwards, and I don't know if LeBlanc showed up, but I was very, very disappointed in Medic and his inability to say that I guess Humanoid is spamming the static to help Fnatic, because that's obviously the spam that you put in Twitch chat.
Yo, don't do my boy Medic like that. I can't take any Medic slander.
No,
I don't like
no,
this.
I've got no. Listen, whenever me and Medic are together, he's slandering me 24/7.
Oh no! Oh, you know he's getting slandered as WE as they get caught in a bit of a trap. Oh, I want it.
No!
He can't do it though. He got Hope coming over the edge, and now Shakes with a little bit of poke down on Cream. This is actually turning around. Hope's turn it up too. The man has 37% of his damage done to his team for his team, and he's looking for more kills. Could that just be an entire lead going the way of Hope, at least for WE, even if holistically they don't have an advantage?
Yeah, holistically they don't have an advantage, but honestly, you know, Zeri getting kills, it's like whenever Zeri gets gold, it feels like it's worth 2.5 times the amount that she's getting. You know, any other champion in the game gets kills 300 gold, Zeri gets it, it's like 650. That's just how it feels as we walk into this replay, and it's WE just, you know, poking, prodding, jesting for a little bit of vision, not expecting a Blitzcrank and a Vi in the wall, and so much disengage comes through between the steadfast presence and the knockups and the knockbacks. Eventually Iwandi does die, the blast cone makes things even more chaotic. Cream almost gets solo killed on the bottom side, but what it does do is also open up for Hope to find 2 kills as Abel picks up Hung. And it's just a big mess, Mazel. It's just everything is dying, everyone is going in one direction or another, and I love it. But if we could get that again in 60 seconds time when the dragon spawns and not just a random handshake, that would be cool.
Yeah, and I do really appreciate the 2 kills going to Hope. It's looking at a long-term objective for WE, but the biggest importance right now is that Abel also got 2 kills, is on the Kraken Slayer. Aki also has 2 kills. So those 2 points of power are super important for OMG to continue pushing up the board. We got 30 seconds for another dragon.
Exactly. First items, very important across the board here for OMG. Once they do hit them, I do expect they will be consistently more aggressive, but until then, I think they will just sit on their hands. There's the Kraken Slayer picked up here for Abel, so that's going to be very, very crucial. But Cream, no first item, and Shanji as well needs that gauntlet to find that additional bit of like lethality when he's looking for the all-ins towards Hope. Until that's there, they will feel a little bit lacking, but with the gold lead that they have overall, they should be able to just brute force this dragon, and it looks like WE will just let this one go by for free and not really look to heavily contest, perhaps across map towards Cream in the top lane.
Get a little bit of focus here. WE always looking for answers to OMG's pressing. God. He does so much, doesn't take much back there, but you do see them dive right
regular
here.
Regular LeBlanc would do that as well.
Does do that, right? Yes.
It would do that
we
as
also
well.
see...
But it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that.
You know, that's where you got it. Ooh. All right, that's where the difference comes. There is actually a pretty big move from OMG up here, though. Trying to collapse onto Hung, who is a bit caught out. PP Gods wanting to get in range. A cease and desist. Rocket grab combo. There you go. And Hung is just trying to get out of here with that Keeper's Verdict. He does knock 2 back. Cream doesn't have the ability to take him out. Oh, heartbreaking. But OMG moved to Rift.
And Mazel, guess what? To underline the story of it all, no one died. So we're back at it again, baby.
Yeehaw!
I mean, yeah, look, OMG will still get this Herald, and we'll see where they decide to use it, right? That top tier 1, very low if they want the gold, but I think mid lane, right? Just structure damage, super important.
You thought.
I say that they're getting
Jamada.
it, but WE, they're contesting, they want to fight!
Shakes. Oh, somebody was so close to taking that, but it is indeed OMG that secure the Rift Herald. But everyone from WE has showed up. OMG with that securation, trying to get out of this pit, but they can't do it. Shanji, big stun from Cream on the backside. That's huge. Oh no, Shanji gets baited, and the Tornadoes have swept up the top lane of OMG.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is Hurricane season very, very soon, and Shanji, unfortunately, gets connected onto by Iwandi. This could be a re-engage. PP God. No. All right. Well, it's always awkward when Blitzcrank misses, you know, like a really point-blank hook, isn't it? You know,
I just love it. There's so much tension in all of the body movements that Blitzcrank, when you're going back, you're like, oh, am I going to do it? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? God, if you can't see me, but I'm moving my body right now. And nothing happens. But speaking of, maybe Hope trying to make sure nothing happens. No, Buster shot enough. Solo bolo to the genius ADC in ABL.
When a game is quiet, you can always expect Abel to look for an angle. Always, and he finds it onto Hope here. No summoner spells available for both AD carries, but that's always going to benefit the side of Abel because, you know, Tristana kind of works doubly as an assassin sometimes for those single target moments. Cream going to face check here into okay, he's missed his Tibbers. That's unlucky, but we'll just be able to walk out, regenerate it, and still get some lane push back in a second as just the replay. Hope dashed forward to clear the wave, and now just the window. That's all that Abel needed to pick him up. Kind of unfortunate for Hope. Just wasn't expecting Abel to still be around in the area.
And now we are back. Mid lane is the presence of both bot lanes now. We have Hope and Abel going at it in a bit of farming fashion and expect a bit of calmness on the Rift. So if we're getting back to our conversation about Texas, we want to go back to that one.
Yeah.
I'd say probably my favorite thing of Texas or to do would be to just have like outside bonfires. You've never been to a bonfire unless you've been to one in Texas, because everything's so flat and there's so much stuff to burn. And it's just really nice. You know, get with Katari, get some friends. It's a good time. Recommend.
Do that. Do I get to be the guitarist? Oh my god! Do I do?
Everybody
do I do
gets a
the
turn.
really? Do I do the really hilarious English thing where they're all like, you know, they want American songs and I just play one of them?
Perfect. Do you, boo boo? All right, I believe in you. Just like I told Lyric last night, I believe in you. All right, the Rift Herald though, believing in trying to take out the turret, does get the outer turret as the keeper's verdict came down from Hung, but that is some lasting damage done by OMG.
Maybe. No, don't get to say my pun. Charge won't go through. And I think now this next dragon, I'm kind of curious about where exactly the pressure will want to lie from both sides. If I'm OMG, I want to contest this like tooth and nail. But also, WE aren't in a position where they're so weak that they can't contest, right? And I feel like for WE, if they let this one go, it's not the end of the world, and then they can hit 2 items, and they're in a super comfortable
There are
spot.
double
OMG
TPs coming down.
OMG
are on both sides here of the mid lane. But they're just trying to lock him down, and guess what? Cream over the wall sets it up and gets the kill on Iwandi. And now Hope popped that lightning crash trying to get away. OMG looking like a fury right now in game 2. Cubes in the side lane trying to get something back for WE.
Dude, I think Aki hasn't seen a Janna in so long that he forgot how quickly that champion dies because Cream literally just dropped this whole combo on Iwandi and it died. Can Shanji cancel this recall?
He stopped
He
him.
can!
I think he actually might win this one too. He might try to go for a little bit of a fight here. All out used and PP God's here as well. Since it's 2v1, that Cube will not survive. It's actually PP God that gets the kill in the end.
Yeah, man. Supports need gold. Their items are really expensive. Smile. Anyway, that dragon was also picked up by OMG, so that was part of the reason why they go for the play. They just find the additional pick on top of it, so gold injection feels nice. I will say, across the map, Hope Zeri did get some additional gold off the tower and is now at the Runan's Hurricane mark. So we know what that means, don't we? It means that Zeri's online, and the Zeri moment can always happen, so OMG have to be considerate about that, and they have to ensure that they're always locking Hope down. Like we said before, 36% of the team's damage, and there's a reason for it.
Interested in the item completions here, especially the locket for Hung, but we did see some base breaking rather going down again in the bot side. Shanji able to clear that one up. You do need to now look back into the map though, as WE are swarming for some vision around this mid lane because they don't want things like last time to happen again.
No, they can't have that happen. I think for WE, just ensuring that, you know, you go back to the bread and bar of how you secure vision, which is just typically, you know, secure a wave, push it in, wait for people to show, put vision down, come back to the wave, clear it again, and then just continue to push that vision line forward when you know that members of OMG are collecting waves. If you don't see members, just play it safe, don't allow OMG back into this game. And I know it might sound weird saying this because, you know, OMG are 2k up, but I promise you right now, the game state, it's actually pretty positive for WE. They are in a situation where Cube and Shanks will very slowly but surely start to win out on these side lanes, get more towers. And they can't allow themselves to have that happen. That's all you need, right? That's all you need is for a rocket grab to connect. And now all of a sudden, it's a 4v5, and it feels really bloody awkward.
Iwandi's going to be wishing he had blinded something a little bit tankier at this point. If you're regretting his choice, as a couple times caught out, is really big news for OMG as they continue to press forward. But that is, oh, we got a little bit of an update. OMG, 12,000 total kills in the LPL. Number 5. Congratulations.
Wow. Number 5. I wonder who the other top 5.
See if OMG can get out of this one, though. No, they do not. BP God gets caught out, and a kill has gone to Shanks, who is on the Night Harvester plus Static Shift combo.
Yep, he's on the spike. Shanji may have to run away here as Iwandi's coming to back Cube up.
Oh, he's got the needlework here. He said Cube had a little bit of aggression on him last time, and now WE try to make it back onto Shanji. As he might actually get out of this one. Shake's gonna flash forward. One auto attack. There you go. There's the burst.
Yep. Bye-bye, Shanji. I mean, nothing's on the map besides the Baron. It seems like OMG just weren't in the position to actually contest that one. So, unfortunately for OMG, despite the fact that there's the commitment of not only Iwandi, but then a teleport from Shanks, they won't be able to efficiently get a good cross-map in. And then we just go back to quiet. 90 seconds on the Dragon. And the Baron is still up. But I don't see OMG taking it anytime soon, and I definitely don't see WE taking it at least for until the next Dragon Spawn. So I think they're just gonna sit here and hold hands, Mazal.
So I got a real question for you. Were you a gamer in Texas, or did you like go out and do stuff? Did you go experience like crickets and like the stars,
the cicadas?
Yeah.
So the last time I was in Texas, I did all of the exploratory stuff. So this time around, I did a bit of both because me going to Texas was actually a surprise for my partner. Not to make the entire podcast about my personal life story, but yeah, it was a surprise planned holiday. So she was still actually going to work. So during the days, I actually just gamed a lot of the time, and then in the evenings, then we went and
true gamer traveling. Never stopped the game.
Look, I had my gaming laptop. I was playing League of Legends. I actually almost hit Diamond in my time there because I just invested a little bit of time into playing League. Not a whole bunch. Yeah, I mean, sucks. Right? Smite, bit broken. What can you do? But yeah, I was gaming out there. Okay. By the way, NA solo queue, terrible place. Terrible place. Terrible place. You know, I could rant for hours about NA solo queue actually. Now that I've experienced it, you know, firsthand. No 100 and something ping. Goodness me, it's shambolic, truly. What could be shambolic? Is this next fight? Because PB God had an angle.
Like, we're getting a lot of oohs, ahs, because there's just so many moments that can be such game changers in these fights. There's like the resets possible, the engage is possible, and OMG actually stand the test of WE, and vice versa, as now it's positioning around this dragon, Jamada.
Positioning. Important for OMG, because it could mean PP God finds a hook. But W don't seem interested.
They do not want it.
So, no, they don't want it. All right, well, you know, I guess they'll just let it happen. Maybe a Baron? Could they pressure OMG into face checking over here? I guess that's the next big question.
They're just, I hope not, honestly, because they just need to make it further in the game. Like, they do have the 2-item spike for Shanks, but really the hope of the game is hope. Getting to 3 items, getting a little bit further, doing Zeri things. And you need to be able to bend and break some pressure, but not give too much early.
Yeah, which I suppose they technically have. Yeah, we're 26 minutes into the game now, so they definitely achieved that first part. I wonder when they'll pull the trigger. I guess Hope has 3 items, so let's go.
To the promised land.
To the promised land. Thanos has 3 Nah, we'll say 4. Let's say 4 Infinity Stones in the gauntlet. You know, Bloodthirster is the 5th, and then Yuumi is the 6th. And Yuumi's not in this game, so Thanos will never quite be able to, you know, snap his fingers.
Well, maybe let's see if Saint can stop the snap of the fingers, or if Hope becomes actually something of a force here. As the pick-out potential is still there for OMG, that is the bread and butter that they are trying to drive home right now. You actually got the anathemas completed for Hung as well, trying to change the game a little bit here.
Yeah, see where that Anamas goes. It's he's probably okay. Oh, hello.
Yeah, Shanks missing that initial chain is actually really big.
Baron?
Ooh, this is a Baron startup now. OMG are trying to set the tempo. WE a bit really. Do see it now with that Ultra Shock laser. PP God misses the Everfrost. The Baron's just going down, but it's a front to back here for WE. They're going to TP in both sides, trying to take this fight. The lightning crash is big, but it's still sync and assist here maybe for OMG going down. Aki getting out with a flash, getting out with a dash, and that's so big. Cube still goes down. It's a knockback into the wall here, but it's still a firing away Hope who finally gets taken down, and you've got Shanji standing in the middle of it all with a double kill.
My goodness me, that was a heist and a half from OMG. Not only did they get the Baron, that's not the heist part. Walking out with almost a majority of the people in that play is crazy. Shanks should be fine, right? I think the mobility here should save him, and Shanji shouldn't have enough damage. There you go, but there's still a base break. Maybe even an inhibitor just because the death timers are too long. Yeah, man. OMG just found their way into this game after what has been definitely a bit of a slow burn.
Wandy's trying to keep Abel nearby so Shanks can get here. This is not going to be enough time as PP God's coming out as well. A really good capitalization by OMG.
Very, very good capitalization indeed. I mean, really good job from PP God to ensure Hung has no way of getting into the pit. But from this point, it's just the carnage, just mayhem. There's CC going left, right, and center. Arky goes to Narnia with his ultimate with no follow-up. Cube is here and he assassinates PP God on the back line. And I think the fact that Aki is able to buy so much time and WE are so focused on killing him, it means that no one's actually over here dealing with Abel, finishing off Cream for a really long time, or killing Shanji on the front line. Dude. So it's a bit too disjointed from WE, and it enables OMG, and specifically Abel, to just get off all of this damage while Shanji tanks up the rest.
Shanji was so OP in that one. He actually used the Unstoppable to block Shanks as he came in to do damage onto Abel. And during that whole fight was subjected to a lot of pain, but was able to put through. Then we see coming back to life, Hung is already caught out, and the snowball has hit WE. This could be their first game loss of Summer Split if it continues to go OMG's way.
Yeah, and it's looking like it could be. OMG very quickly snowballing this game. Iwandi forced the flash.
Shanks. What are you going to do, bud? He's just sitting back there. He watched the tower go down. He might be able to try to get the stacked minion wave to get knocked down, but he still hasn't budged an inch, and they're losing their inhib towers. So at some point, you got to go in, and it's just going to be way too late.
Well, Cube did go in. He just never came back out.
He got put there. I don't know if he went in. He got put in.
Yeah, you know, like
that's like saying when you're making
it's the same result, right? Like, you know, it's all the same thing by the end of it.
All right, well, OMG, just like that, are about to win this game. A huge bomb, and now WE on the verge and going to OMG take game 2 from WE and ended their first loss of Summer Split.
WE, I guess they can bleed in the end. Who would have thought? OMG find a bit of stability in this game. Who would have thought? It did take a while. The win streak has been quelled, unfortunately, for WE. But just in the individual games, they still have the opportunity to pick up game number 3 and keep the series wins going. And yeah, I just think this was a situation where, to me, OMG cracked the code of that red side draft from game number 1. It was just R5 support. If you actually don't enable a situation where, you know, you can never engage onto the opponent, which I feel like for OMG is always you know, historically, it's kind of just the OMG playstyle, right? They love to be aggressive. So if you have this composition where you can't engage onto the enemy team, it kind of just sucks. And sure, Janna definitely fulfills that fantasy of disengage. If Blitzcrank just hooks it and it gets one shot, who cares?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So I would probably suggest, if I was Team WE, to swap over to the red side and try and keep OMG guessing. Because, yeah, I expect that it will just continue to be R5 red side. We saw how important it was in the second series of the day in game number 1 when the Braum came out on the side of RNG. And I think it's a very similar situation here where the support pick continues to very much dictate how a majority of the team comp continues to function into one another.
And the comp just never got to come online for WE like we did get to kind of see it come online in game number 1. And that was where OMG, and we asked the question, you know, the comp looked good. Some of that early execution looked good in game 1. What do you do if you bring back a comp like that? And it worked out very well for them. I think that Cassante actually brought a lot to the table here. I think that is also a pick that's just going to rise through the roof in priority and potentially get banned, which is not something we've seen common recently, at least.
No, it hasn't so far. And I do wonder how priorities will lie there. I do feel like as far as draft is concerned, again, I think that side swap for excuse me, for not OMG, but for WE would just make a lot of sense here. I think that the top side matchup hasn't particularly mattered too much in this game, or in this series rather. Yes, you know, the Cassante was huge in this game, and yes, prior we did see a very massive performance as well from another Cassante in the RNG series. I do feel like a lot of what dictates these games is the bottom lane matchup, and just generally on a holistic level, who is actually allowed to play the game into one another. And if you are not allowed to play your style because of effectively just the draft, right, then I think you're just going to see a slow bleed. We saw it earlier in the previous series. We saw it here in game number 1 of this series. But with that cracked code, I now suspect that is what we will see coming into game number 3.
It's got to be a little bit of a different shakeup here. But I also wonder if we end up going back to Hope's Jinx at all, if we do still get OMG's focus on that and the handshake of the Emilio and Yuumi. Maybe we get guns let loose for our final celebration of the day of the Dragon Boat Festival and get all the guns that we possibly need. But I think looking back at this game number 2, it definitely was where OMG had a bar of execution to meet. They met it, and they continued to snowball. There were the likes of the static shivs, things like that. You see some of the damage start ramping up for WE, but it was all OMG.
Yeah, I feel like the pieces were definitely there for WE, like you mentioned, right? They could very easily, you know, 1-3-1. In my mind, I think getting engaged on would definitely be very difficult, not only on the side lanes, but also as the 3, right? It's Zeri, Poppy, plus the Janna, so consistently finding a bunch of burst damage is always going to be difficult, but I felt like we never got to see that style of play end up being played out by WE, and OMG were always able to break apart sequences of play with a very, very solid rocket grab. And again, that's always the threat of not only blind picking support or a support like Janna, but then playing against the Blitzcrank. It either makes or breaks the game. All it has to do is hit that one good hook, and in this game, PP God hit more than he missed, at least on screen, and that's all that matters, right?
He lost his 300th game in the LPL, but he wanted to make sure he won that 301st game, and the Blitzcrank definitely enables that. And I feel like it's a pick that we see banned away occasionally if it can really upend comps, but it is a pick that makes it subtly through it, and then all of a sudden you're like, man, now we have to deal with that every single time. We have to figure out what we want to do if they want to grab the Blitzcrank again. So we will see how our culmination of the day kicks off, though. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be back with game number 3. We're dancing a little bit of a 1-2 step right now. NIP back on the Baron. OMG, they are tired of this game. And Aki overextends himself. The front to back is taking advantage of by OMG, though. They distracted the backline of NIP, and that has led to a boon for OMG. Shadow goes back in. Can Photic be the difference maker? Shanji, he gets exhausted, and here comes Abel. He's shutting him down and taking down the house. damage as Swall goes down. Resets come through. PP God versus Angel is all that's left. Angel with the triple. He's looking for a quadra. He gets the damage. It's gonna be good. And it's an NIP who come out on top in a long haul fight.
Top Esports with a very low high toll. You just need to land one EQ, buddy. One Q. And that's Top Esports in down.
Up here. He's going for a little bit more. Jackie Love actually ults onto him and just takes him out. The opposite man eradicated by Jackie Love, one of the greatest of all time and living up to that reputation here in this game. The Bramble Smash won't come through. Jin Zhao tries to finish the job, but he can't. Nobody can bring him down. It's Jackie Love on the scene.
They're going for the inhibitor for the side of LGD. They want to stop this Meteor too late.
A valiant effort from Meteor, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to stop the ports now. The GA will buy some time. His Decade will get the inhib. Jackie Love, 2v1 here, will mark alongside him. The sustain is there, though, when he actually gets them. He charges forward. Your carries mean nothing here.
And they've definitely been playing it that way. The gold advantage certainly helps. It means that EDG can't brute force their way into as many fights as they would like. They have on items that help.
Uzi! Oh, that's all they needed! Fantastic hook there from Hung. And that means that you don't really have the damage to continue this fight. Two-man decimating smash into the knockback of Fofo. He will have nothing to do with this fight. Like, they get a big hook onto Ruler. They will one-shot him with an Aphelios. But Finn, not the champion you'd expect to be one-shot. He's going to be, though. It's the Ignite burning away. Knight can't quite finish the kill. There's now the follow-up anti-engage, and Shun just taken for a ride, as so are the rest of BLG. JDG happy to go under the tower here. Look at them shred through BLG. See ya later. We're back to MSI Finals again. It's domination. A Finn TP's back in just to be set up for maybe a second quadra kill. Ruler on a triple already. I think he's bought enough time. I don't think the multi-kill will be there, but it just doesn't matter because Ruler hits double digits, 10-0 at 20 minutes.
Welcome back, one and all, back to the LPL and back to our celebration of our Dragon Boat Festival. And what a beautiful sight it is here in Xi'an in WE's home arena, where they have now just taken their first any loss of the summer split. And they have to find a way to bounce back a little bit after OMG really showed them the stuff in game 2. And it was Abel who actually pulled out the MVP.
Yeah, Abel, MVP. Makes sense. I think he had a very, very strong showing throughout this game. And the Tristana pick is one where he could have popped off previous game too, but just wasn't quite able. It's such a difficult word to avoid, isn't it? Wasn't fortunate enough to get over that line, but definitely did in this one.
You pulled
here.
back into your brain for that one.
I did, man. I did. It's just one sometimes, you know, it frustrates you as a caster on the technical side. Viewers don't really care, but, you know, internally sometimes we do. And yeah, Abel, MVP, solo bolos here and there, and just generally not really hard to argue with. I think you could have maybe thrown a bone to PP God for some of the amazing rocket grabs he did here, but at the end of the day, it's the AD carry show.
It is indeed, and we saw Abel show up and show out, as it was an incredible moment for OMG to pull back in game 2, because game 1 looked a little bit of a roughie, I will say, in the way that it ended up going down, and not shying away from that style of composition for them, I think was the most important thing. And now that we're going to be crushing into game 3, it's WE's turn to try to figure out something for them to find stability, but OMG maybe just sticking on the straight and narrow. It took a game of warm-up. Game 2 looked good. Now maybe going to game 3 with that same mindset.
Yeah, you know, I think that for OMG, I didn't actually catch what side WE and OMG are on because I was away.
It is OMG on red side.
OMG are still on red side. Okay, so... Yeah, I feel like OMG are just going to do the exact same thing again. And it's really going to have to be on WE to find some kind of, like, major amount of intuitive change here. I hear your bar.
Not a Janna, and it maybe looks a little different.
Not
Say
a
that's a
Janna.
Braum. Say that can jump back over the wall after you get grabbed. I don't know. Maybe it's things. I'm going to Mazel's Hopium Emporium right now for WE.
Yeah, I think it's just so difficult because OMG are going to be very set in their ways, in my opinion. I think they're going to look to just play engage. I wonder if the call then actually for I wonder if the call then for WE is actually to remove away the Vi or first pick it and just see where the tide goes and just see what actually ends up falling out. Because not that Zeri hasn't worked, but I feel like you can still answer Zeri in meaningful ways, and I think you need to shake the tree and just see what happens. Because I think at this point, if you just allow OMG to draft the same way they've been drafting, and you end up in the same R5 situation where they just allow people to counterpick, you're going to just run face first into the same issue.
You're going to get hit in the head by an apple that was in the tree that you were shaking.
Exactly.
I'm putting the picture together here, Jamal. I'm putting it together.
Yeah.
The whole imagery. Look at that.
Yeah, see, that's why I like
I don't know why
working with
we're
you.
waiting.
Always-
We're hopefully getting to the game very soon.
Yeah. Sometimes this happens and we just don't really get too much information. So, you know, for clarity, if it ever seems
Get
like
any
us,
information.
if it ever seems like us or anyone on the LPL is rambling, I assure you, it's because we either know there's an
My
issue, so we're
button
trying to
for
fill-
is gone. Like it literally is rubbed off. It's disintegrated. The amount of times that I've been just pressing the go button.
Yeah. I'm unfortunately the color caster, so I don't get that button.
Yeah, because I get that. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, there's actually one at the LEC in the studio. There's a little button and it says start the game, and the casters can always press it. So make sure whenever you're watching the LEC, you do that. But we don't get that privilege here at the LPL. Well, Mazel used to have the button. Mazel used to have the button, like you said. It's worn out now.
Disintegrated though. It's dust.
Yeah,
like
it's
Thanos snapped.
dust.
That we never got to see in game number 2.
I know that Lyric has a button. Lyric's got a button. I know he's got one. Yeah, so if Lyric's on the cast and he's talking too long, just say
Just go buy one of those red buttons from Staples or something. Yeah, you'll just have it. But I do want to focus it. Hopefully we'll be getting a game soon. We'll talk about draft. We'll talk about all that stuff. I don't know what's taking so long, but it was WE's first loss of their summer split. It was yes, it's a game, which is supposed to happen at some point. But WE definitely, after taking those couple of weeks ago, doing the road to Asia games, it was interesting to see their success. But then you looked at that success, you saw it was a lot of the bottom table teams, and you're wondering, once that competition starts ramping up, once your schedule gets a little bit harder, what do they look like? Because we look at some of the disappointments that WE had in spring as well.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you, especially I feel like probably for the longer term LPL fans, they probably want to see the WE organization do very well and this roster as a whole. But it does make you kind of hold your breath and be like, how well can they do really, you know? But if they can take down OMG, I think it does set a very good precedent for, you know, being able to make it at the very least into the top 10. I don't want to speak too soon because, you know, it was IG last split that we're at like 7-1 or 7-2 in spring, and then they barely missed out on playoffs. So, you know, nothing is ever locked in here in the LPL until it actually is. But again, setting that precedent here with a win against OMG could set yourselves up for success, right? In making it across the finish line and hitting that playoff mark.
It's all about having some gumption in this gauntlet of a split. I know we talk about it all the time in the LPL, but it is an absolute fact. These players are being put through an absolute test in this summer split. Grueling schedules. We'll see how or who comes out on top. Now, we're already in the thick of things for game number 3. Our culmination, it is the Vi first pick for WE.
Yeah, I think this makes the most sense. I think if you're going to stay on the same side, you have to shake the tree and you have to change up how things actually go here, as OMG go for a really interesting rotation of Rakan plus the LeBlanc. So LeBlanc, I'm just assuming, strength of pick, right? Very, very powerful. They don't want to give it over to Shanks again. But also the Rakan, maybe it's just a takeaway from Iwandi, right? Scared of the Vi plus the Rakan combo because it's so much additional layered engage that they're just not willing to deal with that at all. Now, my only thing with this is, if you're WE here, you could go potentially Zeri and the Lulu. You could go Nautilus if you want more engaged to stack on top of it, and you should always have a very good lane matchup. OMG have also put themselves in a position, Mazel, where they now have to pick between their jungler and their AD carry. So I'm not sure how much I like this opening from OMG, and I feel like for WE, this is potentially a very nice position because they can also just do this, go towards the Cassante, and that's going to flex towards the top lane and the mid lane.
I would love to see the Lovers duo locked in here because it just gives you that safety. You can start thinking and planning for phase 2 and get that safety on bottom lane just in case and have a little bit of that peel back potential. We have seen Abel, though, highlight the Tristana consistently here in our new age meta, and it will be another pickup of that for OMG.
Yeah, it will be for Abel. Now I expect WE to just really pinch Aki's champion pool here. Probably like someone like Poppy, I think, will be a very, very good ban. Plus X, whatever they feel like could go well with OMG's composition. Maybe a Wukong ban as well. I think actually that's the strongest 2 bans they could open up with here. Wukong plus Poppy, and I think they're pretty comfortable with whatever Aki lands on beyond those 2 picks. For OMG, banning away the Janna makes sense. Iwandi showing it, maybe feeling like it could cause issues into whatever composition they end up rounding out with. And then perhaps something like that Nautilus, or even the Braum. I think even though there's a lot of mobility and flexibility, something like the Braum can still shut down a lot of engage options, and WE right now, you know, do have some to bear as they will go towards that Lulu in the end, just trying to remove away those enchantment options for WE.
I'm just so interested. I mean, I guess since the Blitzcrank's not in, maybe they fear the Janna a little bit more, since they can't just pick it out and kill it instantaneously. Still do feel like, though, that's an interesting ban. It takes away maybe something else that could have been the focus. The Wukong is banned away towards OMG, as we know that jungle pool needs to be focused down towards Aki.
Yeah, I think those bans are quite telegraphed. I think at this point now, Aki, maybe something like the Viego could lean on that. There's not too many other options. If he's really feeling spicy, you could go like Lee Sin, but I think the champion's pretty bad, and it's not really going to offer you too much. Maybe something like Xin Zhao. There's a couple of options still on the table for him for sure. Could also still lean on the Maokai if he really wants to as well. It's still up and available. And something that has slipped through the bans is the Annie, which WE are going to very quickly and happily snap in. So they've got strength across the board. They've actually borderline got draft Exodia, to be honest with you. All of those champs are nearly best in slot. And WE just have to round that with whatever support they feel like they are happy with into the Rakan. And it will just be the Nautilus, because the enchanters are removed away from OMG.
And it's also just a really impressive pick into Tristana. The Dredgeline can still connect during the rocket jump. You've got that insane follow-up to all the CC you already have for WE. But it looks like we get that lock-in of the Aki Sejuani. And it'll be that LeBlanc mid, the Renekton top for OMG. So definitely looking to combine these forces in the top side of the map early on.
Yeah, I mean, for OMG, I think you just have to send it through Shanji's lane. Otherwise, this game gets really awkward in the mid-game quite quickly. And even though, you know, the spikes of the Shiv and, you know, moving towards that second item, very powerful for LeBlanc. Able hitting Kraken Slayer first on the Tristana does definitely buff up a lot of damage potential. I feel like WE are always going to be super comfortable as long as they're within 1,000, 2,000 gold of OMG. And they know that they have the Zeri scaling and all of these obnoxious champions. Pretty much best in slot across the board. Is what I'd like to call a near draft Exodia. I think OMG have definitely got their work cut out for them.
We've gotten our third game. The coaches' handshakes are on point. Everybody's raring to go here. Everything's looking really good. A lot of communication between the teams because this game is, while in a regular season, an important one nonetheless. We've made it to the culmination. OMG pushing WE against the ropes, but WE adapting. WE changing their style, even if it's not a change-up of sides.
Yeah, exactly. Big change-up in style, despite the lack of side select change, which I was surprised about, but they went towards the adaptation, right? They first picked the Vi, and OMG just didn't pick up the Zeri. They just let it go through as well. So OMG willingly go towards LeBlanc and that Tristana, and we'll see how heavy the dividends pay off as we make it in to the Rift for the final game of the day here.
Our fireworks are set up and ready to go at the Jayo's ring in WE's home arena for a final time of the night. It's WE versus OMG. Give a little dance party in the top for the celebration of the Dragon Boat Festival. But it is OMG with a very interesting track record in this split so far. A roller coaster, as a lot of other teams have been. But it's been off a lot of nice little meta decision making from them. They've played with the meta a lot. They've been able to figure out a lot of interesting tactics for themselves. And maybe one of those now is Static Shiv for Creed.
Static Shiv. It's just so broken. So unbalanced. I was quite surprised that
it lost.
Well, for one, it lost. But two, once I actually saw this build in action, because I'd heard, you know, rumors, whispers across the verse that it was powerful, but I hadn't seen it in pro play. But once I saw that thing in action, man, how is that like it's so strong that I would almost say it's like close to hotfix territory, you know? Like it's pretty obnoxious. Either way, we'll see how Cream manages to navigate this early lane, and of course that very, very powerful build in this final game has to pull out a bit of a big one. Has been close to quiet throughout this series, in my opinion. He has the opportunity to flex his muscles a bit with this LeBlanc pick.
I know we were talking about WE's schedule, they've gone undefeated, all that good stuff, and they kind of roller coaster that OMG have been on. But I want to go down that roller coaster a little bit. They kicked off the split against BLG, then Weibo, then JDG, then RNG, and NIP last time around. Last week, as well as IG. That's a heckin' schedule to start your season off with, and they took Weibo to 2-1. They won that game, and it's where OMG have shown their biggest strength is early proactivity, and we're leaning on that yet again. Aki did move in, was unable to get that for himself, but at least shows a little bit of pressure towards Hung.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate from the perspective of Aki that Hung was dragging the red buff the way he was. Otherwise, he could have definitely gotten a sneaky smite off. Either way, still going to find these Raptors. Still going to get him over to almost level 3. Because he took Raptors red, gets the Raptors, so it's not quite enough for level 3. Just has to leash a bit of XP from the mid lane, gets it instead. But like you said, it's always it's a double-edged sword with those tough schedules, right? For OMG, playing so many strong teams and walking out of it 4-2 feels not bad, right? Like, sure, it's not necessarily, you know, you don't necessarily want to start the split like this, but at the end of the day, I think walking out with 2 wins that you're probably pretty comfortable with. And obviously losing to JDG and BLG is no, it's not something to necessarily be upset about. You can look towards the rest of the season and still very comfortably say, hey, as long as we can finish towards 5th, towards 4th, you're feeling pretty happy.
And this would be a 4th win in a row for them as well. So while the early things were rocky, they're starting to try to put it together, and that comes to a lot of the meta decision-making we were highlighting. Aki trying to make his face shown yet again. It's not against Hung this time, it's against Shanks. We do have that opposite side clearing kind of coming to fruition here now that we've had that reset side from Hung.
Yeah, exactly. Hung, obviously, that full clear had a bit of a awkward path after the red just because of how Aki decided to invade. That's one thing I will definitely credit Aki for. He has certainly been trying to put Hung under pressure. It's not always been the correct decision, as we saw from game number 1. But I can appreciate
They've traded chicky nuggies.
Yeah, this game they just traded chicken nuggets, and I think that can be okay. And Hung's technically getting the 2nd rotation, so that feels a little bit better, but jungle XP is kind of whatever, as Hope.
Oh, Flash Hope! That's a cleanse at the last second. That is life-saving from WE.
Yeah, I'm really curious about how Abel flashed over that wall there, because it seemed as though, if I recall the play right, because of where he was, if he flashed right on top of Hope, I think he would have been able to have gotten that next auto attack off and killed him, but he flashed a little bit more down to get one last auto attack to actually pop the bomb instead. So, interesting decision. Maybe just overestimated how much all-in damage he had, but it forces Hope out of the lane, and he's got no summoner spells now, so potentially could get picked on by Aki once that level 6 mark comes in.
Got that plate down there, though. Got that plate for Abel, so a nice little advantage in that direction, as well as a little bit of a CS advantage. See what they can play that around, as they know that Abel and PP God are going to need to back after they stayed so long. Hung starts the dragon, but Aki's right here around the corner. Not a lot of health, though.
Has smite. And will
sneak
his head in. Cream is kind of giving the jig away by hovering into Fog on the bottom side, unfortunately. So Aki hashes to give it up, and WE will secure this dragon for free.
So see a nice priority given from the bot lane. Good heads-up decision-making from WE. And they'll go right back to laning phases, right back to normal. Shanks and Cube, the solo laners of WE who came up so clutch in game number 1, were such big menaces. They need to do so again as Tipper's used in mid lane onto Cream. Cream's going to go right back for this chain connect. Shanks flashes. He got that summoner spell burned from Shanks. That is revisitable.
Definitely is. And you'd want to see it, right? I think for OMG, they've got all of these aggressive tools. You want to see the likes of PP God going in, maybe stacking on top of Aki and just confirming the play towards Shanks now that he has no flash. We'll see how exactly OMG want to play this. I think after losing the dragon, we'll feel pretty, maybe frustrated perhaps with their inability to be able to contest it at the timer. I think playing towards the top side when you've got a Renekton as well should be pretty plausible. So I expect around the Herald we'll start to see OMG get the stuff together, try and get in sync and look for a play.
Yeah, you were saying just play through Shanji's lane if you can. Aki hovering this side, but at least a plate going to Shanji's way. Able to steal away the blue buff as well from Hung as he comes up towards this top side and spot him out. So Aki ahead of the play a little bit, while not in ahead of a CS department. Hung will be spotted out in his decision making.
He will for now. See how much it matters. Just going over towards more jungle camps. Must be very close to level 6 by now. 7.5 minutes in. Surely we'll crest it. If not after Gromp, then certainly after Wolves. And then we will start to see some plays come through. I think for WE, the point and click ability of, just having Vi and Nautilus means they'll always be able to start a fight. It just depends on how the setup actually goes. And OMG, kind of a similar deal, just a little less point and click, right? A little more skill shot orientated between that Sejuani and, of course, for PP God having to find a strong angle in to lock up as many people as possible.
We'll have Rift Herald up starting now. See if... Oh, instant start by Aki. As it's actually Hung hovering over the bottom side of the map. So objectives traded early on. And while we have a ton of time for our compositions, I do want to check back in because we did welcome you back to the LPL. How you feeling? How the ADC check-in? You doing okay? Still knowing that it's the same things going on?
I love the ADC meta. Shanji should be fine here. No, there's no ghost available to Cube, so he can't find a rundown. Yeah, you know, I've really enjoyed the AD carry meta, just not being got. Like, I literally left for 3 weeks, guys. 3 weeks, and we're still, you know, still dealing with Zeri, still dealing with Aphelios and Lulu. Next patch, a lot of it is significantly weaker, so you know I can live happier with that. Cube, no ultimate. Has flash.
Nice little flash, actually. Shanji gonna tank it up. One more shot. It's not enough. Calculated and cool. Come up by OMG big for first blood.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to feel a bit bad for Cube because he played that probably as well as he could have. But Shanji just walks out on 1 HP. So unfortunately for him, it's plates, it's first blood, and Shanji's gonna be making his way to that first item even sooner than perhaps Cube would like, as dive comes in. Good flash away and then push back on the W on the second E. Just kind of keeps Shanji in place and make sure that, you know, realistically, if Shanji had flash, he would have to flash out from underneath the tower and just kind of hope. But unfortunately, he has enough health regen in this particular instance.
Also has first mythic item on the table. Gore Drinker completed for Shanji. Pretty big. We also have Rift Herald in the pocket of Aki, trying to get active on the map. Hope gonna need to get out of this one, going right to PP God. As Awandu was actually right around the corner there, and we should get back to the stalemate that was, but about a minute till Dragon. Maybe something WE can play to, but maybe more so something OMG can play towards.
Yeah, I feel like OMG definitely want to a little bit more. Right, I think even though WE have definitely the ability, and they've got that first Dragon, I think if you're OMG, you probably want to stop this Dragon stack from happening at all, just to ensure that you've got a little bit of time to play around with, you know, potential side lane from both Cream and Shanji. So we'll see exactly how lane priorities lie. I think what would help a significant amount is if Cream can get a reset off and actually secure that static shiv. Yeah, there you go, because then he can get mid lane priority a little more consistently, and that could actually help moving in towards that river to try and get a good look here at this Dragon. And the other pretty obvious thing is a pretty sizable gold lead as well from OMG's side. With those items coming in, they should definitely look to push and bully WE out of this objective.
I mean, it's like a 20 CS lead for Shanji. Now we get the engage in a 3v3 bot side. The depth charge has already been used. Aki flashing, but the cease and desist coming down. Hope trying to gun him down. Can he get the damage here? I don't know if he has it. Aki! Oh, man. It's a trade of jungler for jungler. That should be it down here.
Yeah, jungler for jungler, which means, guess what? Dragon staying on the map for a little bit longer. Nothing's going to go awry for now, but the AD carries picking up some kill credits there. Feels good for both, accelerating their games a little bit. But like I mentioned last game, look, Zeri gets a kill. It's not worth 300 gold. It's actually worth 600 gold, you know? It's just the law of the land. As you know, the initial engage kind of comes onto Iwandi with the ultimate. It feels a little bit awkward. Abel's forced back, so he's not able to get DPS out. And then the extended engage comes in here from Hung, and the disengage is really good. Honestly, there's a world where Aki could have walked out of that one alive as well. So I've got to say, WE definitely overreaching in my mind a little bit, but still ends up being a 1-for-1.
Capitalization from both sides, and WE actually getting a kill on the table. Still about a 2,000 gold lead for OMG as PP God looking to pressure, while Aki has this Rift Herald available to pop bot lane for Abel. That's some much needed gold in 2 plates.
Yeah, more gold going into the Tristana's back pocket. Not bad. And remember, because Kraken Slayer is a little bit cheaper, and the fact that Hope has also gone towards those B-Greaves first, it will be a little while until Hope actually hits Triforce, and then subsequently more items, right? Abel, there's a world where he could hit a second item very, very quickly in comparison to Hope, just because of the item cost differences and such. So could see a bit of a discrepancy start to build between the 2 AD carries, not only with that gold injection, but also just because of the way that they're itemizing just in small, minute details like roots.
I would say Aki got that second plate holistically, so it feels a little bit bad. But you get the Dragon, you get something back, you get a little bit of something. Pressure on bot side feels really good, and I think that's a nice step in the right direction for OMG, because again, what we were saying is a lot of times they look for pressure early and try to outplay you, and right now they're right as rain in that avenue.
Indeed. Another plate comes in on the top side though for WE instead, actually really like this itemization of Thornmail for Cube. It's something you occasionally see from Cassantes when they're against like attack heavy champion. Just because Thornmail on completion, I can't remember where it roughly sits, but it's something like 60-ish damage per attack return. So you can deal a surprising amount of Thorns damage as a first item rush if you're against an Awe attacker. So if you play Cassante or hell even Ornn, it's pretty good on Ornn too. Do consider it on occasion.
Cow.
Definitely a matchup specific thing, but I agree. Holy cow! But that's a crocodile.
That is
a very dead one potentially.
Does have the dominance. Can't even pop it. Going down.
Man, maybe I should have left Texas with some crocodile boots. That would have been good.
Oh, Abel.
He's
to
all right.
get out there in the rocket jump, and my goodness, a nice bit of response across the board from WE, even if the gold differential did not get any better.
Yep, exactly. Let's feel, nice overall to find the play, and not only that, Hope will probably find, or almost find that tower up on the top side. It's extremely low. Should be able to get it on this next wave, as they'll also get the Herald, so generally, map play feels good for WE. The gold lead will slowly close once they also get that next Herald in potentially. The OMG, how over are they with this play? Because Aki's coming over, Abel's coming over. It feels like a bit of a half-hearted contest. But as the collapse starts to come in and the zoom out comes in, you start to see more. It's dangerous!
Oh, Aki steals it away, and Hung just has to watch as he is surrounded by the piranhas of OMG. As Kareem is now trying to chase down Shanks, and Wandy is on the wrong side of town here. You did get that first tower, which gives a lot of this pressure to OMG because they could just bring everyone this way. Abel with this Rift Herald spawn. Number 2 stole it away from Hung. They should be able to press a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, definitely can. Next charge will come in. That's 2 towers. Very easily for OMG here. Real nice turnaround. And I mean, this is WE. They were the ones that were going for that play. They were the ones that are going to lose out. Get the second charge. It won't be a tower. Still feels good. And WE... It was about a 2k gold lead when that play started. It's now a 5, unfortunately, as Smite comes in, Aki wins out, and Hung is bursted in the pit. Not much he can do about that one. Goes over to PP God, but honestly, who really cares? Now OMG just open up the map even more, and things become more perilous for WE, as now they've got to deal with Cream on the side lane. Stack Shiv, AP starting to come through, and Cube will very slowly but surely be whittled down here. It will take some time for him to defend the waves, and he'll have to exchange a lot of HP, and Cream will eventually get to that tower and start chipping away.
And you just have so much natural advantage given over to OMG. We have CS leads for Shanji, for Abel. We've had turret plates just going all the way into OMG's pockets, and there is not much for WE to stand on defensively out on the map now. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to pilot a lot of these side lane situations when you have a comp like you do. You're trying to roam around, you're trying to get picks, make sure you can get Hope into a good position.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you have to start playing the team composition out now, even though you'd probably ideally like to play it out more in a front-to-back-esque fashion where maybe you have 1 or 2 flankers, right, whether it's Cube or Shanks looking for a good angle. You have to just start looking for picks now because the map is so open that realistically, if you try and find a front-to-back, chances are you just get collapsed on it in a far more dangerous and lethal manner by OMG. So look for them where you can, but I feel like the options will be limited, and OMG likely to play this one by the books.
Shanji just picked up his second item, a Black Cleaver completed for the Renekton. Even scarier stuff coming to bear here for WE as dragon spawning and an importance for them to maybe get some vision around, but not necessarily to have to fight. I mean, you are leaking gold right now, but it's something where we've always talked about in every single game. Hope is still on the Zeri, and there is some potential for some Zeri outplays.
Outplay is a strong word, my good friend. We'll
you got
see,
something to say, ADC CEO of Hate?
Yeah, CEO of ADC
CEO
Hate.
of ADC Hate. Sorry, yeah. I got your title. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. We still might hire you. We do have positions.
See, but I'm an ADC. COO. So what do we do? Am I a spy?
You can be a marketing lead if you'd like. But I have to see some example work.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. So Medic's the COO. And then Forrest is the chief financial officer. I think you can figure that one out for yourself.
Okay. Got the whole crew going, man.
Yeah, I got a crew going, man. But away from that, speaking of finances, OMG find themselves still 5k up, and this dragon is available on the map, and I suspect that they will continue to just slowly push the vision line up and ensure that WE don't really have a way to contest it. And they don't even have pressure on the top side. They can't really easily kill the LeBlanc either, because a double distort should make it a pretty difficult deal. So, yeah.
It's almost impossible. We've seen teams rampant around the map, but this is a combo that I was talking about in draft. If you can lock it down, that's all that really matters.
Oh.
Huh?
No,
okay,
man.
that happened, I guess. I'm still so confused. But Cream's slippery. There you go. That's the takeaway.
Yeah. Duh. Like, hello, Cream.
Duh.
Cream.
They're so salty. Oh my god. The first time it wouldn't work. I know we're memeing a little bit, but like if Hung, I don't know why Hung turned around, but like Cream was right next to him right there. And it's like they killed him there. This champion dies and it's not slippery. But then Cream gets the decision-making power after you back away like that, and it just does not go your way.
I don't think I've actually seen tilt happen in live, you know,
Live
images.
action
Like,
tilt.
yeah, it's just like play by play of a tilt moment happening. But
I see their
clearly
brow getting a little bit more furrowed as the moments
Yeah.
go by.
You can certainly tell though that was a moment of frustration from W, a little bit more of an emotional play. But I mean, what more can you really do, right? You have to try and find something in a moment like that. You do well. It's one of those things. You always, if you lose something on the map, you always want to try and like trade it back. It's kind of like bread and butter of competitive League of Legends, right? League, when you play professional League, it's, as I say this as if I'm not. Anyway, point is, it's kind of like chess, right? If you're exchanging one thing, you want to take something in return, right? If you're losing something, you always want to try and find something just to kind of sweeten the deal a touch. But yeah, in this case, WE, I think taking that mantra a little bit too far. They were dragging a piece at the end. They were very far in to this game too. So, all right, here we go, round two.
They
More successful?
It. No! Oh man, what you really needed was Iwandi there. If it, the triple guy every time two connect, one doesn't. There you go. God, it's so frustrating, man. I feel for you, WE. This champion is so slippery, and it works out so well when Cream is piloting it as well. Not even having a kill to his name, but being a nuisance all the less. And we see that push from mid lane actually doing some work here, while OMG reset back on the map.
Yeah, let this be an ever constant reminder that scoreline does not often, or doesn't always matter. Often it does. Sometimes it can. You know, Cream has arguably been the most impactful player for OMG this game. Simply because of how much pressure he's drawing. It's not even necessarily getting OMG anything, but I think the fact that we have just witnessed WE make a couple of questionable plays. Oh! Okay, no, and he's
they just don't want to leave this stuff. They're like, the Cream is here, we want him. If we will find him, we will take him out. Hung is on a ward right there, so it feels a little bit bad, man. Shanji just tearing away at the bottom side. Still about 40-50 CS up.
I have a question, and this one is posed to you, but also to chat, and I'm going to open chat again in a second. Do we think that Cream is going to die this game? No, I do it all the time. It's a bad habit of mine. Do we think that Cream is going to die this game as well? Do you think he's going to die?
Yes.
Yes? How many times? Once? Twice?
Once.
Maybe three
Probably
times?
once. There's going to be once. You're going to go for that extra, like, the static shiv, the energized proc is at like 95. Like, oh, I'm going to get the auto attack. Oh my god, it's got. Oh, I'm dead. So I think that's going to happen. But, you know, that also couldn't happen. We've also had 5 kills in 23 minutes, which, you know, is not a commonality in the LPL.
True. Now, like I said, I've just opened the chat because we have an exceptionally slow game. And Nymera has asked me, can I convince you to join the lactose tolerance club? What does that mean?
Okay.
Oh, it's a cream joke. It's a because cream.
Yeah. It took you a minute. You got there.
Yeah.
I'm proud
Look,
of you.
look,
Congratulations.
I flew 9,000 miles yesterday to be here for you guys again because I love you.
You gonna start singing too? I would fly 9,000
miles. And I would fly 9,000. Yeah. And you know, I might be a little bit jet.
We need to make a cover of that for the LPL. We did travel to the LPL. That'd be great. Great.
Oh, hello.
Maybe a little collaboration, some action going down. Double TPs. We've been waiting for action for so long. Now we're getting all of it. Big outplay there, though. Abel goes down, but it's traded for one. You got multi-pronged fights going on as Shanji is tanking up everybody. He can't get a heal, though. That is so unfortunate as WE get a little bit of fighting spirit in him here.
Yeah, okay. WE, it's not all doom and gloom right now. And again, if they can actually get on top of the targets, they've got enough CC to kill people. Cream.
Get Cream. Hug wants him. He can't see him, though. He wants to take him out. He is the bane of his existence.
It's like he's got spidey sense, you know? He feels like Cream's on the other side. He just starts charging the Q. He just knows he's there. And OMG have to back away a little bit. Shanji doesn't have teleport, so this could be a little bit awkward in terms of actually contesting this dragon, but at the same time, WE are a little bit separated from Cream. He's good.
Hope was actually walking away initially, but ends up coming back this way. Cream's going back in for a little bit of poke. Aki pushed out and Dragon given over to WE.
Okay. Now, whilst this is a good thing for WE, do you know what this is not a good thing for? Potentially my sanity, because now this game is going to go on longer. And
True.
I feel like these guys are just going to continually poke and No, there's a Baron. Never mind. We're good. We're good. We're good. Let's see how things play out. WE have to definitely check this. And they know it's going on now.
They actually just want to turn the fight here, but about 5,000 health goes down the Baron. Got Shanji and Cream hovering over the back. Aki throws up the thumbs up. Hung looking for it, though. Gets the knockback. And the Hope Lightning Crash comes through the backside, though. You got to watch out as they just turn right back on Shanji. He heals so much, though, and Hung is already down. Shanji's still alive. The Croc is a menace, but so is OMG. Just like that, the Thanos step has happened, but it's not the Zeri this time, Jamada. It's OMG.
My God, OMG. That looked like it should have been so one-sided for WE, but the fact they couldn't kill the crocodile, maybe he's the Thanos, you're right. Being able to stand fast, and at that point, WE just fall flat on their face. Hope tries his best on the back end, but he just doesn't quite have the fully completed Zeri moment build. Lawnmower not completed. This initial part looks so good, there's so much chunk out, but on the backside of it all, it's all about Shanji getting out so much AoE, surviving for so long. The focus is on him. It's not on the likes of PP God going in as he CCs up multiple targets into the stopwatch. OMG.
There's a reason why this pick's made it through no games pretty much at this point. Like, Renekton, if let loose, if put into a good situation, he's a monster. And the fact that Shanji survives just sets up the rest of the comp so well.
Yeah, it's really, really absurd. And I mean, it's not like OMG necessarily have the best front-to-back comp in the world, but if they're pushed to a position like that again, where Shanji is just able to kind of be that brick wall, soak up a lot of damage, and then all of a sudden, you know, Abel, Cream, Aki, they all make it very, very chaotic. WE just don't have the tools to deal with a multi-pronged-esque fight like that. And now OMG with the Baron, just going to tear apart the remaining structures on the map. Easy for them to do it, and
yeah.
There's not really a lot of wave clear available to WE.
This is a comp that will just push in your base so fast. They destroy turrets so quickly, and they have Baron for another minute and 35. We've seen OMG do this before. One fell swoop. We've seen WE do it. One fell swoop. But OMG, they are barreling down the base of WE right now. You got Hung and Shanks on the backline, but Hope is a little bit caught here. Trying to get out is able, but he gets locked down. They finally find him. He goes down. The shutdown has been achieved, but Shanji is doing what top laners do when they get ADC meat put in front of them on the table. OMG will be good tonight, and it's off the corpses of WE. They will hand them their first loss. They will hand them their second loss, and they will hand them their first series loss as OMG improve slowly but surely to this 5-2 record.
It was slow and a little bit calculated from OMG, but in the end, it's a death roll that WE cannot escape, and Hope feels the jaws of Shanji on his Nexus as they close out. And like you say, OMG finding some more of that stability we were hoping they would after those first couple of opening weeks, and WE finally bleed here in a series loss.
And what a way to do it. Game number 1, they got their composition online for WE. They were able to bring back a lot of the advantages that OMG were looking for early on. But OMG, across all 3 games, was consistently finding early advantages. And it didn't work out game 1, but it definitely worked out in game 2 and 3. And it feels so good to see this OMG roster come to life and find a actually pretty big win streak at this point in 4 in a row.
Yeah, and you know, you want to keep that streak going. We said they've already played a very strong handful of opponents towards the top end of the table, right? Expected top end of the table finishers here in the LPL. So, you know, ensuring that you're taking down WE, who, you know, we don't know where WE's, you know, expected ceiling is right now. Finding 4 wins is definitely something maybe many of us weren't necessarily expecting to find out of Team WE, especially not in the fashion that they did it in. But again, for OMG, trying to just reach those same heights that they were able to in spring, I think has to be the goal, and taking down WE here makes a lot of sense, and finding more of that consistency that perhaps they were lacking whilst already having played some of the strong teams is going to be crucial, because that's when you really, you know, that's when you slip down a position, right? When you lose to a team that you shouldn't be losing to. Losing to a BLG or a JDG doesn't feel as bad if you're still finishing 4th when you finish 6th last split in the regular season.
And we finally got the PP God Blitzcrank come through. Huge trendsetter in game number 2, especially. But it was really nice compositional strength from OMG, even in their loss, trying to get the Darius out there to counter, giving Shanji some love as well on the Cassante. But really, really, really powerful stuff from OMG. But that also brings the question of the kind of meta discussion for WE, because we saw some very specific bans early on. One of them was the Jinx from OMG towards Hope, and trying to whittle down that champion pool. So now that we've seen kind of the champ will be attested a little bit for WE, the conversation becomes, how do you move forward for them and look for other strengths elsewhere? Because it can't just be Hope and sometimes Shanks.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a difficult question to pose, Mazel, because we had very similar questions last split as well, right? Where
we did,
you know, even though when we were coming into it very optimistically and we were talking about how it would still be the Shanks and Hope, you know, somewhat show, we thought it would be a lot more Hope. It ended up being a lot more Shanks. So far this split, it's been a lot more Hope instead. I wonder whether or not they will integrate Cube into a more consistent carry role. He's been pretty split, I feel like, down the middle throughout this split so far. You know, a fair amount of Sion, a fair amount of Gwen. Not so much other true carries outside of that. That can very much kind of be the top lane at the moment, and I wonder if that's just where they'll land and finish. But, you know, Cube had some very, very strong moments and showings, and he's given us on RA in past, you know, a pretty big look into the fact that he can be a very flexible top laner. So I wonder if that's perhaps where they can look. It is just 1 series loss, and they definitely made it very competitive for OMG. So I am still cautiously optimistic about where WE can find themselves in a few weeks. And again, with the quick turnaround, hopefully,
you know, see their schedule, my friend.
Yeah, you know, like
their schedule is nuts.
Yeah, like I hope that they have time to like experiment more. But we are in a split which is going to be exceptionally short, right? Their final game is, because I'm looking at it over on the other side, their final game is in 3.5 weeks. Like, the split started 2.5 weeks ago, or basically 3 weeks ago, and it's already going to be finished the regular season. So this is an exceptionally short split because of the turnaround time from the Asian Games. They have to be able to find a different change on occasion.
They're playing 3 series next week. They're playing 4 series in week 6, and back to 3 series. And it's not only that, but it's the opposition they have to go through. It's TT next, then it's Top Esports, then it's LNG, then it's EDG. Then you get a break, LGD, right back to Weibo. Then you get RA, then you get RNG, then you get JDG, and then you finish off the season against BLG. It's going to be intense.
There is no there is no nice stretch of schedule here, I think is the underlying fact here for WE, right?
Yeah.
Like, they are always going to be playing strong opponents pretty much for the remainder of the split, whether it's back-to-back or whether it's basically, you know, a break against a team who are expected to maybe, you know, finish slightly above or below that 10th position line. So, yeah, it's
interesting.
It's going to be difficult. And, you know, again, you did ask that question, and it's big double-edged sword, because either you invest time into finding flexibility, or you invest time into what you already know, which kind of works, but then you never really get to discover potentially another ceiling of your ability as a team. So I hope WE, they can definitely pick a decision and stick with it.
OMG on the other side, this is their only series for week 4. They only had 1 for this week, but they'll be right back getting 3 next week. Next opponent is LGD, so maybe jumping from strength to strength and looking to go on 5-win streak here in the middle part of the season.
Yeah, not bad. Always feels good to streak throughout the middle of the season, but you know, as any seasoned league, anything will tell you, the best time to streak is, you know, once you're in playoffs and at the end. So let's hope that they can keep that hot streak going. Like you said, LGD into FPX is definitely a decent run of schedule for them, and I do anticipate that OMG will continue to give us positive vibes like they did throughout spring. Because, yeah, I feel like this is a lineup that has a lot to give us, right? And as I said, and I you know, call me crazy if you want, but I still feel like there are a few worlds where OMG could have ended up at MSI in my books, right? I think if a couple, like, if you recall how playoffs played out, it wasn't necessarily entirely impossible. I think had they, what was it? Let me look at the bracket for a second, because we have time whilst we're
We got time. We're waiting on the MVP at some point.
We're waiting on the MVP and stuff. Like, what was it? The OMG EDG series, I think they definitely deserve to lose that. But they could have honestly, BLG, it was a close series against OMG, right? It came down to one team fight.
That you're hiding under the camera there, or what? Like,
No,
did you bring that back from Texas?
The what?
Did you bring back the copium from Texas? Did you?
Oh, no. Oh, okay, buddy. All right, look. Anyway, look, I feel like OMG have a ceiling which is pretty, I wouldn't say unexplored, but they've definitely touched it, and I wonder whether or not they can actually break through it this split.
Yeah.
Because
they've been the dark horse for so many splits in a row.
Yeah, exactly.
You get Aki MVP.
Yeah,
interesting.
MVP. Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he had some interesting moments throughout the series, and earning himself an MVP here definitely feels good.
So the 100% definitely brings people's life. You just say, oh, that the 100% gave me
the 100% kill participation. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, who else could have reasonably gone MVP in that game? I mean, you could have given it to Abel, right? Because
could have, yeah.
Could have given it to Abel.
I think Shanji was
Shanji
definitely
had
a close deserver.
The more I think about it, I think Aki deserved this one. I think.
Are you just saying that because he's on our screen right now? Is that
no? I think that I think that's the right call. I think I would have probably said Aki, then Abel, then Shanji in that order. Sorry, Kareem.
Oh,
LeBlanc.
You're not gonna take Nightmare's words and join.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not part of the lactose tolerance club. My bad. But yeah, like Aki did set up a lot of plays. Allowed and enabled Shanji, stole this Herald. Yeah, 100% deserved the MVP. And yeah, strong showing. Yeah. Fourth
MVP for Aki.
He's running out one a week.
Already, you say, but we're like over halfway.
We're halfway through the split. We're more about it in date time.
7 weeks.
Mate, that's so weird. Yeah, it feels it's gonna be a blast these next couple of weeks, and I'm excited to go through it. And if you guys don't like me, I've got some bad news. I'm here the entire weekend, baby.
We casted a lot.
Yeah, I've got some catching up to do. You know, I made Kitty and Lyric like cast back to back like 8 or 9 days in a row or something. Sorry guys, I love you both. You're awesome. I've got some slack to catch up on, but also some very, very entertaining series, storylines, and everything else to catch up on as well, because LPL is shaping up to be a doozy yet again.
We get such competitive splits in a 17-team league. I love to see it. And while we do have this day wrapping to an end, I still think that OMG are a force to be reckoned with in the league, and especially the way they approach draft. That is a team that I'm always just looking at. I'm like, what are they going to pick out this time? What kind of crazy stuff are we going to get, right? Because while we haven't seen maybe the jungle adaptation in that fact, we have seen like the likes of the Kiana for Cream that came out earlier this split, the LeBlancs coming through. We even had the, Shanji's Rumbles, the Dariuses, all that kind of stuff. So it's things where OMG have a very interesting way they approach strategy. And while it fumbles sometimes, it's also really cool when it gets played well.
Yeah, and that's always the draw of OMG, right? It used to be inside of those very, very creative flex picks, or just generally picks that out of the mirror. It started with things like the Rumble. It started with the Samira Rel last year, which, hey, Rel is really powerful. I think it's 13-12, not 13-11. I've honestly,
13-12, I believe.
I think it's all meshed together for me because, I started learning 13-10, expecting that to be the season start for a lot of major regions, but that ended up only being the ERLs, and now a lot of our league has started on 13-10 instead, or 13-11 rather. So, yeah, it's all meshed
we got our
together. Rel
results
will be very
ready.
powerful
I
soon.
didn't hear anything.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ready to go. Look at that. We got a 2-0 start to the day on our Dragon Boat Festival celebration. RA took a 2 over IG, then a 2-0 from RNG over EDG. Uzi could not find a win against his old organization. The first time we'd seen a change in that bot lane matchup in the support role since 2016. And then OMG took a slugfest against WE 2-1, handing WE their first series loss, but as well as their first 2 game losses of the summer split.
Yeah, feels a little bit bad for WE on the day, but I think OMG definitely deserved it. And I think same across the entire series that happened today. RA very, very dominating, and I think for many, RNG were by far and away the better team over EDG, and EDG now sit 3-5 at 12th in the standings. I do wait very, very cautiously to continue to see that growth and for them to find that consistency. They were starting to ramp up, but going 0-2 on the day feels a little bit bad. I still expect they'll make playoffs though. So.
Yeah, I got to shout out though, JDG TES 2 days from now. That is going to be a banger matchup. Not tomorrow, the next day. It is going to be insane. Both teams on 7 win streaks. Both teams trying to vie for either first or second here. It's going to be really, really intense. As I do want to take a look at tomorrow's games, as we should have that coming up here very, very shortly. And maybe not the most... Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually tomorrow's games, rather, not 2 days from now. It's tomorrow, so you can check it tomorrow. Anyways,
because I was like, I'm casting on Saturday, and I think I'm doing the back end 2 days, and I don't think I'm casting Top Esports JDG. So
no,
yeah.
But we will have Hysterics and Lyric on that one, the last 2 series of the day. But it's going to be a banger day nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely banger day. I think LGD and FPX will be kind of strangely explosive. It's always teams like FPX and LGD that will give you the random banger series into LNG, who definitely need to find a little more consistent edge for themselves, sharpen the blade just a touch, as it were. And I feel like a team like Ultra Prime, who definitely, considering where they were at last split, doing pretty well for themselves at 4-3, and to crown it off, of course, with Top Esports JDG means that we're only in for a banger.
It's such a good one, man. That one's going to be so good. I cannot wait. But I do want to just say it's been a pleasure to invite you back to the LPL, have you back here with us, back home. It's been a pleasure to get to cast with you again, my friend. That's going to be it for us. Do you have any thoughts coming back into the LPL before we let it go?
I hope we move to 13-12 and subsequently 13-13 soon, because I dislike the AD carry role.
I see.
The death of Zeri and Felios and Milio and Yumi and Lulu and Lucian cannot come soon enough.
All right. Well, you heard it here first, I guess, but we will be saying adieu to you until tomorrow night, where we have another super day of the LPL. So until then, we'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.